Counting is wonderful, counting is marvelous, counting's the best thing to do. Counting is happiness, counting is ecstasy. I love to count, don't you? You can count when you're happy. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can count when you're sad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or count when you're frightened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Count when you're mad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah, counting is wonderful.
Hello, everyone.
Counting
Welcome back to the
marvelous.
Madhouse.
Counting's terrific. And
For
how
another
I am
24-hour Smallville stream. Look, it's John. Greetings, John. Welcome back, man.
Hello there.
Are you ready
Thanks for
the,
having me.
Are you ready for more insanity?
I am. I've actually been very excited about this. I think I told you this, but I've watched all of Superman and Lois since the last time we did this.
I was going to ask you how much of it you got through. John, the very next day after season... This is how nuts John is. The very next day after season 1, John messages me, like, shortly after I wake up, and he's like, so I've watched the first 8 episodes of Superman and Lois now. It's great.
Yeah, it was... So I went to bed, like, right after we finished season 1. I woke up, like, 6 hours later, and I was like, well, I need something to do. Like, I'm not ready to go back to bed yet, so I just put that on because I was still in, like, that Superman mood. And I was like, oh, this is great. And then next thing I know, I've, like, finished season 1.
It binges well, what I've watched.
It does. I've also watched all of the Talkville season 1. I did not watch any of season 2 yet because I've decided I want to wait till we finish the season before I watch those.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll try not to spoil too much stuff from that, but I'll probably bring it up here and there because I am caught up on that. So you're caught up on Superman and Lois, and I'm caught up on Talkville.
Yeah, and I also I just wanted to bring this up here because I'll forget.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you watch Michael Rosenbaum's other podcast. But he had...
I do occasionally.
He had Sam Witwer on there. And Sam Witwer talks about in season 9, they offered him to come back as Zod.
Oh,
we almost had Sam Witwer as Zod.
Oh, man. You know, the guy they had was okay, but that would have been really interesting.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up here because I'll forget by the time we get to season 9.
Yeah.
And he said no because he didn't think it would make sense.
Yeah, I don't know that it would. They would have to contrive some reason that Zod looks like him.
Yeah,
but,
he just said it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, but you know what's really interesting about that? I mean, I would think they would try to, like, retroactively say that Doomsday was, like, based on the Visage of Zod or something, and given Man of Steel into BVS, that's really interesting, right?
It is, yeah. And, you know, even if it didn't make sense, I wish we'd gotten that just because I love Sam Witwer.
Just because he's a really good actor? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I probably said this before, but he's also super cool, like super nice. I met him at a con and bought his album, and it wasn't bad.
Oh, nice! I didn't realize he did music.
Yeah, he's in a band. He was. Maybe I think he's done a couple, but yeah, it was really good. So real quick, did you like season 2 of Superman and Lois, or was it kind of a step down?
I thought it was still excellent.
I'm glad to hear that.
It takes a little bit more, like, patience for it to kind of unveil what it's doing, but by the end I was like, oh, this is really good. But I also, like, I'm not super critical of Superman stuff because I don't know that material very well, so it's like, as long as I'm entertained, I'm like, I like it.
yeah like big super fans might have a tougher time with certain things.
Yeah, I'd be interested to talk to, like, Doolittle about it when he's seen it, because he knows more about that stuff than I do.
Yeah, and I'm, like, somewhere in between you guys. Well, without further ado, I'll give just a little bit of preamble of stuff we're doing on the show tonight in case you missed the first season. I'm changing things up just slightly from last stream, but we are streaming the entire season or the entire second season of Smallville. We'll take a break every couple of hours for 3, 4, 5 minutes to get water, bathroom break, that kind of thing. And of course, 3 or 4 times during the show, we'll take longer breaks so that we can get meals and things, because John and I are taking out an entire day literally to do this, and it will be, or at least really close, and it will be closer to a full day than it was last time, because as I was telling John right before the show, this season is 2 episodes longer than last time. So strap in, folks, because we're gonna be here even longer. So first of all, Austin will be with us a little bit later, John. He had something going on right now, but he is planning on joining us for at least a few episodes. So I was kind of hoping he'd be here right at the beginning so that he could just like be thrown into like a tornado and Lionel Luthor almost getting killed by wood. But nope. He's gonna have to show up in. You know what? He'll probably wind up in here by like Red or something.
I hope it's Red. I just think the Red Kryptonite episodes are always funny.
Yeah.
And like, no shade to Tom Welling because I love Tom Welling as Clark Kent, but I don't think he's got at that point as an actor that he can do like the Clark Kent on Red Kryptonite, not make it just look cringy.
He's not menacing, and I can't decide if he means to be or not, but it sort of works for him because it's consistent. So he's dorkier when he's on Red Kryptonite. It's like this wholesome farm boys version of badass, you know. In Talkville they talked about it like he was being the Fonz.
Oh, okay. Well, you know that makes sense, especially in season 6 when he gets on Red Kryptonite. And crashes Lex and Lana's like wedding party.
Oh yeah, that's true. That whole thing is the most awkward thing.
Yeah. Dagan Spears says that Cap in season 8 of Smallville, Feora tells Davis that he is the spitting image of Zod, who is his dad.
Oh.
So maybe that's what they were thinking.
Well, then they should have just cast him.
He turned it down.
He turned it down. Well, I found one thing I don't like about Sam Witwer.
He should have been Zod.
Guys,
maybe James Gunn can hit him up and be like, "You want to be Zod?"
Yeah, that would be funny. I know there's a lot of actors from Smallville that people want to see come back and reprise roles or play things in Superman again, and I don't know that you'll see any of that kind of typecasting under Gunn's tenure.
My only one is Rosenbaum, but like I'm also fine with whatever.
Yeah. That is one of the few exceptions where I'm okay with that actor. I think we've talked about this, and I've always kind of gone back and forth on it, but the more I'm thinking about it, the more I love him in that role so much. I think I'm kind of... And it would be interesting to see him play it older in a different version, that I think I would be okay with him doing it in a different continuity. I usually don't like that.
Mm-hmm. I would also be fine, like, especially with this being Superman Legacy, I don't need, like, Tom Welling to come back as Clark Kent again. But maybe just like a cameo, you know, acknowledge past Superman.
What's weird is he's old enough to play Jonathan now.
I was thinking that.
I don't think I'd want that, but he technically is. He could.
Yeah. He might be too young because I don't know this character very well, but he'd be cool as like Perry White as a cameo or something.
Yeah. Again, I don't see that either, but maybe.
Yeah.
So, we are counting things. It's Counting Kryptofreaks. We're counting other things besides just Kryptofreaks. This is not going to be the most accurate count because we're counting as we're talking over shows. And so we need your help, folks, to count as much of this stuff as humanly possible. You see it there on your screen, all the things that we're counting. If you think of something that you'd like to see added to the list that really kind of just begins in Season 2 or where there is a pretty clear... number from the first season of how many we've had already, let me know and we'll consider adding things to the list. I've got a little bit of space left. I don't want to do more than a couple more things because we already have a ton to keep track of anyway, but I'll go ahead and go through the itinerary, what we've got so far, and if there's anything you know about that we maybe missed, like Amnesia, because I've only got 4 counted for Amnesia right now, and we actually only had the 1, and I thought, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, John, right before the show I went, oh, wait a minute, no, we had 3 people that got sick in Nicodemus, and they all lost their memories by the end of that episode, right?
Jonathan Kent, Lana Lang, and Pete.
And Pete.
But Pete doesn't count because he's not real, so...
Well, that's true, yeah, whoever that guy is, but... But I'm right, though, that at the end they don't remember anything that happened, right?
Yeah, because that's how we conveniently protect Clark's secret in that episode.
Yeah, so we didn't count those. The only one we had was the Kryptofreak from the pilot. So.
Oh, yeah.
So I just wanted to point that out. Senior Stick says, is there a Lana count? We're just counting Lanas? Yeah, there's 1. Yeah, the Lana count currently is 1. Robert
Wild asked, how would we feel about Michael Rosenbaum playing Lionel Luthor in something? Isn't Lionel Luthor like made up for this show?
Yes, I don't really want to see him show up in anything else. And I think when I say that, I think he actually has been recast for different continuities at this point.
I want to say Supergirl teases him.
I think Supergirl talks about him. Yeah.
Because anyway, they do that whole thing that show always does, where we don't have Lex, we have Lex's sister.
We're doing this for 24 hours, John, so we've got to get started.
Yeah.
But so far, we've got 20 Kryptofreaks. We've got 13 times with Clark on Green Cave, which seems small to me. 9 car crashes, 14 instances of bullet time, 2 rude super speed exits. Don't worry, that will become an almost every episode occurrence. 11 instances of convenient unconsciousness, 13 times people walk away angry, 6 bad guy deaths, 13 instances of love triangle face, 7 times Clark and Lana are up in the loft together, parents and friends kidnapped or almost killed, just 8, Lex knocked out or shot, 3, that also seems low, 4 instances of amnesia, 10 times we've seen the Wall of Weird, thanks to John for that, he was totally right about that, 27 blatant DC and Superman references, we did a really good job keeping track of those, 25 people getting thrown, 3 characters who aren't themselves, and a partridge in a pear tree. Folks, we've got a super chat menu, just like we did last time. I've only added one thing to it. We've got the Superman soundboard. I'm going to play the sounds throughout the show, and if you throw in a $2 super chat, I will play a random one for you. I play them just as random things happen. It's fun. It's silly. Outstanding. And it's outstanding. And we've got the Wheel of Weird. You put in a $5 super chat, and I will spin a wheel, and John or I or both will have to do something silly for 5 minutes during the episode, or something kind of interesting, and that worked out way better last time than I thought it would, so I made sure and brought that back, and I've added a few things to the wheel, John, and if anybody has really interesting suggestions, you can make those, and I might consider adding more things to the wheel. I thought about doing super chat goals for that, John, but I don't want to open up carte blanche for crazy things people could put on the wheel. I don't think I'm ready for that.
I don't think I am either.
For a $10 super chat, you can request Kryptofreak karaoke. I'll sing a song from Smallville that I'm familiar with, that I know, or John and I will take a Smallville quiz. I have gone to funtrivia.com, which I've been using for years, and they have a ridiculous number of Smallville quizzes. We can take things about season 1, about season 2, kind of general things. There's even some episode-to-episode ones, and that should be fun, so we can do that either during an episode, if it's, kind of slow, or between shows. And finally, you can become an honorary Kryptofreak. We have 3 of those. Robert Wild, who has math powers, Grimdeath Griffin, who we gave wings, and because we're all powerful, we're like Jarrell, and AMC Comics, who we gave telekinetic art powers to. We're only going to do 2 honorary Kryptofreaks this time, because I have 2 Kryptofreaks mugs to give away, made by my tattoo artist Elmo, and they're actually different backgrounds. He just made 3 mugs for all the different designs I had for this, and so I've got 2 extras. I thought I'd ship them to people, so one of them is just a white background, and the other one is like a steel gradient. They all look really great. So the way that you can win a mug and get your name on the board and become an honorary Kryptofreak forevermore, or for as long as I've got space for all of them, is just help us out with the count. And John and I, at the end of each stream, we have to break this up into 2. We'll pick an honorary Kryptofreak based on people who helped us out the most in keeping track of stuff. And thanks again to Robert and Grimdeath and AMC for helping us keep track of stuff. Those guys are not eligible for this because they already won that. And by the way, my apologies for not sending prints out yet. I will make sure and get that done this week. But they won Spawnville prints, and I will get you guys those. And I might give those away again next time, but this time we're doing mugs. John, do you have anything else before we get started?
No, there's a super chat, but we can wait till we get started just because there's a lot of episodes.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you mind giving us a 2 to 3 sentence recap of what happened last time on Smallville, John?
Clark stalked Lana, and then she
oh, you're doing the whole season.
Goes back and forth on whether she likes him, and then
just the finale. That's great. No, go ahead.
And then Chloe and Clark decide for no reason that they might actually like each other, and then he runs off to save Lana because tornado.
Oh, that's brilliant. You're doing that every month.
I wanted to emulate Austin as much as I could because he's the best at recaps.
Dude, when I started working with Austin, I had planned to go back and forth and not make him do it every time. I make him do it every time now.
He's naturally gifted at it.
It's a weird thing, but that's his Kryptofreak power.
Yes, that is. We have to remember to tell him that when he shows up.
Absolutely. We really do. Okay, guys, I am about to start the clock. The episode in question is Vortex. Make sure that you've rigged up your DVDs, your Blu-rays, your Hulu, however you want to watch it. Get it to timestamp 0. Remember, if you're watching it on Hulu, that you might have to deal with commercials if you don't pay for the right version of Hulu. And we'll have a timer running so that you can keep track of timestamps. Sorry about the long preamble, but we've already had fun discussions tonight, John, and we've run out of things to say already. Because we just, we spent a whole day together, and now this is it. That was it. We got the rest of it out. The rest of this is just going to be silence.
The next interesting thing will be one of us falling asleep on camera. So.
Did you prepare a little better this time, John?
I did. I had a nice little nap. I've got entered caffeine for later, and
he's ready to go. He's all planned out. Yeah, you're going to be a natural. You're going to be a pro at this in no time.
I hope so, because the big thing with the last one was I'd never done anything like that. I never tried to stay up for that long, so I had no idea how to prepare.
Yeah, or what it would be like.
Yeah.
You get to hour 14 or 15. Starting to crash a little bit. Well, you were a trooper, man. It was amazing that you did that, and even more amazing that you're still here.
Yeah,
I predicted that was the last time we'd see you, and I was incorrect.
No, I remember as soon as I woke up, I was like, oh, I'm so ready for the next one. I'm probably not right then, but I'm ready to do it next month.
That's so good. Well, I'm really glad that you had a good time because I kind of don't want to do this by myself. Okay, let's go ahead and get into it, guys. Get ready to press play when I say now. I'm just about to do that. Got to try to keep track of all this stuff again. I feel like I'm flying an airplane. All right, everybody, please press play right now.
Okay, so while the previously on is going, Tom sent in his TH1 sent in a $5 super chat. This episode of Geekvolution is brought to you by Ghost Energy and viewers like you. Counting Kryptofreaks is what got me into you. I'm so happy it's back.
Oh, I didn't realize that, Tom. Or if I did, I'd forgotten. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Did he say it was brought to us by Day Ghost Energy?
Just Ghost Energy.
Oh, okay.
Probably.
Okay. It was Day Ghost Energy.
Anime fan, Code Geass anime
Cry
fan
Havoc!
Guest starred in an episode of Titans.
I'm sorry, I can't help but talk over the previously on. What were you saying?
Code Geass anime fan says Lionel guest starred in an episode of Titans of all things. Do you mean the actor?
Yeah, was John Glover there?
That show does a lot of Batman stuff for some reason.
Yeah, it's a real Batman heavy show. At some point, I'll do a stream for that. I've only watched the pilot, and I really hated it.
I watched season 1, and I thought it was okay. It got better as it went along, but I didn't feel compelled to keep up with it.
So, did you catch... Because whenever... They don't do recaps a lot, but they always pick different actors to do the previously on. Did you catch who the voice was? Because I didn't.
It sounded like it was Schneider.
I wasn't sure if it was Schneider or if it was Rosenbaum.
That looks terrible.
Yeah, I guess, but there's a charm to it, man.
Oh, no, I like it. It looks bad, but I don't mind it. I've seen worse.
For O2, on television, it looked fine. Bits of this look better than others. Like the red truck, that shot, that was rough. But I was okay with the ship.
So this is where Lana should have just learned the secret, right?
I've said that forever. Yep. I always said
Titans is a bad show.
I always said if I was writing this, she finds out here, and Lex lets Lionel die. And as much as I love John Glover and all of his best stuff is after this, or at least a lot of his best stuff is after this, I don't agree with the guys on Talkville when they say, and again, you haven't heard this stuff yet, but they all agree that if you do either of those things, the show is over. And I'm like, I don't understand why this series has to be about Lana trying to find the secret out and not ever knowing it. Why can't she be the confidant?
Yeah.
They really bought into the what we talked about last time is like the sitcom rhetoric of the Sam and Diane thing. And some of that might be, and I don't mean to be a prude about it, some of it might be just those guys not being comic fans, because if they knew source material and they realized the reason that Lana and Clark ultimately don't get together is because she's his confidant and it becomes more of a platonic thing, maybe they'd get that. Like, and here
anime fan says that it's the character, not the actor.
Oh, crazy. I don't love continuing Lionel into other stuff too much, because that was a cool reinvention for the show that shouldn't have worked but did. And typically Lex is a self-made man, and Lionel was given Lex's backstory from the comics. So the idea is he is basically evil comic book Lex Luthor, and Lex is trying to figure out if he's destined to become that. And if you have just a adult Lex Luthor in a Superman world, you don't need a Lionel. And I'm not sure that you needed a Lionel anyway, necessarily. There's other ways to do that, but the family parallels are too interesting. It's going to be really difficult not to just repeat everything I said last stream. We talked for so long about the show. But I'm going to do my level best.
Like, I like the show, but everything that you could... I don't want to say everything, but like the majority of the stuff that we talk about is stuff that's just going to be reoccurring because they just keep doing the same thing over and over again.
That's true. This was a really stupid idea. Thank you guys for being here. I don't know why they're doing this. That was a really epic opening, by the way.
It was. I'm just here to watch one of my favorite shows. Like,
it's like, why do I have to keep talking? Quit pestering me with conversation.
But no, I did have some of that with Rosenbaum and Welling watching season 1, because there's parts where like you can tell they're just talking about it as someone who's been involved with the show and watching the show, like they don't actually know the material. Like, I love that Welling didn't know what Argus was. He thought that was like something from the Hunger Games.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of really basic stuff they don't know.
Yeah.
And even major plot points from the show that I totally get why they wouldn't stick with them, because they're doing a job and it was 20 years ago. But, like, it's fun listening to them through season 2 trying to guess at whether Lionel is actually blind or not, because I know the precise moment that he reveals that he's not.
I did, Jareth. Did you hear that Lance Reddick passed away?
Yes. Yeah, that's really sad.
Yeah.
For folks that don't know, that's the guy who runs the hotel in the John Wick series.
Yeah.
And is apparently Austin told me about this. Apparently, he's the voice of Hellboy in the new Hellboy game. I didn't know that.
I didn't either until I saw it. Dark Horse post about it.
But yeah, it's wild. I mean, it's obviously really sad, but nuts that happened a week before that fourth film comes out.
Yeah.
And now, once again, we've dated our commentary.
Apparently, he was also Ra's al Ghul in Beware the Batman.
Robert, did anything in that opening count as people getting thrown around? We mean like people, a person that throws a person, right?
Yeah,
or is it
tornado throwing someone around, that doesn't count. I don't think it should count.
Yeah, I don't think it should count either. I don't know that there was anything in the opening that we're actually counting. I've got to get back into the swing of this and keep track of the count and everything. I need a staff for this. I really do.
I've got the list on my phone that I'm keeping track of.
Thanks for all your help, John.
Hey, not a problem. I have fun doing this.
You know, I gotta say, I do really appreciate doing this show with a guy named John.
Oh, yeah?
Because there's so much John in this show. You know, you got John Glover, you got John Schneider playing Jonathan Kent. Like, the show's got a lot of Johns.
Yeah, I'm just in the show a lot, you know.
Get out of my show, John! And there's Lionel and his iron lung. This is, I remember this being a pretty tense and kind of disturbing scene where Lionel tells him that he should have just let him die. And it sort of makes up a little bit for the fact that Lex doesn't do what I kind of think he ought to have there. Because, again, the guys, and they all seem to agree in, Rosenbaum and Welling in Talkville, think that Lionel needed to be left alive because it's an evil turn too quickly. But for Lex, I understand their reasoning there, but I'm thinking about the grand scheme of the rest of the show and how much of a light switch it does feel when Lex does start just being straight up evil. And something like that would have, he could have kept it a secret. Nobody would have known exactly what the situation was. And they kept talking about it like, well, Lex can't kill his father at the end of the first season. He wouldn't have been killing him. He would have just stood there and done nothing and let him die. I think that's way more ambiguous.
Mm-hmm.
It's certainly, morally ambiguous, if not bereft, but it's not murder.
Yeah,
I mean, you
both.
can make the case it's nearly murder. It's at least negligent homicide, but...
I don't know how they wanted this name pronounced, but Gilligi pointed out in the hospital, Clark's super speeded away rather rudely, and they were looking for him.
Oh goodness, thank you. I better count that. Appreciate your help, guys.
Yeah, I'm also trying to get back into the swing of watching the show and reading the chat, so I'm missing some stuff.
Yeah, thanks for helping us keep track of that, everybody.
It's Chloe. Remember Chloe?
Yeah, this is going to become the part where I start not liking her as much, which is really sad because she was one of, if not my favorite characters for season.
Yeah, I think she gets better when they get into some of the superhero stuff. I think she's a good stand-in for Oracle.
Well, my issue with her is she starts getting really whiny about Clark not liking her romantically.
Yeah.
And I understand her... I don't, though. I was going to say I understand her beef with his running off like he does, but... because she doesn't know he has powers and everything. But, that notwithstanding, he did go... he was worried about his friend, whether or not he was romantically interested in her at the bus stop.
Senior Sticks sent in a $2 super chat. Cap, the reason is because Clark influenced him.
What are we talking about?
I have no idea. That's just what the super chat says.
You sent out all the signals!
Oh, and don't forget, I don't know if you wanted to do it after the episode or what, but we also have to spin the wheel at some point.
Oh, no, we can spin it right now. Oh, there's so much going on, I just can't even keep track of it all. I'll spin it in a second, but I do have to say, right away, I remember when this was on being really impressed that it doesn't immediately, deflate itself in the second part. It stays gripping, it keeps up the suspense and the excitement, and because you'll have these, because keep in mind, you had to wait 3 months to find out what happens. And I was, of course, a big Star Trek fan, and the main thing I had to compare this to was Best of Both Worlds in TNG, and there were more season cliffhangers like this by this point, but the big two after this that I could point to, really, besides Who Shot JR, which I never saw, was Best of Both Worlds and and this cliffhanger. And then of course we do it every single season in this show. Even Buffy skipped it occasionally, but it was really typical of Star Trek to have a super exciting cliffhanger where you'd paint yourself in a corner and you wouldn't know how you'd get out of it, and then the resolution was just as lame as humanly possible. And so ultimately the shock and the suspense was the point of the end of the episode, and then you were supposed to not really care that much about how you got out of it because it was just fun to wonder, and that was always a letdown. And this didn't have that problem.
I love that Lex immediately goes to Clark, like, because he's still troubled about just hesitating. Also, they're saying, Senior Six clarified, Lex didn't kill his father because of Clark's influence on him, which I can see that argument.
Yeah, absolutely.
And TH1 sent in a $10 super chat. So does the Kents never have guests over, or do they have 2 storm shelters? Why aren't they worried someone will see the ship of their over and a tornado comes?
The ship being right out in the open like that when you open the storm cellar is really silly. Like, they don't, I think they, well, I say that. I think they had like a sheet over it or something, and then it hovers and it falls off, but still, it's like centrally located. You couldn't put it in a corner and like pile some stuff on top of it or something?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think they have 2 storm shelters. They should. But do they never have guests over? Like, why would a guest be? I guess the only... Okay, so if you had guests staying at your house, you'd have to just hope to God there wasn't a tornado. Because if you've got inclement weather and everybody's supposed to go in the storm cellar, they're going to find your spaceship. That's a good point.
I prefer to think that the storm shelter at the Kent house is just like the dirt ground underneath it is just like a layer of corpses that have found the ship, and the Kents have killed them to protect Clark's secret.
I think it's funny that Roger Nixon calls Jonathan a hick, because we're making this in Vancouver and everybody that doesn't live in the Midwest thinks the Midwest and the South are the same.
Yeah.
And like small Kansas towns. Like, yeah, you'll occasionally hear people call, somebody a hick here, but it's not real prevalent. It doesn't happen a lot. Their dynamic is really interesting through this episode. I'll just throw this out real quick before I get to the other stuff. We gotta spin the wheel. We gotta find out if Tom wants karaoke or a quiz. Let me know, Tom, and we'll do that between episodes, because this is dense and there's a lot going on here. But first of all, these 2 guys are just killer in scenes together, and I kind of wish they'd found an excuse to keep Nixon around a little bit longer. But the way he goes out is the big thing that makes up, I think, for Lex not letting Lionel die. Although that argument somebody made earlier is really solid. And you could also say, I guess, that Lionel hasn't gone far enough yet where Lex would be as inclined. I mean, obviously he's considering it. He's thinking about it. He's got the crazy eyes, and that's one of my favorite shots of Rosenbaum in the show. But real quick, I should just say, Nixon is interesting because even though he's slimy and his real motivation is just fame and fortune and getting his story, he does have a little bit of a point where, like, this horrible guy, this super, smarmy, almost con artist guy, is getting a little bit at the heart of Superman, where he's like, ultimately, this guy is going to, he says, belong to the world, and there's a grain of truth to all of that. He's not gonna, Jonathan can't hide him forever. Are Jonathan and Martha being somewhat selfish? And I would argue, I mean, not yet. But there is a point being that he's making there. He's just got all the wrong reasons for making it.
Yeah. Let's see. The idea of Superman seems fine to everyone.
Okay, Tom doesn't want to listen to me sing. That's fine. So, we're gonna do a quiz, like I said, after this episode. So help me remember to do that, John.
Dagon Spear, Lex is trying not to be his dad. That's his arc, trying to break free of him. In this case, he'd be doing what his dad would do. Dagon Spear, I was just kidding about the Kents. I know that they wouldn't actually have a tornado bunker full of bodies. Senior Sticks asks, is Kansas small?
No, Kansas is a huge state. It takes about 6.5 hours to drive it clear west to clear east.
Thomas Lowe, this Clark should be on Man of Steel, as he will save his father instead of just watching him die. Kind of interesting that this is a Jonathan Kent trapped after a tornado thing after Man of Steel.
Yeah. And I've said this before, but both this and Man of Steel have no idea what to do in a tornado.
Yeah.
And kids
for the record,
not
I like Man of Steel, but that is like the low point of that movie.
Well, you can't argue that is just really stupid.
It is really stupid. Just do the heart attack. It's...
I also really love, pardon me, Martha's speech here, because we're continuing that theme that we started with Sam Phelan, that she says there's always going to be people that want to exploit you, and you can't you can't use that as a reason to stop, she says, being who you are and using your powers for good, because it's the power responsibility thing. GGD 499 super chat. Can we count Clark bad lying excuses? I don't want to keep track of them, but we can certainly point them out when they show up, because yeah, and there've already been so many of those. Like, I'd have to just make up a number. It's probably 27 from last season. But no, there are tons of those. That is a thing we could have considered counting before.
Oh, no worries, Dagnus Bear. I didn't realize we. Sounds slow. This Clark's a really bad liar.
Hey, I've got a question. From the beginning of this part, of the two-parter, the end of last season, did we count Lionel with the pointed wood in his face as parents almost killed, or are we only counting Clark's parents? We're only counting Clark's parents with that, right?
I think it's just Clark's parents.
Okay.
I don't think we counted Lionel.
I wasn't thinking.
Rubber Wild, the room taught me all I need to know about why lying is bad.
Yeah, that's a very important speech that Tommy Wiseau has in that movie that I think children should have to memorize in school.
I just think they should show the room in school. Like, it's a very important film.
I also don't think that Bob Odenkirk should be remaking it, but that's just me.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. I mean, I'm probably curious enough to still watch it, maybe, but I don't like that that's happening. Maybe I shouldn't support that.
I've seen a few comments about this now, but Robert Wild says the lighting in the show is so much better than the recent episode of The Flash. That's because Smallville is a better show than The Flash.
Well, and the CW shows are working on $1.50, and they don't, at this point, and they do not give a crap anymore.
Have you seen the Red Death stuff?
No, people keep telling me about it. I've seen stills of it.
Every bit of dialogue that I've seen from her, I'll just see clips on YouTube or TikTok or whatever, is just other Batman dialogue.
Of course it is. Naturally.
She does the "you want to get nuts, let's get nuts."
Oh no, we shouldn't have done this. We did a commentary on a Batwoman episode last night for After Dark, and all I could talk about was how crappy the lighting was.
Well, it's funny that you bring that up, because Batwoman is Red Death.
No, I know.
Okay.
I'm aware. Like I said, I did see Sills. People keep telling me about it.
Yeah, it's really weird because they do Affleck, they do Pattinson, they do Conroy, and Keaton so far.
But what I don't understand is why that's the thing everybody's singling out, is this is so insane, we got to keep talking about it. And like, I keep getting messages about it, and I'm like, you guys haven't seen enough CW. That's like you're barely scratching the surface.
Maybe it's just because like they have something with that to compare.
Lex has a treasure map. Oh no, it's a cellular frequency grid. That's not as much fun.
Remember maps?
Yeah. See, if we did this now, we would just look it up on our phone.
Yeah.
It's so quaint and old.
Do they? Because I remember the general plot of, Jonathan Kent and the reporter being buried.
Yeah.
Do they ever explain why he can't just X-ray vision it to find them?
He ultimately will, I think, or he'll try, but they don't know even the general vicinity of where they are yet.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you'd think he would have already started doing this in some other places. And I can't remember.
As I say that, now he's doing the.
Now he's doing it. Yeah, I can't remember if. Yeah. Here's another place where he's not even lying. He's not even saying anything. He just goes, "Oh, he's not here," and then Chloe's like, "Are you part bloodhound?" And he like doesn't say anything at all. But yeah, I guess he doesn't think to X-ray the ground. No, I'm with you. Maybe he should X-ray the ground.
Be really convenient.
I was gonna say Dagon Spear. Yeah, I think there's lead blocking it. Maybe that's what it is.
Smallville is also when shows were still being shot on film, so they generally look better than recent cheap digital shows.
That's fair, and maybe you have to try a little harder. But I mean, like the earlier seasons of those shows looked okay.
Looked fine.
As far as lighting and stuff goes, they just stopped trying. It became a really obligatory exercise. Thomas Load, Lana Love Triangle Face is also annoying. Has she already had that this episode? With Chloe? I guess she kind of did. I can go ahead and count that.
You got Kryptonite.
Yes, but it's not affecting Clark yet.
That's true.
So we can't count it. KWMS News. That's not a thing.
I will take your word for it.
Dagon Spear, I'm not suggesting that Clark has to lie in that scene. I'm just saying that if I was make this point with the show, if the people that spend a lot of time with him add up the sheer number of weird things that happen around him and things he knows he shouldn't and things he seems to be able to do that he shouldn't, they like more people should be confronting him more often.
Yeah. Well, just like in that scene specifically, like if I'm looking for someone and this person that I know who acts weird just magically says, "Oh, he's not here," I'm gonna be like, "Wait a minute. You just looked at a ruined trailer and said he's not here. How do you know that he's not buried under the rubble?"
Yeah, and I mean Chloe did kind of say that, but she didn't force the issue after that.
Senior Sticks in a $5 super chat.
I don't know if she has to. I'm just making observations. I don't know.
Well, especially Chloe. Like, she's supposed to be a reporter with a very good instinct for this kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's like,
transfer directly. It's always temporary for the human.
Real quick though, you'd almost maybe wonder. Stop it with the giant faces. Just back your camera off this much. But you gotta wonder if she'd be like afraid for his sanity at that point. You know what I mean? Like, oh, he's not here. It's like, okay, I realize that this is a very traumatic situation and your dad is missing. Oh, by the way, that's the other reason that I find Chloe really unsympathetic in this episode, is they're trying to find his missing dad, and her main concern is, I wanted to date you, and you were too worried about Lana in a tornado. And now, and honestly, this reads almost passive-aggressive.
No, this is very passive-aggressive, but to be fair to her, if I understand the scene right, he brought it up. Because he was like, how do I make up disappearing on you?
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Sticks,
I'm just saying it's a little bit of forced drama for your
it absolutely is.
For your teen drama, and I don't think you need all that. And I just wish she was.
I don't think she's great at like the upset. Chloe, she just comes off as whiny.
No, I think so too. And we talked about this ad nauseum. I keep wanting to say last season. It feels like it's been a year since we did. No, we waited 3 months. We didn't. But yeah, we talked about this a lot last month. The kind of fine line you walk between having sympathetic, reasonable characters that would act like human beings would, and the fact that they're teenagers and hormonal and haven't found themselves yet. And sometimes it just doesn't ring true even for teenagers. And different people are going to have a different line with that, I guess. But the line I always walked was, this came out while I was about the age these characters are supposed to, and sometimes they didn't seem to act reasonable in the standard that I had for myself and my own friends.
Yeah. Senior Sticks for your super chat.
Oh, okay. At least she says that. I forgot that she had that line. At least she comes out and says, like, I shouldn't be worried about this right now. People are in danger.
Yeah, but it's a little weird she's talking to herself.
Yeah, I would have. It'd be nice if she had a friend that was like a confidant that she could talk to in things. We're not going to be able to keep this joke up forever, by the way, because he's finally going to get crap to do.
Oh, watch me. I will keep going through season 7.
And then when he comes back, he's gonna be like, this one-off Kryptofreak.
Yeah, I've never seen this man before in my life. But Senior 6, that is not true about when Clark's powers transfer directly. It is not temporary. He has to remake the conditions that transferred the power so that he gets his powers back. Also, Robert Wilde says, Cap, maybe the truth isn't good enough. Maybe sometimes people deserve to have their faith rewarded.
Oh, okay. We're doing that.
Also, that's a second wheel spin.
Oh, man, we haven't even done the first one. Maybe we should wait on the wheel spin because this is such a dense episode.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
But, I mean, I hate to make everybody wait for stuff.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I actually like that Chloe scene where it's like, she hates that she feels that way, but she can't help it. But then they're going to ruin it.
Yeah, I think the issue is actually less this episode and maybe just moving forward.
Well,
yeah,
and you know, I had this thought.
It's not like we're preparing for this show. Like, we're doing this part blind. It's been a long time since I've watched these. I always remember this as, like it's just a red flag thing. Like, I come back into this and I'm like, oh, that's right. Chloe's gonna get unlikable for me to some degree. And, yeah, it's better in this episode, though, than I'm remembering. So I don't know. I'll give them more of a pass for that. That's a great shot, by the way.
No, and that's fair. Like, I'm just gonna warn everyone watching. By the time we get like halfway through the season, half of what I say is gonna be like, "Oh yeah, now I remember this." But you know, I
Can you read my mind?
Because you're talking about how Welling and Rosenbaum was like, "Yeah, if Lana finds out, it's over." There's no reason that she can't find out because they're gonna do just that with Chloe in season 4, and she's gonna become basically Lana, what Lana should be, which is the confidant.
Yeah, I think in their minds, it's just because she's supposed to be the love interest, and like we're waiting to see them get together, and there's the whole will they won't they thing, and if she knows he has powers, that can't happen question. I don't understand that. I think the idea is supposed to be they think people are watching this show to see when they'll finally get together, and those two things have to be in tandem. Like, she's not gonna find out the whole thing in the way of that is she doesn't like that he has that secret, and he won't tell her, so they're not really gonna have like a serious romantic relationship until that happens. But the thing that's weird about it is, so the audience is tuning in, especially people that know anything about Superman, and like they're reimagining things. Maybe they could change this, but like they didn't really. She's not the person he's destined to be with anyway. So, yeah. So why are we supposed to think that people are coming in only to see when they finally get together? Who cares? Wouldn't it be a lot more interesting to see them like get together earlier and be very serious and very tight and really get along, and then the drama comes in all the reasons that can't ultimately work out for them?
Well, and I always wondered if the creators of the show even knew that. Because
they're in the storm cellar, by the way. This isn't supposed to be his storm cellar, but it's still that set.
Yeah, that's amazing. Because like I really like their Clark and Lois, but it always felt like a last minute swerve. Like they remembered, oh yeah, he's supposed to end up with Lois Lane.
Well, and I'm controversial with this. I like that actress, and I like choices they made with her, but I didn't like bringing her in that early.
Well, yeah, we'll see how I feel about it now. T-Edge points out Clark on Green K.
Oh, thanks. I'll get used to this again at some point.
I gotta give kudos to the show that, like, Nixon doesn't change. Like, they have a serious moment down there when they're about to die, and then he's just the same guy.
No, that's
also,
exactly right.
That looks like it would hurt.
Well, and the question is, like, did we see a little bit of humanity in him, or is he, like, that good, you know, kind of at manipulation? Not that Jonathan is being manipulated, but...
I think
That guy was a
I
jackass.
think he has a moment where he's about to die and like the facade falls, but then when he realizes, oh, I'm free, he puts that facade back up because it's all he knows.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. See, I was seeing it more as like a showing his true colors thing.
Oh, okay.
But I think there's a little bit of truth in both of them. I think we saw a little bit of character dimension for him, where it's like he actually has feelings, and there is a compassionate part of him that he doesn't tap into very often, and he's seeing things from Jonathan's perspective for a minute. But at the end of the day, his self-interest is still going to win out.
Yeah.
So this is sorry. Go ahead. Good.
A better, more accurate version of what I meant. But yeah, like I agree with that. So,
Lex shooting him, first of all, I love Rosenbaum's face in that scene. It's wonderful. That's what, like I said earlier, really makes up for the choice at the beginning for his letting his father live. Is it, maybe it's the end of the episode where Lionel tells him he should have let him die? Because
it was at the beginning. He says,
did we have it?
I saw
Okay.
it in your eyes.
I'm sorry, I'm having to look at all these different screens.
No, you're fine.
But it's great because he shoots someone in not self-defense but to save someone else. So like he's in the right. There's no question whether that was murder or not. Like he's not even gonna. There's no chance of his being brought up on charges, any of that. But at the same time, that still plays a little bit as inching, more toward darkness. Like, he does it for the right reasons, but just the image of Lex after he almost let his dad die with a gun, whether he does that for the right reasons or not, that is a really emotionally vulnerable time for him to have to shoot a person.
Yeah.
And I like the nuance of that a lot. I mean, that's great. And to something you said at the beginning of the episode where he seemed like real frazzled and unsure of himself, and we've hardly ever seen Lex like that when he goes to find Clark, it harkens back a little bit to John Glover's performance when Lionel in the pilot picks up Lex or goes to see Lex in the cornfield when he loses his hair and like doesn't know what to do.
How many episodes do you think it'll be before they're right back where they were?
I'm gonna say 1.5.
Well,
and remember, I think it's this season. Is it this season or next season where you're gonna have that episode where Lex goes and lives at their house and Jonathan doesn't like it and doesn't want him there because
I don't remember.
He's a Lutheran. All of their like Lionel cuts him off and he has to go live at the Kent farm. And then at the end of the episode, Lionel says, "You're welcome here anytime." And then it's a couple episodes later where like he hates Lex Luthor again and.
TH1 sent in a $2 super chat.
Easy. Well,
should
it's all over now.
Amended green K to include all the K colors?
No, because I've always in the past counted red K. But, I mean, it might be easier if we just said Clark on any kind of kryptonite. What do you think? Because I don't know if we want to have to count all the individual colors. I was going to do red because it shows up a lot and not worry about black and silver and whatever.
I feel like the other variants show up so rarely that it's, like, not worth including.
Even red?
Yeah, because there's only, like 2 or 3 episodes with red?
5 or 6, but...
Okay.
Well, maybe not. Maybe you're right. But since we were counting it, like, with green, you'd have more instances because there are a couple of episodes where he's on it, and then he's off it, and then he's on it again.
Yeah.
Now I think that's what I'm thinking. But you're right.
He has that kryptonite problem, that Clark Kent.
Well, it's the most prolific rock in Smallville, even though it's from space. That was an almost John Williams sting there. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, I can see that.
What Snow did there. He's got some really great music in this episode, by the way.
Dagonsphere. Oh, they're just talking about. Lex also benefits from that guy being out of the way, which is a line I think Lux toes in the show. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, sorry, I've got to play another sound effect. I've been playing sound effects when people leave comments that, or super chats that are more than $2, because I have it for $2, but some people are leaving like 5s. And I guess that's for spinning the wheel. How many wheel spins do we have now? Just 2?
2.
No, I don't want to kill anybody.
It's really easy to just always say, look how amazing Glover is. No, this is the scene where he says it, right? Because he's going to reveal that he's blind. Oh, no, because he says, because he's thanking him here. Okay. I wish we didn't have to talk over everything.
No, because the beginning of the episode, he says, I know you were hesitating.
Yeah, that's what it was. No, this is where he says we both would have been wrong. And then Lex, when he finds out that he's blind, has this really interesting reaction, which Rosenbaum in Talkville didn't like, but I've always really liked this choice. He says Lex just shouldn't walk out of the room the way he does, but I like the idea that Lex can't even handle this situation. Yeah, this is where he says it. It'd be better if you let me die.
That whole dialogue went like 6 different directions.
It really did. It is kind of weird that he's... It's a good speech overall, but it is kind of weird that he says, and I thank you. And you should have let me die! But what do you think? Like, is this reaction to... Oh, no, he doesn't leave. I don't know.
I like that. That's a comic book panel, right? Like,
I think so, too, yeah.
Well,
here's because I think there's different ways to read that. Here's Clark and Lana in the loft. Do you think that the reason he has that reaction is because he's thinking, like, I have this really fragile relationship with my dad, and I don't even know if I want him to be alive, and now I'm going to have to take care of him?
I think it ties back into the beginning with him and Clark, where he comes to Clark because he's very, freaked out about his hesitation in saving his dad. And I think that further pulls him in the direction of, like, I'm not sure if I did the right thing. Maybe I should have. Yeah,
exactly. And in a selfish way and also in a not selfish way. Like now my dad has to live with this.
Yeah.
And he can't deal with showing weakness. And the way Lex was raised, like, I don't know, there's almost like a Klingon thing going on there, where, like, in TNG, there's an episode where Worf gets crippled, and he loses the use of his legs, and he tries to do a ritual suicide, because in their society, if that was to happen to you, you're you're useless now, and society has to take care of you. And I kind of see Lionel looking at it like that, and maybe Lex would have that to some degree too. Like, what would happen if Lex went blind? Like, would he feel that way to some degree because of the way he was raised?
That's what we should count. Instead of Kryptofreaks, we'll count Star Trek references. No,
it was relevant. Shut up.
Gilliges sent in a $4.99 super chat.
There's another
Could Smallville work with all of his friends knowing his secret identity, including Lex in the second episode, like Buffy? I don't think Lex should know.
No,
Chloe
that's
and
too
Lana
much of a departure. Because you don't want it to be so much of a quote-unquote reimagining that it's not even Superman anymore. Like, I don't think you have to get to exactly the status quo. Was that walking away angry?
I'm going to be honest, I missed the exchange because I was reading the super chat.
Well, she had a look on her face like she's upset that he's not telling her that he had powers and saved her in the tornado.
I'm going to say it counts because that's how 90% of their interactions in that loft end.
When all else fails, just assume she's walking away angry. I love the
what I
reveal
do.
of the spaceship at the end. I love that I'm a big fan of that Coldplay song. I've always liked everything about that scene. That image always stuck with me, and I like that we don't know where the key is.
Dagon Spears says walking away disappointed.
Yeah, we'll count it. It's angry enough.
My favorite thing about this ship is that it seems to have a mind of its own, so it just kind of shows up wherever it wants.
It does. They should have given it a voice at some point. It should
That
just
should
start.
have just been Jor-El.
Yeah, yeah. The ship itself is Jor-El.
Yeah. It's already got a mind of its own, and apparently so does the key, because the key just shows up wherever it's most inconvenient.
Yeah, isn't it weird that because you'd think with their computer technology that Jor-El's consciousness could have been in the ship, but it's not, right? Isn't it just in the cave?
Yeah, but I'm also not sure if that's actually Jor-El.
Well, and then when you have the whole series, they've retconned that so hard that...
Yeah.
Like, I had this thought earlier today. By the time you get, especially to Season 8, but I think you could make the argument that it happens even a little bit before that, but especially when, like, what is it, Peterson in Soldiers, the show... I think that's who they are, the showrunners that take over after the creators leave.
That'd be Season 8.
Smallville becomes, like, a reimagining of a reimagining. It's like, it becomes a show that is almost based on another show.
For me...
To some degree.
I think you can split the show into 2 sections. Seasons like 1 through 4 are the reimagining that they like to think it is. And then season 5 through 10 are just a Superman show. When you start getting into like the greater DC universe.
No, that's absolutely right. And then that's just irritating because it's like, why can't he just be Superman at this point?
Well, apparently we're just never going to get to see Tom Welling as Superman because the only time we brought him back, he's just like, no, the last 10 years that you watched don't matter. I'm just some guy now.
Yeah, no, I know. And we've talked about this, but I will say real quick, I never even needed him to put on the full costume if he didn't want to. None of the Justice League besides Green Arrow has a regular costume. If you wanted to go around in just the t-shirt with the S on it or just the jacket, fine. It doesn't have to be the red blue blur. You can just call him Superman at that point. Like, and I get that, like, the show is still called Smallville and they're still pretending like it's prequel material, but you got to do one or the other. You either start bringing in all the villains and just let it be a Superman show, or you avoid all of that. You don't do this half-assed thing where he's going to meet everybody before he actually starts calling himself Superman, especially because we also meet all these other superheroes that have their own names, and he has to be inspired by every one of them to even think of the idea of a sacred identity.
Which is bizarre because that's what all the first 4 seasons are about. But I will argue with you on the villain part because by the time we get to season 10, and keep in mind I'm no expert, but I feel like by the time you get to the finale, we've established most of his major villains.
That's my point, though. I don't like establishing all of his villains before he calls himself Superman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you meant just go ahead and just do, like, the major villains if you're just going to make a Superman show.
No, I'm saying if you're doing them, call him Superman.
Yeah.
The only thing you're not doing, you have to contrive stuff because you've got rules. You've said no flights, no tights, and he's not called Superman. Why? Because that's in the Bible. That's why. That's the only reason. Anyway, so we're going to go ahead and spin the wheel. We've got 3 wheel spins now. Thanks so much for the support, guys. So we're going to do one for the beginning of this episode, and then we'll probably do another one like in the middle, and then we'll do another spin right toward the end. But before that happens, we got all these super chats right away. So let's go ahead and take a Smallville quiz real quick.
While you're pulling that up, Senior Sticks sent in a $2 super chat.
Yeah. Oh,
Lana versus Iris from The Flash. Lana works better in S1, Iris S2. Sure.
I think I agree with that. It's been a little too long.
Yeah, I don't know.
Iris, I remember liking okay early on, and she got worse. But she got worse faster than Laurel did. Because Laurel I actually legitimately like in the first season.
The issue with Iris is that the take is inherently weird. That you're gonna have the Flash's like love interest be his adopted sister.
Okay, give me just a second because that was $2 super chat, so I have to play a sound. Are you ready?
Yeah.
What's the purpose, CW?
It's so that the
What is the purpose, CW? Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My big issue, and I think why I put Lana above Iris, is I think just on a conceptual level, the Iris stuff is worse. Like, why would you have his main love interest from the comics be his adopted sister?
Adopted sister, yep.
And then just pretend that never happened and then have them get together. Like, it's weird.
It's so awkward. And it just doesn't ring true. Like, they're raised together, and there's no conversation. You'd think that her dad, and by the way, that actor's awesome, but you'd think that her dad would be really weirded out by that.
No, he's just like, yeah, go for it.
It's a little strange.
As bad as Lana gets, I think I have to pick Lana because it's not gross.
Yeah. Even with the peeping Tom Welling of it all.
Yeah, like, that's weird, but it's not like, ugh.
Okay, we're gonna take a quiz on season 1. Okay, here's a quick 10 question quiz. And this is name the episode. Are you ready? We're going to try to name the episode. Can we do it?
We can do this.
I think we can do this. Oh, hold on. My browser is not showing all of this. Let me fix it. Give me a second. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay.
I love that it's a Smallville quiz, but the picture is of Supergirl.
I know. I don't know why the picture is of Supergirl. I didn't even want to point that out. I just wanted you to see it and comment on it. That was really funny. Okay. I'm so professional. Look at me go. Okay, here we go. So question 1. We saw Tina Greer for the first time. Yeah, we sure did. She was able to take the form of anyone she wanted to. What episode was that, John?
Metamorphosis.
No.
Oh,
That's
no.
Bug Boy. You're wrong.
I am wrong.
It's X-Ray.
That's right, because he gets his X-ray vision.
Come on, John. That's how he knows that she has powers, because he can see the kryptonite in her body. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember? You were there. I was there with you.
I was there.
Jonathan agrees to sell his farm after he shakes hands with Bob Rickman. You know, these read like true and false questions.
I remember this one because the episode name was absurd, but it's Hug.
It's Hug. It should have been a handshake. Former jocks got tattoos that allowed them to walk through walls. They also convinced Whitney to join them. Kinetic. That's right. Justin lost the use of his hands. Oh, that's the worst episode of the season. In a hit-and-run accident. He was then able to move things with his mind.
It's got to be Crush.
It is Crush.
Okay.
It's
that was just like process of elimination. I was like, I know it's not Nicodemus.
Yeah. Whitney told Lana that he had joined the Marine Corps and was leaving the night of the spring formal.
Tempest.
Yeah, it is. For a second, I was thinking it was the episode before the finale, but that's not on here. And yeah, and remember, he does it by way of Picnic.
Yeah.
Which is the weirdest.
Because isn't the episode before the finale the artist one?
Crush? No. Remember, there's the one that neither of us hardly remembered, with like the crop duster guy. That's like setting up all the mystery for the ship and the Kryptonian stuff.
No.
It was like a prologue for the finale. You were really far gone at that point. No, don't you remember that's the episode where Lana is seeing through the eyes of a killer?
Yes. Okay. Now I remember.
It's that one. With like the worst green screen explosion ever, and then they put it in the intro. Because they're crazy. A bug collector named Greg gained the ability of various insects. Okay, now you can say it, John.
Metamorphosis.
There you go. Jody Melville was an overweight teen that was on a diet of kryptonite-infected vegetables to help her lose weight, and she ate a deer. I added that part.
Oh. I don't remember the name of the episode, which I should, because I loved that episode.
Come on, John. You got your choices. Do you see your choices?
No, I just see bug. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong. It's Craving.
It's Craving.
Sorry,
there you go.
I was looking at the stream, not Skype.
God,
so
John.
I'm still on the bug episode.
Just pay attention, John. Clark lost his powers.
Sorry.
Clark lost his powers to his classmate Eric when they were struck by lightning. Why is this in past tense? If I'm right in this quiz, it's in present tense. Leech, that is right. Ryan was a runaway that had the ability to read minds.
Stray.
I like to criticize the writing of trivia questions. Why didn't this person write? Why weren't we consistent? This person should have written, "We see Ryan for the first time." Sean gained the ability to absorb heat from everything and everyone around him. He would take body heat from people to survive.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, look, they threw Hothead in there to throw us off.
Yeah, and the episode title is ironic because that episode is not cool.
It's not. It's not at all. I'm gonna guess that we got them all right.
I got 9 out of 10.
Yeah, you would have missed one, but by our powers combined, we got them all.
Yeah, we're the Wonder Twins.
That's right, and they're in the show.
Is that season 10?
Don't they show up in 10?
So 10 is the only season that I've only seen once, and that was while it was airing. So I haven't seen that one in years.
That was fun. I hope more quizzes come up. I also put quizzes as a thing on the wheel, so we could end up doing one with the wheel.
Well, this has already gone off the rails. We just got started.
We're just getting started, folks.
Oh.
Just wait for it. Okay, I don't feel like we got to talk enough about Vortex. Oh, we should do the sign flip before we do anything else.
Oh yeah.
I love that episode. Even though
I am going to give it a strong feeling it.
Which is huge praise for it, because I feel like I said earlier, I'm a broken record, but there's choices I would have made for the rest of the series, but just for that as an episode, I mean, it's thrilling. The production values are still real high. It watches great together. It's an impressive two-parter. It really is. And the writing in the scenes, we talked over all that, of course, with Jonathan and Roger Nixon. Some of the strongest stuff, I think, for Jonathan.
Yeah. And then it won't ever get better than that.
I don't know if that's true. Oh, just wait.
I don't actually know if that's true either.
Because next season we get to see Jonathan get powers from Jor-El to go to grab Clark from Metropolis.
Oh, no, I just meant for this season.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant for Jonathan Kent.
No, I think Jonathan Kent is one of those things they always get, at the very least, it's always good just because Jonathan Schneider's great.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, here comes the wheel spin. Are you ready?
Yes.
Here's our wheel of weird. Look, they're expanding in Kansas City. Cap has to make dramatic gestures every time he talks. Well, that'll be easy. I already do that. Okay, are you ready for the next 5 minutes? We're doing this.
Cap is doing his best impression of Jim Carrey.
I did a better impression of Jim Carrey when I was a kid before my voice changed, and I did a really kind of spot on Jim Carrey, and I would do it at family parties and stuff. Then my voice changed; I couldn't do it anymore.
Discussing topics of importance.
Yeah.
And Entertainment asks, is it the best cliffhanger of the series?
Oh, that's a great question. You know what? I honestly think it is. I think they get really gimmicky after this, and I don't think that they ever pay off as well. Am I right about that?
Okay, so I'm kind of biased because as we discussed last time we did this, I preferred the later seasons.
Sure.
The cliffhanger that blew my mind is when Clark gets sucked into the Phantom Zone.
Oh yeah, that is really good. But then I don't think the payoff is there as well.
I mean, that sets up the crux of the next season. He lets those things out.
That's true, but I don't like their interpretation of the Phantom Zone.
Oh, that's fair. I didn't have anything to base it on, so I was like, oh, this is cool. And then they cast my favorite wrestlers as Phantom Zone spirits, so I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't like the whole zoners thing and all of that, and just kind of replacing Kryptofreaks with that. But yeah,
we'll get
there. That's true. Look, we'll get there, John. Okay, everybody,
we'll do it now.
Make sure you're at timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now, and we're gonna get right into it. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. Sorry, I gotta change the episode type. God, there's just too much to do. I can't even deal with all this. Okay, did we flip our signs? We both flipped red or green. We both flipped green.
This is why we need Austin. He can update the stream.
Yeah, and like he hates the show, so he's not gonna have anything better to do anyway.
I mean, he's just wrong. Like
he is. Absolutely. He's not here to defend himself, which is the best part about it.
Yeah.
Really. Okay, sorry guys. We will get into this here in a second. So the next episode is Heat.
Senior Sticks asked, how far is country from the city from Smallville? I don't offhand know what he means.
I think he means the like the farm, like where Clark lives versus like the rest of Smallville. The thing is, they sort of play it both ways, where like it's a small town and you would kind of expect there to be farmland pretty far out from it that's not developed. But then we talked about this, but like he's got next door neighbors and stuff, so it kind of looks like it's just all real connected. I don't think they're any distant away from Smallville. I think they're right in town, or like just on the outskirts. You know what I mean? Like I think you drive 5 minutes down the road or less and you get to downtown. That's really how it watches.
Yeah, maybe. They keep bringing up this Pete Ross guy, but like I don't know who that is. I don't know. Is he in the show?
Look, he's gonna find out that Clark has superpowers.
Who?
All right, here we go. We got to get some new material. Everybody, please press play. Make sure you're watching Heat right now. Okay, so right away, I got to ask you this.
Metaphor.
That's what I was going to ask you. Do you like the puberty metaphor, or is it too on the nose? Is it too much of an excuse to get real sexy? What do you think?
I think it works in the context of the show, but like many things with the coming of age stuff in this show, it feels like we should be making a Spider-Man show.
Oh, that's such a good point. Absolutely. And then of course these writers will write Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, and make it bad.
And then they'll they'll show you how right they
it is interesting though, because so obviously this is kind of my idea of the Superman origin, just because I don't know much. But I think if you're going to do Heat Vision as a metaphor for anything, this is the best possible metaphor for it. But it does get a little like, you're lingering on this a little too much.
Yeah. I kind of wish we had a little bit more of a less is more attitude about this, but it is pretty consistent with what the show has been so far.
Also, like, it does kind of lead into that why now.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, absolutely.
I get that the new Kryptofreak or whatever is this like sexy teacher, but like he's been lusting after Alana since before the pilot, and just now he's getting Heat Vision.
Yeah. Well, you could say that about other powers. Like
my favorite,
the X-ray vision. It's like why now? Like it happens because it's a plot device that you needed to be able to tell that somebody was a Kryptofreak.
My favorite is the super breath. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, and we don't get that. I mean, that's way later.
That's like season 6.
It's weird how long that takes.
Because it's like season 6 or 7. Because he like the whole setup of the episode is that he's sick. He has like a cold, and Chloe's like,
"Oh God, I forgot about that.
You must have a huge lung capacity." See, like this right here, I didn't need this.
Yeah, I have that too.
And...
So, do you mind if I occasionally mention things about Talkville since you haven't seen it yet?
Oh, I don't care.
Okay, they Lex Rosenbaum is still friends with her, with this guest star, and called her up out of the blue on that show on her phone, and she didn't see it at first, and then later in the episode calls back, and so she's like an accidental guest.
That's awesome.
And it's pretty great. She was really cool. And she said she just kept getting typecast for guest stars like this. She just showed up to be the sexy chick in episodes of things.
You know what this episode kind of like reminds me of, just with the basic premise? The Praying Mantis episode of Buffy season 1.
Oh yeah, God, I haven't thought about that in forever. How much longer do I have to do the gesture thing?
Like,
I still got 2 minutes of playtime.
Clark's not even subtle, like.
No. Okay, stop it. Yeah, it's just, I remember even when this was on, it was uncomfortable.
I do like the heat vision like effects.
I love the effect. Yeah. Well, because it's new, it's different, and it's weirdly realistic.
Well, because a lot of the times with his heat vision, we just kind of portray it as he shoots lasers out of his eyes.
Yeah. It's kind of like Cyclops or something, and it's kind of nice that there's a distinction.
Because it's that same problem, right? Like, I've been reading a lot of the Claremont X-Men, and the X-Men movies act like it's like heat beams, but in the comics, it's just like force.
Yes, exactly.
But no, Claremont X-Men rocks, by the way.
So I've been thinking about doing something with that on the channel eventually. But anyway, what I love about the heat vision effect is kind of twofold. I like I said, the sort of weird realism of it, where it sort of looks like what happens when you're cooking on a charcoal grill. And that's really cool. And secondly, it just looks better with your like cheaper minimal effects that you can do on television than if you made it like red beams, I think.
Yeah. Senior Six says the X-Men are weird. Yes, they are in fact weird.
They sure are.
His emotions are great at reaction. That's why he holds back all the time. Desiree isn't subtle either. This is a better version. I mean, Daggonsford, they're both. I mean, I have to rewatch this episode, but like, season 1 is one of the weakest seasons of Buffy, to be fair.
Yeah, sure.
Although I love the hyena episode. I think it's really funny.
And they're not above flaunting, overt sexuality in that show either.
No.
For lack of a better way to put it. Somebody is clearly standing offset with a wind machine. Oh, good. I don't have to do the gestures anymore.
If I was Clark, I'd be like, I just saw you like a day ago and you were not engaged.
Well, so keep in mind though, it's actually been 3 months. Because there was 3 months that passed in real time for in real world time for us, but remember the last episode is just an extension of the finale of the previous season and happens immediately afterwards. So now summer break has happened.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And one of the problems I have, I love that car. I love
It's very that looks like the Telltale Batmobile.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Which is one of the coolest Batmobiles. I don't care. I love that. I love that it's just like a transforming car.
But yeah, one of the things that I've always hated about the cliffhangers with the show, and I guess Buffy has this problem too, but they kind of play it more for comedy. Like, they're more tongue-in-cheek about the stuff that they just have to do because it's a TV show. This show, in weird ways, will take itself too seriously with this stuff. I don't like that the most important stuff that we've been building through a whole season always happens in the middle of May.
Well, and like with the Buffy cliffhangers, because you're right, they don't do that every season. But it's usually like we've dealt with the main plot, the cliffhangers more so the aftermath. Like Buffy runs away because of what happened in this season, or season, what is this? Oh yeah, season 6, Buffy's learned her lesson. The cliffhangers. Actually, I don't think season 6 has a cliffhanger. Is nobody in this
I don't
city
guess
have
6
air conditioning?
Does 6 have a cliffhanger?
No, because that's the Willow stuff. That's
oh.
Right.
No, yeah, I was going to say no, it definitely does. The only one that doesn't have a cliffhanger is 4.
No, because 4 has that really weird finale.
Yeah, that's not a cliffhanger. But I actually really like it.
3 also doesn't have a cliffhanger.
With those cool... Or maybe I'm
3
thinking
is
of
the
3.
big high school battle.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I guess that wouldn't count as a cliffhanger, would it? It's got a big ending, but it's not a cliffhanger.
No, because like you could have ended the show there.
That's a good point. No, I didn't think of that. But no, 4's neat because it's got the dream sequences and they built those sets that are all interconnected. The production value of that is super cool. Anyway, look, we're talking about doing this for Buffy at some point, okay?
I'm sorry, it comes up, okay?
Well, these shows are too interconnected, like,
Yeah.
you know, thematically and the way they're made and all of that.
Yeah, I was telling someone because they were like, I don't see how Smallville went for 10 years. I'm like, it's Superman doing what was the most popular trope on TV at the time. Of course, this was hugely popular.
Hold on, I gotta count something. So Lex
Ghetto
is,
Taco Bell.
Lex is not acting like himself. So we gotta count that. You're not gonna believe it, parents, but
Yeah,
whenever
I
I think
forget
about
what her
sex, heat comes out of my eyes. It's crazy.
And his father-in-law did not get along. Atlanta was playing, gonna type back and fix problem movies. Is this better than the Firestarter remake? Yes.
Yes, but so is jumping onto a bicycle with the seat missing.
I mean, that's just true.
It's just true. So, it doesn't happen quite often enough to count it, but it is funny how often Lex gets married. Also, the size of that cake is amazing. It's amazing that a woman doesn't jump out of that cake, John.
That would make this episode like a 10 out of 10.
Wouldn't that be the best Kryptofreak that just jumps out of a cake and starts lunging Kryptonite at Clark?
There is a joke mode in the Resident Evil 2 remake where you play as a giant piece of tofu.
Chloe's dress is hideous.
And I
I'd like
just
to say
want
it
there
again.
to be a tofu Kryptofreak.
Oh my god. That's great.
It's not a
Chloe's dress
person,
is
it's
hideous.
just a giant block of tofu that moves like a person.
Thanks for that very, very subtle innuendo, Chloe. Like, the subtext is so thick, you could cut it with a cake knife. A good one.
Get it? You'll burn your eyes out.
Get it? Yeah. God, we're so on the nose.
I want to see Red Letter Media do a video on this show.
You know there's no way Mike could stand more than an episode and a half of the show.
Yeah, I don't know who would break first, him or Jay.
No, there's no he would take the time to write about this. I didn't even keep doing that.
Hey,
You hear
somebody
that?
came to save that guy.
That's what I was going to say. All right, are you ready to spin the wheel again, John?
I am.
Okay, we're going to spin it. I don't think he's ready. I don't think he is. All right, here we go. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, we got to count every background extra.
Oh, I almost said something I'm not supposed to say on here.
Well, that was like 10. Let's see, 11, 12.
No, the Luther wedding, that's like 20.
That we actually saw after I spun the wheel.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to say we've got 12 so far, but that's probably all we'll get for the next 5 minutes, because I don't know that we'll have any background extras in the Talon while no one is there, because it's
Remember
closed.
Whitney?
Oh, and also, we haven't talked about all the coincidences with all the heat. They have to be in the middle of a heat wave also, so that everybody is sweaty and glistening. And they talked about that on Talkville, where they just had to, like, spray everybody down with a squirt bottle.
Yeah, I was like, what, does nobody in this city have air conditioning?
Yeah, I don't understand that. It's like, is it so hot that the air conditioning isn't helping? Because that would be like the fires of hell and you'd all be dead.
So you live in Kansas. Has it ever gotten hot enough where your air conditioner doesn't work?
It's gotten cold enough that my heat isn't helpful enough, but I don't know that... Yeah, like maybe it's hard to keep certain rooms as cool as you want to because we've got a big house and one thermostat, but like... No, it's never been like this. But see, they have to do this because they've got, you know, attractive women with low-cut outfits, and so they're sweating, so it makes it sexier.
Do you have this? So they just did that shot that's like a close-up on Lana, right?
Yeah.
It was lit like a soap opera.
Oh, we're talking about his lighting today.
My grandpa was a religious fan of the Brave and the Bold.
The TV show?
Is it? No, sorry, not the Brave and the Bold. The Young and the Restless.
Young and the Restless. The Brave and the Bold should have been a soap opera. That's hilarious.
Well, okay, so there's
Bold
so
and the
there's
Beautiful.
Yes,
Bold
I was
and the
thinking
Beautiful.
of that one, but I meant Young and the Restless, and then I somehow said Brave and the Bold.
And then there was Guiding Light. And then there was As the World Turns.
I remember As the World Turns. So growing up,
Like sands from the hourglass.
Every day it would be Price is Right and then Young and the Restless.
Okay, so I don't know how to talk about this without just getting, like, unintentionally gross or crass or whatever. That's in the intro. But, like, obviously the heat vision is a metaphor for, we all know what we're talking about, ejaculation, right? And I just think it's funny, like, how easy that happens with his eyes. Like, how much easier it is than if that actually happened to you.
I don't know if it's logistics is the right word, but a question about the heat vision. Can nobody see the fire coming out of his eyes?
Well, I think that's why that effect works so well, is if you're not looking directly at it, maybe you wouldn't notice it. Because, again, it's sort of like, it's the ripple effect that's caused by, like, gasoline coming out of the back of a car or, like, the top of a gas grill or something.
I guess so. It's just weird to see her, like, staring at him as fire pours out of his eyes.
And can't see that. Well, and then there are some episodes where I think they just intentionally don't show the effect, where, like, he looks at something and it sets on fire.
I always just figured they ran out of money at that point.
That's probably the cheapest effect they do. I like that he's still throwing the... There's some nice bits of visual continuity in some of these early episodes of 2.
I like this music. It kind of establishes the right tone for this scene.
Well, and also, it's really on the nose, but a lot of those choices are... This is a
It's
remix.
better than the "It's Hot in Here" song at the beginning.
That's the worst. That's terrible. But no, this is a remix of an Elvis song.
I knew it sounded familiar.
A little less conversation and a little more action. Yeah. I guess it's not terribly on the nose. No, this is all right. But, like, action. We all know what we're talking about.
Well, because there's no lyrics. It's just, like, the music itself. Oh, now there's lyrics.
No, there's lyrics. That's what I'm saying. It's a remix of an Elvis song.
Speaking of Elvis, because the director of the Elvis movie, I finally watched that Moulin Rouge movie and it was terrible.
Oh, really? I've never seen that. So
I think I just come to hate that, like, modern music in a period piece.
I can't deal with it.
And
I don't like it.
he puts Nirvana in this, like, 1800s setting, and I, like, cringed, like, recoiled.
So it's obviously not remotely
This is how
subtle.
I would use my heat vision.
Yeah, exactly. There is certainly some charm to this being the way Jonathan is giving him, like, the talk, and like John Schneider always elevates material. And
Look on
so,
the kid's face right there. It's just like, whoa.
Yeah, that's really funny. Because again, we all know what the metaphor is, but like with all of his powers, he figures out how to perfectly control it way too quickly.
Yeah.
I think the hearing thing is even worse later, but maybe it's about the same. Oh, Clark and Lana are in the left again.
That's not.
No,
Lana.
that's not her. That's not Lana. Oh, I thought it was Lana for a second.
Cap, did you guys see that? Cap got really excited too. Like, oh boy, Lana's in the loft.
No, it was a thing to count. Shut up.
Okay, if I'm a student, like, why is my teacher here in the middle of the night wearing that?
Yeah, no, I'm immediately well, and also my best friend's wife dressing up as Jessica Rabbit.
Whoa, she likes younger guys. What?
Okay, so I'm uncomfortable. Robert, this is way too many candles. Well, I'm gonna.
Well, that's why he learned it. That's why he mastered it so fast is he lit all of those.
That's precisely what I was going to say. Yep. I think that's what happened.
I wish Austin had been here for this episode.
I feel bad for the person that put in the $5 super chat that got counting background extras, and then we only had like everybody at the wedding, and then that was it. 2 people walking on the street right after that. That was it. Thomas Lowe, follow my voice, Clark. Yeah, exactly. Follow my voice, Clark. Okay, now you perfectly know how to use your super hearing. No problem. Okay, so she's only dressed as Jessica Rabbit from the waist up.
Okay, so this is where we confirm she's a Kryptofreak.
Yes. We're going to get her backstory.
It doesn't make sense, but I kind of appreciate that Clark's immune to most Kryptofreaks.
Yeah. I mean, it's like why do you say that? Would it just be too difficult to like write episodes around it if he wasn't?
Depending on the Kryptofreak, like I think the way maybe it's more of they just wrote themselves into a corner with him being seduced by her. But I like that, like, he's technically the strangest of anyone in Smallville, but he's kind of immune to the rest of the strangeness that's happening to other people.
Well, I thought you were going to go to like a biological place where sometimes it doesn't make sense that he's immune just because he's Kryptonian. But in this particular case, I guess sort of see like human pheromones just don't affect him.
See, I thought about that and I would agree, except for the times that he can become non-Kryptonian and it doesn't make sense. So I don't know if that is it. But I wish that were it, where it's like this stuff affects humans differently, so he's not affected because he's not human.
I think that's supposed to be the reason, though.
Okay.
Or at least I've always read it that way. But I mean, it's a silly thing to quibble about because, again, it's really just an easy plot device. It's just an easy dodge. Robert Wild, did we see the Wall of Weird there? Is anybody counting Lex playing pool still? Because we didn't put it on the board, but...
Where's, who was it that was, like, kept adding things?
It was Robert. He just wouldn't stop adding stuff. By the way, Robert's going to join us later after Austin comes in. So Austin will come in for a few hours. When he leaves, if Robert's still around, we're going to bring him into the call.
Oh, no. Now he's going to make us count a whole bunch of stuff.
Nah, he can still do it himself. We're just going to have to listen to him count. I'm not going to write it all down.
John, he never not Kryptonian, but... This show defines Kryptonian as just having superpowers, because the moment he loses his powers, he says he's human.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, and it's silly. You seem really hung up on that whole thing.
Okay, I don't mind it in season 5 when he loses.
But we
his
do
powers.
know his blood's different.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. He has different properties.
The power swap in Bleach drives me insane.
No, you're right, though. The biggest... So is the point you're making that we act like if you don't have the powers, you're just not Kryptonian anymore, and that's stupid because he's an alien?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're right. But if we can ignore that for 5 seconds...
Well, and to be fair, I'm mostly just, like, talking about it with the chat.
Well, and also... Some of it could be biology in that his DNA is different, and some of it certainly could also be he would be immune to certain things with powers, but not with others, and that could make sense, right? Like, a Kryptonian without powers would be affected by alcohol. But if he's getting his powers from the yellow sun, and that's working, then maybe he's not inebriated when he drinks alcohol.
Yeah.
Right?
I can see that.
Senior Stakes powers or no powers, he's always Kryptonian. That's not the sense we got with Leech. But I want to get past that. That's all John wants to talk about.
We already counted characters who aren't themselves for this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and so far it's just been Lex, right? Like, I know that's going to happen with Jonathan.
Yeah, because it's basically mind control.
Because Jonathan's going to show up with a big-ass shotgun. You remember that?
No, do they do that again?
Or has that happened already?
Nicodemus.
Was that Nicodemus?
Yeah, that's when he gets the flower.
Okay, he does something crazy here. I'm pretty sure she seduces him too. And we haven't gotten that god-awful pool scene yet.
If I was Lex, I'd just stay single after this, honestly.
Yeah? I mean, I feel that way about Lana also. If I'm Lana, I also wouldn't date anybody after all the stalkers. Like, first of all, why is there never... Like, here's how you know this show's not realistic enough. And I mean, I like heightened shows that are all about realism. I'm mostly joking when I say this. But, like, how are all these characters not in therapy on a weekly basis?
Yeah.
Especially Lana.
And I think that is one thing I appreciate about the show going back, is it's not afraid to be a melodrama.
Yeah.
Whereas now we're almost ashamed to be melodramatic.
And we got to be self-aware about it and make fun of ourselves, and that makes it so much worse. At least this tends to be earnest about it. Like, it's too self-aware about the Superman mythology, certainly. That's annoying.
Yeah.
Okay, so she says a thing here about meeting a guy in Metropolis, and she made that up. I think there are people who have mistakenly thought that that was the Jimmy Olsen thing. That is not the Jimmy Olsen thing. She made that up.
Well, if they thought that, then they weren't paying attention, because she says she made it up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I'm not sure when the Jimmy thing does happen.
That's not until later.
It must be another time she went to Metropolis, right?
Don't they only get together when she starts officially working at the Daily Planet?
No, I thought the idea was that they had a fling, and then he shows back up, and then they start actually getting serious. Like, didn't she lose her virginity with him?
So,
or am I wrong?
I'm a little rusty, but if I remember,
I'm very rusty.
There's one of the explanations for where she's been between seasons is an internship at the Daily Planet. And then retroactively, when they bring Jimmy Olsen in, they say that they had a fling that summer.
See, that's what it was. Yep. You know what would be really funny in this episode, John? If all these characters, all these men that are acting out of character, people just chalked it up to they're acting irrational because the heat is getting to everybody's brains. Dagon Spear, I think Jimmy Olsen happens between 2 and 3 when she's got the job for Lionel. I think you're right. I think that is when that happens.
Yeah.
Oh, she's pissed. She's slamming lockers. Slamming lockers angry.
I love that the universe both exists to both simultaneously protect Clark's secret, but also make him feel guilty about everything.
That's so true. Yeah, and he listens to the universe way too much.
Like, if I was Clark Kent, I'd be in a padded cell because I can't figure out if the universe likes me or not. Like, half the time it's protecting me, half the time it's like out to get me, to make me feel guilty about everything.
That's fantastic. Yeah, there are a lot of things that happen are just totally out of his control.
Is this the most proactive that he's been in, like, most of season 1 and this season?
What do you mean?
Like, he's actually confronting the Kryptofreak instead of just, like, waiting for something else to happen.
He does that a couple of other times. He does it with the girl that controls bees.
Oh, that's right.
But you're right. He's really inconsistent about how proactive he is or not. We didn't talk about that enough last season, but that's the thing that I always used to talk about when I was writing about this show, that he's a really passive character much of the time and doesn't have enough wherewithal. And then when he does, it just feels like, you know, different writers coming in, and when he does, it kind of takes you aback, takes you for a loop.
Well, if I was a Kryptofreak, I would leave anyone related to Clark Kent alone, because that's when he becomes proactive, is when it directly affects him. That's
true, but the Kryptofreaks, even the high school ones, obviously aren't paying enough attention, because they should. Most everyone, sort of like we get in Buffy, should probably know that Clark has powers, or at least has this uncanny ability to show up and ruin your evil master plans.
To be fair with Buffy, like, the only villain that's directly out to get her is Angel, and he wants to mess with her.
No, the reason I mentioned it with Buffy is, I mean, the whole high school by season 4 realizes that she's the Slayer. They just don't talk about it, and you don't have that with this. Like,
I needed that scene.
Everybody treats Clark like he's just, kind of a, I want to say outcast kid, but not really. He's not like a popular kid, but he's kind of just there.
Well, he becomes popular by the end because he's on the football team and everything.
That's true. You go, Martha.
I love that Clark's solution was the equivalent of, I'm going to tell my mom on you.
Yeah, this is one of the not as fun people that aren't themselves episodes. And I never think of this in the lineup with those, but it is, because when I think of this episode, it's just, oh, that's the one where Clark gets his heat vision and they do the puberty metaphor. But they really pad it out with, actors getting to, act different and act crazy.
Yeah, this is coming back to me the more as I'm watching it, and I've never loved this episode.
It's not great, but it's memorable.
Especially because we just did the Lex and a girl that's just trying to use him.
Well, the big issue, Rosenbaum kind of hated this episode when they talked about it on Talkville, and his big thing was, really, that's the next thing you're going to do after this, like, fantastic two-parter? And he's not wrong. He's like, we've got all these plot threads set up to get you to come back next week, and we don't deal with any of them right away. And it just kind of teases you, or not even really that. It's almost like it forgot about the key in the spaceship, and Lex and Lionel and the blindness and all of that, and he hated that about it.
I love listening to him talk about it, because he's always just like very honest, and I feel like sometimes Welling is a little softer on the show.
He's getting less that way. Like, Rosenbaum's really rubbing off on him.
Oh, interesting.
The first episode where Rosenbaum rates lower than the other two is Ryan, and I was shocked.
And I was too, because I actually think that's a pretty good episode.
Well, you haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, wait.
I don't mean the first Ryan episode. I mean the season 2 episode where he comes back and dies is called Ryan.
I always think that's season 4 for some reason.
No. It's this season. We will get that.
Okay,
and
never mind. I like the first Ryan episode.
It's one of yeah, that's called Stray.
That's right.
Second season, it's Ryan. Look, we gotta learn to talk episode title with the show, okay?
I do that with any show. Like, I never refer to them as the episode title. I'm just like, the one with this.
The only reason I got into that is because of Star Trek. Because I ran a club forever, and
sucks.
we all got really good at that. Say again?
Robert Wilde says Ryan sucks.
Oh.
And Gray Invader says Ryan is creepy.
Well, you guys are entitled to your incorrect opinions.
Ryan has the creepy basement.
Let's go down here to my creepy basement where I have all my Warrior Angel comics.
I have Warrior Angel comics and pizza rolls. You want to come into my creepy basement?
So once again, this is super uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And do you get the sense that she regularly swims topless in case a man comes in that she wants to seduce with her superpowers? Is that why she does that?
Is this the Luthor Mansion?
It must be, question mark?
I will defend that at the very least if she's swimming topless in the hopes that Lex comes home.
Why though? Like, because she's already got him under her thumb with the pheromones.
I don't know.
It's not like it's a steamy relationship where she actually likes him. It's not like, oh, I'm swimming topless in case my husband comes home and we're gonna have fun or whatever. It's not that, because she doesn't even like him there very much.
I mean, you would have to have like more established rules for her powers, but it's been driving me nuts where the effect reminds me of. That is the same exact effect from Batman and Robin.
From Batman what?
Batman and Robin.
It is. I wonder if they were thinking that.
The CW shows have like an odd affection for Batman and Robin. Because Arrow also does
McGregor syndrome with Clock King. Which is great.
Which, I mean, that is the best of those 4 movies, but like, it's not great.
Where's my eject button?
Hey, Isla forever.
Shut
right.
up!
Oh. Her crypto breath is purple. We got at least 2 shower scenes.
Oh, is his point? It's weird that it's not green.
I don't know. He just says her crypto breath is purple.
Yeah, look, he can make an observation in the comments. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
You know, I don't love this episode, but I do kind of appreciate that they're able to balance, like, we give Chloe and Lana something to do.
No, that's fair. I just gotta say real quick, her exposition here is hilarious. It almost feels like a 60s Batman episode. She goes, she was in major throes of passion, and if her pheromones were enhanced, then she could get a guy to do whatever she wants because of the meteor shower. And I'm like, okay, so you got this down to a science now. Like, Chloe knows that whatever you're doing, no matter what it is during the meteor shower, that's the power you're gonna get. She talks about it like it's science, but remember, with Handshake, it's not called Handshake, but it should be called Handshake. With Hog, those guys were just salesmen, and then they got salesman powers.
Look,
science.
I can't even keep track of the regular episode titles. If you're going to be changing them on the fly on me.
Well, we can all agree that's what it should be. Even in
Meanwhile,
Talkville,
at the X-Mansion,
even Talkville, they said it should be called Handshake.
No, yeah, that's true.
Robert, we're not going to count gratuitous shower scenes and pool scenes, okay? You can count them if you want to. I've only got so much space left.
Dragon Spear says Batman Forever and Batman and Robin is more consistently written than 89 in Returns.
No, you're not wrong about that.
Because apparently we're just going to focus on that.
I mean,
how old was Desiree
going from 89 to
during the
Returns
meteor shower?
is more shocking. Is more
okay.
Total shift.
Discussing topics of importance in entertainment brings up a good point. She doesn't look any older than Lex. So how old was she during the meteor shower?
That is such a good point. No, she looks like she's 20. Like, 20, 24, 25. So, and they don't say anything about the kryptonite poisoning. See, I knew he had a shotgun. I knew it.
That's a rifle. That's not a shotgun.
I knew he had a big ass gun. You know what? Where's my shut up button? Where is that? That's in here somewhere.
Have you ever seen Smallville?
Have you ever seen Smallville? Dude, we're only 2 episodes in, and I feel like we're in the same place we were after like 16 last time. Oh, this is so much fun. It really is. So we need bullet time. Bullet time.
Remember the Matrix? Whoa. He just turned that bullet into goop.
Yeah, because he's got his heat vision. He's got to use it in the climax. Does Lex get knocked out here? Well, Jonathan just got knocked out. That wasn't a throw, was it?
No, that was just like a slam.
He got knocked up against the wall.
So wait, is he free of her influence now?
Okay, that's a knockout. That's a Lex knockout.
Oh, no, that's Lexicue.
Oh, that's right. He gets set on fire. He talked about that in Talkville and was like, yeah, they didn't actually do that to me.
I thought he was going to heat vision Lex. I was like, that's not how it works.
Sorry, I've always complained about this. She grabs the handle and doesn't immediately let go. She just keeps a hold of it. Your first instinct would be to make the pain stop, right? See, he's knocked out.
Oh, Gajili, and I apologize for the pronunciation of your name, points out rude super speed exit when Clark escapes jail.
Thank you. Yep, I remember counting that last time I did this episode. I feel like there's got to be other stuff that I'm missing this episode. Did we only have 2 people that weren't themselves?
Yes,
with Lex and Jonathan.
She only influences Lex and John.
She doesn't even influence any like minor random characters. That's kind of surprising.
No, she tries to on Clark, but it doesn't work.
Right, because he's Kryptonian, or maybe because of
he's Kryptonian
superpowers.
Right now. That should be what they named this. Are you Kryptonian or are you human?
Robert, looks like Lex passed out, not knocked out. I'm gonna count it anyway.
I mean,
can I count it anyway? He went unconscious because something happened.
Yeah, he got burned. Would you like your Lex Luthor original recipe or extra crispy?
Oh, you know what? It never occurred to me that he gets set on fire because the episode is called Heat.
It's about fire. That's
it's about fire, you guys. Okay, now he doesn't get amnesia here. He does remember all of this time. Probably just because it would be really difficult for the divorce to happen.
Yeah. Also, just for when we get to the next episode, I just noticed, I know we're like 40 minutes in.
Yeah.
You updated the episode title, but not number.
Well, it could be worse, my friend.
We're professional, we promise.
I'm gonna hire so much staff next time.
Does Lex's Scottish Castle have air conditioning, Cap?
Well, what I want to know is how Lex, like the richest person in town, doesn't have good enough air conditioning to not also be glistening inside his mansion.
Oh my God, we've got a Canadian in the chat.
Oh, yep, there's Austin.
Austin, you missed an episode.
He missed 2 episodes.
I know. I started to say the best episode, and then I was like, it's just kind of an episode.
Well, I mean, Vortex is great.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
It'll
be interesting to see the sign flip here, because I don't actually know which way you're going to go.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm not entirely sure either.
You've got to see how it all wraps up here. That's last scene.
Yeah, this last scene with Lana and Clark will be very instrumental into my sign flip.
We'll bring Austin in after the break.
That works.
We'll take a 4-minute break right after this.
You know, if there's one thing I've never understood, is why after the success of this show, Marvel never tried anything like this with one of their characters.
That's such a good point, yeah. Or at least not until after MCU.
DC kept trying, but like we know where that led.
Yeah. But like you get stuff that's inspired by the high school drama CW shows, like Cloak and Dagger stuff and stuff a lot later. Runaways.
And I've never seen any of those.
I'm just saying
I almost watched Runaways because it's got James Marsters, but I heard it wasn't great.
Yeah, it's got a bad pilot, and I didn't bother with it after that.
Because like this is the best stuff with Clark and Lana when she's just like confiding in him and he's like helpful.
Yeah, well, and I think one of the reasons that I've always said, and I know I keep going back to this, that she should find out with the tornado, and maybe it doesn't even have to be there. Wouldn't it be cool if she spends a few episodes like she does here trying to get him to finally confide in her, and she finally wears him down and does it? Like that would be great. That'd be pretty good drama. I think the big problem with it is they're forcing it so hard after this that she gets thrown under the bus and becomes horribly unlikable, and it just didn't have to happen that way.
So what you're pitching is kind of like in the back half of season 4 where like Chloe now knows but doesn't force him to tell her. She just kind of helps him. The only difference is, of course, like they force that confrontation because she follows him to the fortress.
That, and it's probably too many episodes, and she's got all these not remotely subtle hints to him that he should totally be picking up on.
Yeah.
Like the writing isn't great, but on paper it's okay. So I want to address this real quick. There's a good sense of continuity between episodes here. Later on, we'll get not as good about that, but like this had to be an episodic show. The studio didn't want them to have too much serialized storytelling, too much interconnectivity, and they start pushing that a little bit harder, where you'll have kind of little cliffhangers like this, where she's talking to Whitney and she's doing the kind of like who am I thinking of here? Like the Dear John letter with Kimberly and Power Rangers, that sort of thing. And then it's not going to be too long from now that we'll find out at the end of an episode that Whitney is missing in action, and then they'll resolve that the very next episode. So there is some nice bits of continuity even in some of these one-off kind of throwaway episodes. Not that Heat is exactly throwaway.
So I think at the end of the day, I'm gonna flip red on this one. It's a light red, but I think it's gonna be a red for me.
Yeah, I think I am too. The Clark and Jonathan stuff is really nice and like kind of saves the obnoxiousness of just how in your face the metaphor is. But I wish a lot more of it was just that. And I'd be honest with you, I'm influenced a little bit after listening to Talkville, because they made some really good points, particularly Rosenbaum, about issues with this episode that I hadn't really thought about before. I was never super critical of it. I think just because, when I'm in high school and watching this, it's like, oh look, important episode. He's getting his heat vision. Like, and I thought the metaphor was kind of clever at the time.
I think it's potentially clever. They just don't do anything with it.
Yeah, I do like the inherent comedy of forevermore Superman has to think about sex to use his heat vision. I think that's really funny.
So real quick before we go to break, I just want to address Dagon Spear. Why is it the best? Isn't she allowed to be frustrated at Clark? What's unlikable about Lana disliking Clark Liner? That things happen to her, things he does to her. It's not that she acts out of character in those, like, being frustrated with him, because he does at some point. It's just, like, frustrating. It's the fact that we just go in circles for 6 seasons. Like, if you had her get frustrated at him, and then he opens up to her and they have a real conversation about it, it'd be fine. But it doesn't lead to anything except just the same thing over and over.
Yeah, it feels like constant character regression. Sorry, I was muted.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm totally with you. That's the issue. She's fine right now.
Yeah.
And they're talking about that on Talkville a lot, about like how she's kind of in the right now, and she's really sympathetic in her beef with Clark, and it just doesn't continue. At some point, I kind of want her written out of the show, because, and especially by the time we get to 4, they don't know what to do with her because they think they can't have her find out. And the thing to do with her would have been that. Anyway, I keep making that same point. We're gonna go ahead and take a break, guys, for about 4 minutes, and then we're gonna bring Austin in to the show, and he's gonna crap all over Smallville, because that's what he'll do.
He's just wrong.
I just know it. And we'll spin the wheel, and feel free to throw in more super chats for more wheel spins and quizzes and stuff. We appreciate everybody that's done that already. And we'll see you in just a little bit. All right, folks, I am back, and I'm going to call up Austin, get him into the call. And hopefully John will be back here in a minute. Make sure you've got the third episode set up. It's Duplicity. And we'll get going here as soon as we can.
Yo.
Hello, Austin. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. Just waiting for your picture.
Good.
Oh, sorry, my camera's not on. I've got a real awkward setup because I didn't bring my... I'm not home right now, and I didn't bring my stuff, so I'm just on my phone.
Oh, okay.
How dare you?
I know, right? I forgot my headset, so...
So we got to look at you with a Dutch angle.
Okay, if you want, I can lean more into it. Or I can lean the other way to...
Austin's always so unprepared.
Well, that's okay, because
correct.
we'll just consider you the villain who like comes in to undermine our Smallville stream because you don't like Smallville.
There you go. There you go.
Not that Austin's seen enough Smallville to really have an opinion, but he didn't like the pilot. And I don't know. I feel like if you don't like the pilot, you're probably just not gonna like this show.
And you guys were like, "Oh, this is like the best episode of the show." And I was like, "Oh, this sucked."
That's because you're wrong.
What episode are you guys on?
It's the third episode of season 2. I don't know why we're even inviting you on this. I really don't.
I just like to make Austin suffer.
That is correct.
Well, I actually do know. The real reason is because Austin and I usually do commentaries on Fridays, and I had to change that once a month so we can do this. So I felt kind of bad not having Austin for our marathons and things.
Yeah, and this is like not an especially convenient weekend for me, but I made it happen, so that's what's important.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Well, you didn't have to. It's no big deal.
No, it's okay.
No, he had to be here. I need him to see just a handful of episodes from each season with no context.
Because it's hilarious?
Yeah.
John, I have given a name to my pain.
What's that?
Smallville.
Oh.
Did you not know he was quoting 89, or did you just go with it? Because that was really funny either way.
Both.
The answer is yes.
Woodgrain Beanie said Duplicity is a good one for sure, and that's a $5 super chat.
So we've got a second wheel spin. Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, this one's not bad at all. And we have... where did Austin go? It's just gone.
I hit the wrong button and it turned my phone off.
So we have a new thing we do now when somebody puts in a super chat for the very first time and YouTube tells us to celebrate this person's super chat. We got to celebrate it. You guys ready? You guys ready? We got to celebrate it.
Yeah.
I wanna take you for a ride.
I want to celebrate, yeah.
Got to celebrate it. All right, thanks for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it.
If only we had the Nintendo Switch hands. Oh God, my headphones that I'm gonna be listening to this episode on are crapping out real hard. They have been for like a week. I'll be fine, but I'm just looking at the sound bar and it's like between really loud and halfway.
Look, we got things to do here, man. If you need to leave, just go. Okay, it's fine.
No, we're good.
God, it's like technology is his kryptonite, you guys.
No, this is a rough tech day for me.
Thomas Lowe just wrote Austin rude exit, rude super speed. Let's count those.
That'll be how he leaves when he's done with this show.
I'm gonna walk away angry.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get this one started. Make sure you're watching the third episode of Season 2. It's Duplicity, and get ready to press play. When I say now, let's go ahead and do the wheel spin right now, because we've got 2 we got to do. So we'll do 1, and then we'll wait a little while and do another one. Let's see what we got. Here we go. And this time... Oh, cool. We got to take another Smallville quiz. John, okay. should we wait?
I feel like I should take the quiz. Like, you should just ask me the questions. I feel like that would be the thing to do. But it's up to you guys.
Should we do it now, or should we do it like in the middle of the episode? Or what do you think, John?
Either in the middle or after this episode.
Okay. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it after. Let's just put a pin in that. And thanks a lot, Woodgrain Beanie, and whoever else put in the super chat for a wheel spin, because we're 1 down. And we'll do another one like in the middle of this episode, I think.
Groovy.
We'll do them backwards. Thanks, guys. Okay, here we go. Everybody, please press play. Hold on. I've got so much going on here. Everybody, please press play right now.
Are you
this
ready,
is
Austin?
easily the most coordinated I've ever had to be.
Yeah. I feel like I'm in like a made-for-TV remake of House of Wax.
I mean, it is made for TV.
Oh, now we're getting some Evil Dead action, so...
Oh, I forgot he comes back in this episode.
Yeah, and he's wonderful, but the tragic thing is they kill him off here, and I really think he should have stuck around for...
Spoilers for Austin,
longer.
Come on.
He doesn't care. He doesn't even know
I
what's
don't even
happening.
know who this is.
So that is this is so weird. So that's Hamilton, but it's not Emil Hamilton.
Oh.
We will get Emil Hamilton toward the end of the show. He becomes a regular character in the latter couple of seasons. But this is
Joe
Stephen
Morton.
Hamilton.
Yeah, it's Joe Morton. That's
It's
cool.
Joe Morton, and he's great because he's always great. And he's twitching. Because he's been exposed to the meteor rock too much, because he's a scientist that's been experimenting on the meteor rock, and Lex has him on retainer. And I said this last season, but I know 2 does not a pattern make, but it really feels like only black men can get the twitchy power, because it only happens to 2 black men, and that's the only time it ever happens. It happens to Tony Todd, and it happens to Joe Morton.
What you think about the Tony Todd episode?
And that's it.
So if he dies in this episode, is he going to do the?
I hope so.
No, that doesn't happen. I don't think.
So I was never sure if that was his choice or if that was a Cameron choice in T2, and I finally got an answer with Avatar 2, where they have somebody else do that.
Oh,
and I was like, I guess it's a James Cameron thing.
Well, may not be. He might just remember that performance choice and then does it again.
That could be, because there's a ton of just him recreating moments from his filmography in that movie. So, now it's the beginning of Resident Evil 2.
I always thought that was really funny, where he forgets that his window is not rolled down and he actually spits into the window. I wonder if that was his choice. That's really funny. Cedar Sticks, is twitchy a power? No, I guess it's not a power, but it's the thing that makes you a Kryptofreak.
Is Cap saying that Michael J. Fox is Superman in real life?
Austin, why are you here? I mean, really?
Shut up!
Oh, so he's gonna die right away.
No, he doesn't actually die here. He'll be here through part of the episode.
Yeah, because I figured it was going to be like the big ending thing is that he dies.
Yeah, he does die toward the end. But we do have a car crash.
Oh, and that was the other guy that crashed. Okay.
Yeah.
And
he'll go in the hospital, but he doesn't die right away either. The way he dies is hilarious.
He's going to do the breathing.
Now, first of all, if you're wondering who this is some guy named Pete.
I was going to ask who this is, and then I went, wait a minute, this is probably that Pete Ross guy that you guys never know who it is,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, we don't know who it is. I'm expecting the voice from Field of Dreams to start talking to him. But if you're wondering why he has a Cadillac, because it does seem like a really expensive thing for him to be driving, just remember that his mom is a public official, so she might have a lot of money. Oh, no, she's a judge, so she probably does have a lot of money.
What is that?
That's Clark's spaceship.
It's the spaceship.
Oh. 'Cause I'm free.
Would you stop that? So, Austin, the big cliffhanger at the end of the first episode of the season is the spaceship went up in a tornado and it fell out of the sky and nobody knows where it is and it's just in the middle of a cornfield. And it's nice that we're already paying off where that is and somebody has found it.
Interesting, yeah. That reminds me of the end of the initial Man of Steel miniseries. I don't know if you remember with that.
God, it's been too long.
They go to show Clark the spaceship and it's been stolen. And that ends up being how they bring in Kryptonite in the post-crisis timeline.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about
Kryptonite
that.
attached to it, yeah. Yeah, and the scientists who stole it make Metallo.
I still can't deal with that explosion with
so
jumping
bad.
in front of it. It's so bad. Stop it.
Is it better or worse than the explosion in the Batwoman episode we watched last night?
I mean, it's better than that, but like they were trying. They just didn't have the resources to make it look great on a TV budget.
Speeding people up like that is never not funny.
Yeah. So the super speed effect gets a lot better later, but they're still kind of working it out a little bit. Like it still doesn't look as good as it will.
And I wouldn't say it's like an issue. I just think it's like just kind of inherently funny to look at.
Yeah, but
like,
I'm
I
saying
wouldn't
like
dog
people
it.
that work on this show know that's kind of funny.
Oh,
And
okay.
they
Yeah.
fix it later. Welling is always talking about it on Talkville, like how silly it is and those guys, we were talking about this earlier, but those guys on that podcast, that's Welling and Rosenbaum, they're like really honest about stuff that doesn't work in the show, and it gets really funny. But he talks about how silly it is to speed up somebody moving their arms when they're running. He's like, yeah, don't do that. That's stupid.
It's pretty weird that somebody just like pulled up to Clark's farm and was like, look what I found, and he followed this guy that he's never met before.
Would you stop it? Who? Guy, he's talking
If I
about him
saw
like they're
this, I don't know
friends
if I
or
would
something.
know.
It's weird.
If I saw this, I don't think I would inherently know it's a spaceship.
That's a good point. Yeah, you'd be like, there's this big thing, especially because it's so small. Yeah, that's a really
Yeah.
good point. If you're Pete Ross, why would you go, that's a spaceship? Like, it's a
And this
baby
isn't
science spaceship.
And this isn't how we typically make spaceships look. Like it's got like a bit of a different design, which is nice for this as like a universe. But like as a character, I don't know if I would see that and go, "That's a spaceship."
Well, and I don't know if you've picked up on it, Austin, because you don't know the show and you haven't seen it from the right angle. But they made the ship in the shape of the Superman crest.
You've told me that before. I would maybe wonder if something fell off a truck somewhere.
Yeah.
Like some sort of piece of equipment or something.
Yeah, it could be anything.
Yeah. Look, it's Daredevil.
Senior Six says Clark's spaceship is supposed to have some glass so he can make glasses.
What?
What that means?
I don't know if that's like a canon thing in this, or if that's
No, I don't know what he's talking about. But that's amusing.
Don't you know that that's not glass? It's titanium.
So
why is the glass on the starship?
So Austin,
breaking?
stop it. So Austin Lionel lost his sight when Lex almost let him die in a tornado. It was great. So he's blind right now.
Okay.
Austin's like, I have no idea what's
Well,
happening.
I'm giving you shorthand. They weren't actually in a tornado. Like they were in the mansion, and because there was this giant storm, there was stuff falling everywhere, and he almost got killed by a big plank of wood.
And then instead of dying, he was just blind.
Yeah.
That's like my one friend and I always describe the Flash's origin is that he got struck by lightning, and instead of dying, he just started running.
Yeah, no kidding, Lionel. Of course he doesn't want you there. The last thing you did before you went blind was try to bankrupt all of his employees.
Yeah, if I were Lex, I would be really mad that my dad is Chad Kroger.
You shut his whole plant down and then yelled, "I'll bury you and everyone who works for you." Remember that? But then he's like, "Oh, you don't want me here." Has there been anything to count yet that I've missed? I don't think there has.
No.
Do you guys have car crashes? Isn't that a thing?
I already counted it.
Oh, okay,
that's why I
okay.
played a ding earlier.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear it.
Somebody asked me earlier if Aunt Nell has grown on me. No, never. I hate her, and I always will. The actress is fine, and she seems like a very nice person, but Aunt Nell is obnoxious.
Senior Six says, in canon, Clark made his glasses lens from his ship's glass in his origin.
Yeah,
Not in this show.
Yeah, we already read that. Gray Invader, yeah, sure, he's blind. Okay, here's the thing. Pay real close attention because there's a pretty clear place where he suddenly can see again. Or not real clear, but there's like a window of when he can see and when he can't. Because, and I always thought that too on first viewing, that when they reveal that he's been pretending like he can see or like he's blind, he's maybe been able to see the whole time and he was always pretending. He definitely wasn't, because there's all the stuff with like the spaceship and Clark's powers that if he could see all of that, he would go way farther in his research, and he'd like turn the farm upside down. Like there's all kinds of stuff he'd do if he saw everything he was in the room for. They used the blindness as an excuse to have him way too close to the secret in a lot of scenes. So there's no way he can see in those scenes. Otherwise, he's an idiot for not doing anything about it.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, Chloe's being surprisingly grown up about this situation because when Nell decides to leave town, Lana's gonna be like, "Oh, you didn't even ask me first. You didn't even say anything." Meanwhile, Chloe's like, "Well, it's her house." Thomas Lowe, Clark did the super speed exit in front of Lionel too. Yes, exactly, and. Now, I will say, I've always had this complaint. When we get into Season 4 and they do the body switch, and you realize that Lionel doesn't know anything like as much as we were led to believe he does, and that he probably ought to. But that, at least, he would have to know if he could see. So this situation was really surprising. Nobody expected that we'd let anybody find out Clark's secret this early, especially because of and it's especially surprising considering how long we wait for anybody else to know. It was a good choice. I just Pete still doesn't get enough to do after this, but it's a lot better. He ends up just kind of being the sidekick that helps Clark break into places. John, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm just watching the episode. No,
Come on, John, we're making a show here, man.
Oh, we're making a
Come
show?
on, John.
I forgot.
Get a bed, John.
No, but to Austin's point earlier, I do like that Clark is like, well, hold your horses. We got to, verify that this is a spaceship. Yeah.
I don't know, Pete. We found a big chunk of metal. Maybe we should find out what it is first.
Well, yeah, and I also really like how naive Pete is about the whole thing, where he's like, his immediate reaction is, "We're gonna be famous." Like it's like if Stan Lee was writing the show right now. Well, exactly what he
Pete's
would do.
been in Smallville for like 2 days. He doesn't know how things
What is
here.
this hospital room set?
It's his first appearance. Yeah, and this is a recurring set that they'll use for a lot of the rest of the show.
It's like they took Clark's bedroom and just put hospital equipment in it.
I mean, they might.
They're like, don't put any lights in it. If there's lights, people will notice.
Dagan Spear says, really all Lionel seems to know based on the reveal in Season 7 is that aliens are real, which would explain why he's so quick to accept that. Yeah, I like, that doesn't seem horribly retroactive to me. Some of the stuff with Veritas absolutely does, But the idea that he might have already been aware of aliens, and that's part of why he's looking so deep into Clark and all that, makes sense. But again, there seems to be a lot more that he should know, like the kryptonite affecting Clark and all the research he's done on his blood and all of that. That like at the point that they switch bodies and he's surprised that he has superpowers, like as hard as he is, that's weird. Like he acts like he doesn't know anything.
How did this guy recognize him? They're both driving the opposite way.
That's the most half-hearted call for a nurse when you're panicking I've ever heard.
Nurse.
Yeah, Morton's face when he's killing him is hilarious. Because I think he's playing it like I'm sick and freaking out, but it looks really sadistic. He's like, yeah, die! That scene is unintentionally hilarious.
Yeah, how does that guy know? Like, they're driving in the opposite direction at night. And he's just like, wait a minute, you were the guy that was driving.
You were the driver in the truck. Yeah, how would he know that? I recognize you from when we passed this fast.
He's got that photographic memory. Why did he change his MO on Clark?
I think the main actual retro... Sorry, what?
Sorry, I was just reading the chat. Thomas Lowe asked, why did he change his MO on Clark?
What are we talking about?
I don't know. He's just saying change his MO on Clark after he got his sight back.
We'll see when we get to it. I don't entirely know what he means by changing his MO.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't remember how they handle that stuff.
Because he's already investigating him. We know that from Insurgents, and he's still blind or pretending to be blind in Insurgents. John, that's the episode with the hostage situation at the top of Luther Tower.
Oh, I do remember that.
I'm speaking episode titles again. Dagan Spears says, I think the main actual retroactive thing with Veritas is the magically appearing V on the Luther Mansion window. I mean, yes, that's in there, but there's other stuff.
Oh no, it's turning into Brightburn.
I don't remember it all now, but I remember having some retroactive issues with that. I'm rusty, but something about it's not Brightburn. Stop it.
He's gonna kill this guy. He's gonna be like, I don't know who you are.
Well, nobody's gonna miss him, so he could probably get away with it.
Well, you know, it was pretty bold of Clark to reveal his powers to someone he just met.
Well, and then the second he leaves, Clark will be like, nobody knows that I have powers.
I mean, this show does kind of forget that Pete exists after they write him off.
Yeah, no, that's true. I always thought that some of Welling's dialogue delivery here is a little bit odd. Like, he's talking really fast. Like, I can kind of see it for this situation, but just something about the way his sentences run into each other is really atypical.
Well, just the way he's talking is weird, because he's just like, Pete, you don't understand. Look, okay, there's a lot of things that have gone wrong. Look, come on, man. Like, call me a monster, man.
Yeah, it sounds a lot
weird.
like he's reading the script. And I don't usually have that with him.
You can just kind of hear reading. And he was up all night the night before trying to remember this monologue.
So I'm fine with Pete's initial response, especially because it doesn't linger too long, and he gets real reasonable about it. Of you should have told me. I thought we were close. Like that's totally understandable and reasonable. His like don't touch me, like you're an alien. That's a little weird.
Yeah, that's definitely taking it a step too far.
How did this guy move it?
That's walking away.
One arm
angry.
barely works.
John, you gotta help me count things, man.
Yeah.
That was a walk away angry.
Oh man, that's true. He the reason that he's twitching like that is because he has super strength, so he's able to just throw it.
Oh. Liar!
T-Edge once sent in a $2 super chat. I love delivery of "can you?" ? When Pete says he can. Oh, okay.
Oh, he's Stephen Hamilton. Oh, so I've only seen Emil Hamilton in Burn in the first volume and like the 4 volumes they put out of that. Does he like come back and do things? Because he's in like 1 issue in that.
Emil Hamilton?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's huge in the 90s.
Oh, is he? Okay.
And he's all over Superman and Justice League in the cartoons.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, because
he's real prominent during the Death of Superman era. I think Jurgens must have brought him back.
Yeah, because his whole thing in that Burn issue is that he wants to show that he can like be a hero and do this thing, but he just gets in the way of Superman. Makes things worse.
He's like his helpful scientist, where like if anything goes wrong with his powers, he does all the research and he looks into the Phantom Zone and all of that.
That's hilarious because it's just the opposite of that 1 issue.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But that's what he does in this too. And then spoilers for Justice League, but he goes really dark in that show.
Yeah.
That's cool then, because he's in a way kind of like an accidental villain in that Burn issue. So that's a pretty cool idea.
Am I remembering that right, John? Doesn't he get mixed up with like Amanda Waller and stuff?
Yes.
I always forget they did her in DCAU.
Oh yeah,
that's so crazy.
She's ruthless.
Because they end up having Cadmus be like an enemy of him, and like Cadmus are opposing the Justice League, and like they cloned Supergirl. And...
Weird. Yeah, because don't they do Deadshot in the DCAU, and he's just called Deadshot?
Yes.
Which
I don't
is
think
crazy.
it's called Deadshot.
Okay, maybe not.
I could be wrong.
I thought I remember talking to you guys about that one day, and you guys were like, "No, he's just called Deadshot."
Oh boy, Clark, you sure dodged that bullet. Thought everybody knew. Thought everybody was figuring it out. That, I'm okay with the way that scene plays, though. I mean, like the superhero deal is maybe a little bit too easy in the writing. But the idea that for a minute Clark's not sure if he can still trust Pete, that he's going around telling people, and that's his first clue that even though Pete doesn't like that he hasn't been honest with him, he still cares about him, and there's still a chance for their friendship. And most importantly, he's not going to get dissected under a microscope because Pete found out. So that's good. Oh, look, subtext. Oh, walking away angry again. God, that's 2 in like 3 minutes.
This reminds me of a play I saw when I went to my one brother's high school. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, with your previous thing about Deadshot, to tie it back to this, that is Rosenbaum.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and Waller comes into this show in what, season 9, John?
Yes.
Remember
it's
that
weird
right?
She's here too.
Isn't that is it this show, or am I thinking something else where they do the big reveal with like the woman with the red shoes, and then it turns out that it's Waller?
They do something with Waller, and like she's fighting the Red Queen, who turns out to be Martha.
Oh, that's what it is. I forgot about the Red Queen thing.
But then I don't think that goes anywhere.
Because it's not Suicide Squad or anything. It's Checkmate.
Oh,
yeah.
You told me that they did Checkmate in this.
They did Checkmate.
Yeah, because we were talking about that with the DCU, and you were like, "Oh, I know Checkmate from Smallville." I'd like to read Checkmate. They seem pretty cool.
Lex is like, remember that paperweight on my desk? Remember that alien key that I had just laying out where anybody could take it?
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Robert Watts is... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was going to ask you a question, John. See, that's what I wasn't sure, Jareth, if that was the show or Arrow. I forgot. Yeah. The whole Red Shoes thing, that was Arrow. I couldn't remember. Anyway.
All bleeds together. There's so much of this stuff.
Yeah, there's so much of it, and also production values are similar because it's all CW. So like,
that's what I mean.
That's not even me throwing shade, because I do throw a lot of shade, but that's just, it's easy to forget where certain plot points happen. But John, do you remember? Because I feel kind of embarrassed for not remembering this right now. Do you remember where the key is right now? Like, who has it?
No.
Does Lionel already have it? I don't think.
So the problem with trying to remember that is I don't think the writers know yet. It just kind of shows up wherever it's needed. Now, Austin, it is insane that because the ship and the key both have like their own like intelligence, because they just kind of show up in places.
Yes. And also the ship heals people when it wants to.
Oh my god, we're only barely over halfway through this episode. It's crazy.
It's a standard episode.
I thought
Hey,
we were
look,
at the
it's
end.
Lana and Clark in the loft.
Oh yeah.
See,
This time she's using the telescope.
I thought you were gonna say this time it's actually her.
Well, I mean that too.
Yeah, that's an episode I saw last time.
John, I've decided that because you made fun of me earlier, I'm gonna pretend like I'm so excited every time she shows up in the loft. It's just gonna be the biggest damn deal.
Every
Yay!
time
She's in the loft!
Woo! Every time I see her here looking at the telescope, I just want her to be like, Clark, why is this aimed at my bedroom window?
Yeah, exactly. I want a shot where she's coming up the stairs and he super speeds over real quick and like turns it. All right, let's do another wheel spin, guys.
Clark,
Yeah.
why is there heat vision marks on your telescope?
Were you thinking about me in a sexual way?
That's the universal meaning of that.
Okay, for the next 5 minutes, we can only say compliments and facts.
I like that this is a woman in this scene that is talking to this guy.
I do like that this is another scene where she's kind of the confidant, even though he's not being completely honest with her.
I like that Clark is wearing red and blue because it's like Superman.
Yeah, and that's a thing that this is a fact. That's a thing that they do starting in this season that they didn't do at all last season. And Welling tells a story on Talkville that he walked into wardrobe one day and they had like there's a closet that had just 50 of these like red plaid shirts. And he also has it in his contract. Maybe it's not in his contract, but whenever he's on a new project, he asks that he not have to wear the colors red or blue.
Or plaid.
Because he had to do it for 9 seasons. And he's like, look, it doesn't seem unreasonable to me.
That's pretty great.
That might sound kind of crazy. I think I understand that.
No, I mean after listening to like just how hard some of the shoots for the show were, I can definitely understand that.
Yeah, how cold it was, and yeah. Hey, look, it's Stephen Hamilton.
Hey, why are you in my barn? Look, sir, I don't know who you are, but I'm looking for a key. I've never met you.
Wait a minute, I know you. They actually have met like one time.
No.
Oh,
this is only his second day in Smallville. He hasn't met anyone yet.
Look, only compliments and facts.
No, we're past 30 seconds. We're past 30 seconds.
No, it's not 30. It's 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry, they said 30 seconds.
5 minutes.
Like, that's not a long time at all.
No, that would be nothing. You get
This
half
house
the
is this house is so yellow, which is good.
That is. I love that Jonathan checked the UFO websites. That's great. I like how when this comes up in the wheel, it gets really quiet.
I like that she's wearing orange, and she's next to an orange in that fruit basket, and there's only one, which is exactly where she is.
Would you stop it?
I'm filling dead air with compliments and facts.
I like that at the end of the day he comes to his parents with this issue about this issue with Pete.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially because he really is in the right to some degree here. I like that his response when Pete is upset with him for not telling him before is what I always said it should be, which is, well, my parents told me I couldn't tell anybody. Like what do you want from me? And I think even before you know the secret, he should more or less be saying that. Like, look, I can't pretend like there's nothing going on. I just can't tell you. Like, I'm not allowed to, and it's dangerous, and I have reasons not to say anything.
So funny, Austin.
Yeah, yeah.
They're all just like.
I'm trying to make a damn
like,
show here. Like, what are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at the show. They're like, oh, you gotta go talk to Pete. I don't know if it's a good idea. And then they get a call, and it's like, oh no, Pete's missing. And then Jonathan Kent just looks at Clark and he goes. Just the way he nodded it. Yep, Pete's missing is really funny.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I've got a sound rigged up for when Pete Ross comes on the screen that I haven't even been using.
Who the hell are you? Pete gets kidnapped. That's oddly specific. That's a count.
I like that Aunt Nell is marrying a guy named Dean. That seems like an appropriate name for a person to be.
And you were trashing on my compliments. In fact,
I know. Well, Dean is a henchman in the Tick who's just got a huge screw for a head.
This woman has a crazy smile.
I love in the Talkville podcast where Rosenbaum just keeps talking about the crush he had on Aunt Nell.
Yeah, and then she came on the show.
Oh,
that's awkward.
And then they talk about that. It's great.
Oh, he's freaking out.
I like that it actually doesn't read too convenient or easy that the episode that Pete finds out the secret, he immediately gets kidnapped. Like, it does kind of work.
Yeah. And
I like that it illustrates why it would be so difficult to be Clark's friend and know that. Like, this gives you a really good understanding of why Jonathan doesn't want Clark to tell anyone. It's not just about protecting his son, it's also about protecting anybody that knows.
I want to see Steve and Hamilton meet Alice from Batwoman. I feel like their energies, like, combining would be really good. What? That's genuine. I want to see them. I ship it.
I do like how the actor plays that scene because, like, it's been a build-up to get him to that level of insanity.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also really cool that the jitters thing does come back.
Yeah.
Because, again, that kind of continuity is not always a given, especially early on with the show. And I just wish it happened a little bit more often. Like, you'd think with Kryptonite all over town, there'd be a lot of people with different degrees of that condition.
Say that again, sorry.
Oh, I'm just saying, like Kryptonite is everywhere. Wouldn't you have different people in town with different degrees of the jitters condition?
No.
No?
It just has to be those two people specifically.
It has to be famous black character actors that I liked already. Those are the only people that are allowed to have jitters. All right.
Yeah.
It seems like you either have no problem with Kryptonite at all, or when you have a certain level in your system, all of a sudden it's this, and that's it. There's nothing in between.
And then if you go further beyond that, you get superpowers.
By the way, we're past the 5 minutes, so you can say anything you want to at this point.
Oh, okay.
Everybody but Austin can say anything.
Jonathan, as Lionel is just so good in this show. It just bears repeating because I like what he's doing with this.
You don't have to only do compliments now, John.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Screwed John Glover.
Thomas Lowe, Dean Cain actually is a guest star on the show one time.
Oh, interesting.
And it's really awkward and it's not very good. He is a generic immortal that we're never told how he gets his superpowers. He just lives forever. And I found out somewhat recently, I didn't even know this, that he was supposed to be Vandal Savage, maybe? And for some reason...
Oh, weird.
For some reason, they didn't make it Vandal Savage.
Yeah.
But it was supposed to be an actual comic character that has the immortality.
Was that like a thing where WB was like, no, you can't use this character right now?
I'm not sure. If memory serves, it was before they started putting like every Superman character you have ever seen in a show. That's a good crane shot.
Rude super speed exit.
Oh, yep. Thank you, sir.
Does this show really like have to deal with a lot of that? Because they weren't making a ton of movie stuff at this point.
No, I wouldn't think they'd have to deal with that with somebody like Vandal Savage. I'm not sure why that didn't happen.
Well, there was some strange stuff with Warner Brothers, especially later on with like Jimmy Olsen.
Oh, and the Flash Impulse thing.
I knew that. Yeah.
The whole Bart Allen thing.
I didn't know until recently that when they cast Brandon Routh in Arrow, it wasn't originally as Ray Palmer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they cast him as Ted Kord, and then WB was like, whoa, you're not using Ted Kord. We have plans.
Dagon Spear, I meant generic just in that he was supposed to be a comic book character, and they changed it, and they just made up a character.
You will not inject my friend with Gatorade. Whoa, Clark, that was way too hard to hit this guy.
Okay, so that wasn't hot? Like, okay. Oh, throwing!
Well, it's the same thing with the heat vision as last episode. They touch something that's been heated up with heat vision and just hold it.
Yeah, but it didn't seem like it even hurt him.
Oh, Clark on green kryptonite.
Oh, yep, there you go. I figured that was going to happen. Is that the first throw we've had this season?
Yes.
That's crazy. We just got through 3 whole episodes without somebody getting thrown across the room. This is hilarious, by the way.
He just bashed this man with a big metal pipe.
Yeah, I love how much of a horror character he turns into.
Oh, and the kryptonite, when it goes under his skin, looks a lot like the Predator's blood.
Like when he yells, open it, that's so screwed up, man. He's nuts.
Yeah, he's lost it.
It's like so silly. Okay, that is a death scene might take the cake over the breathing from T2.
Oh, I remembered this differently. I thought he shook like that and then like knocked Pete off of him or something.
Yeah, I also didn't remember how that went.
Maybe I'm conflating it for Earl Jenkins. Maybe that happens with him somewhere, where somebody gets close to him and then they get thrown.
Did they call anyone to say that this guy was just dead in this building?
Does the spaceship look like it would fit through the doorway?
No.
I need another look at it.
But yeah, I like the discussion in this episode about how it's a responsibility for Pete to have the secret, not just for Clark to give it to people, but that if you have it, that's a personal responsibility of your own. And the whole like inviting him into the family thing at the end and everything is pretty touching. But they might as well put up a sign that says, "Congratulations, you're now a character in this show."
It only took 2 seasons and 3 episodes, kid, but you're finally a character.
Maybe 1 season in 3 episodes.
Oh, true. Yeah, just 1.
We're not in season 3.
Austin, you do know how to count, yes?
No.
Oh.
Oh, hi, Connor. He just came in to say he's watching something else and not this.
Oh, The Faculty's awesome.
Connor,
Excited to see what you
you're,
think of it.
you're
Senior
making the
Sticks
right
Cap, could they
choice.
have done a Blue Beetle in CW, not exactly Ted Cord? Ted Cord or otherwise, isn't it really weird that that never happened anywhere? Like, they kept hinting at it in Arrow. We never got Blue Beetle in anything.
Well, and Cap, doesn't Adam in that season make so much more sense when you realize he's supposed to be Blue Beetle? Because
Yeah.
he never shrinks. He's just in like an Iron Man suit.
No, and eventually they finally do give him the shrinking ability, but after Ant-Man comes out. And I've always said it's ridiculous because they could have gotten ahead of it.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
No, the second I heard that, I was like, oh my god, that makes so much sense. Because he doesn't even have his one power in that season. Like, of course that wasn't originally that character when they wrote it.
The smartest thing they do after they decide to keep Lionel alive with Lex and Lionel is having them both going after the same secrets, trying to figure the same thing out, and getting in each other's way. There's a lot of really great drama that comes from that, and just all the tete-a-tete and the sizing each other up, and it's great. Okay, wait, you really think that his top speed is 30 miles an hour? You can't track back like weird times where he disappeared and how he got like across the city in no time? Oh, all right. Robert said the Flash Season 9 just referenced Cord Industries again. The most surprising thing is that you're still watching it.
Yeah.
Lionel, Robert Waddles says Lionel has the best hairstyle I've ever seen on a blind man.
The only reason to watch the new Flash season is that the villain's Batwoman.
Yeah, we talked about that already.
Oh my god!
Robert,
Oh, the
why are you
ball's
singling
gone.
out blind people? It's just the best hairstyle.
I love how the ball, every time he uses his powers to throw it, it always goes in like slow motion. But
Yeah,
everything else is.
I was
moving
going to say,
normally.
I almost want to call that bullet time, but I don't think it's bullet time. I think it's just slow motion.
Well, it's weird because like at the beginning of the episode he threw it and it was moving really slow, but he was moving normally, and just there the same thing happened. Like it's just a weird effect they put on the ball moving.
Did we have any bullet time this episode? I didn't notice it.
I didn't see any.
No, there wasn't anything.
I just thought the song was kind of weird.
Yeah, you don't get it? It's just an ordinary day.
Senior 6, so Captain Logan has the best hairstyle? Exactly. Yeah, mine,
yeah.
I was hoping if I grew it out, it would look more or less like Glover's hair when it's long. I got really lucky. It's pretty close. All right, folks.
Quiz time.
Oh, yes, thank you for reminding me about that, Austin. So
Are we
let's
all
see.
taking it, or is
He's
it...
good
I'm just
for
gonna
something.
flip green on
Yep,
on the
I
episode
flip-
while you're doing that.
I flip green on this one, too. Yep, that's a pretty good episode.
Austin, what do you flip?
I mean, it's probably the most I've enjoyed any of these so far, but like it had some real boring moments, so I don't know. It felt long.
I don't know about that.
Why are you
like,
here?
I don't know. You keep inviting me.
Yeah, that was a mistake. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's go ahead and take a quiz, guys.
I think yeah, I agree with Austin. He should take this. I want to see how many he gets right just from guessing.
Well, I
Okay,
just
do we
wondered
wanna
if you
just
guys
do,
wanted
like,
to do that because I'm
general-
just here.
Do we want to just do like a general Smallville quiz, or like specifically a season 1 and 2, or?
Whichever.
Yeah,
in
whichever.
general.
Sorry, I just want to see how difficult this is gonna be.
No, it's okay.
No, this
feel
will work.
like
This will
I
work.
feel like cultural osmosis. I can get through it because I'm friends with both of you. This will prove how much I actually listen to like either of you talk.
Oh, so he's gonna fail.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the premise of your sentence. I thought you were saying the only reason you can even get through watching Smallville is because you're friends with both of us. That's what I thought you were saying.
What's up, Nah?
Oh, Nah is here. All right, here we go. Are you
Oh,
ready?
Nah. Yeah, I'm
So,
ready.
John, we can't help, and Austin, I will trust you, but you have to promise that you're not looking at the chat.
I don't even have anything open. I can show you.
No, I trust you. Okay, sweet. Sweet, I
Yeah,
trust you.
with my like awkward setup tonight, I can't have the chat up.
If you found out that I had superpowers, I trust that you wouldn't go tell everyone I know about it.
That's nice.
He's like, it's not true.
I do not trust you that much, Austin.
All right, here we go. 10 question Smallville quiz for Austin, who does not know the show. Austin,
Okay. Yeah.
what type of car was Lex Luthor driving when he crashed into a river and Clark saved him?
Oh, I've seen this episode. It was some sort of sports car.
I think that is all of these.
I don't. Okay, because I can't see what the answers are.
Oh, you can't see the answers. I'll read them for you.
Oh,
Lexus,
here I can like kind of.
Mercedes, Ferrari, or Porsche?
I'm gonna say Mercedes. I don't know anything about cars though.
Okay,
so
nobody
that's
say
more on
anything.
that.
What year in high school was Clark when the first season of Smallville began?
I think freshman.
We were only freshmen. True or false, Lana's parents got killed by a meteor shower?
Yes.
Okay, nobody say anything. What sport did Lana's ex-boyfriend Whitney play in high school? Hockey, football, basketball, or lacrosse?
I'm gonna say lacrosse because that's just funny.
You saw the pilot, right?
Yeah, I watched with you guys. I don't remember. It was like a month
Whitney?
ago.
What did Whitney play?
I don't know who that character is. I'm just gonna say lacrosse.
That's Lana's boyfriend who strings
Oh, it's
Clark
Clark
up in a-
football then. It's football.
That's the last time I'm going to be helpful. In season 2, how does Lana want to break the news to Whitney that she wants to break up with him? This is really funny. You just saw it if you were paying attention.
Oh, okay. What are my options?
She wants to send a letter. She wants to email him. She wants to call him. She wants to send a video.
She wants to send an email. I'll say that.
Yeah, that actually happens right at the end of Heat, which you came in. I don't know if you were looking at it though.
I wasn't. No.
Oh, he wasn't watching it. Okay, that doesn't help. What is the name of Lana's aunt? It doesn't give you options.
Oh, Nell.
I'm typing Nell. What is the homecoming tradition at Smallville High School? Throwing eggs at a freshman's house, spray painting a student's car, pulling the fire alarm, or a freshman has to get tied to a stake?
It's that last one.
Yep. Where did
Because where
Lana
they crucify him.
Where did Lana live in the first season? In Clark's house, in Chloe's house, next door to Clark, or with Whitney?
Oh, next door. It was more across the street though, so that's none of those is technically correct.
Clark Kent takes who to the dance in the season finale of season 1?
I'm gonna say Chloe because I'm guessing he doesn't take Lana.
And finally, Clark Kent's biological parents own a farm that they all live on. True or false?
False.
Some of this quiz is dumb. But I feel like we picked exactly the right difficulty level for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so the car was a Porsche.
Okay, see, that's not so much on Smallville. That's just I don't know anything about cars, so like, I wouldn't have known that either way.
Well, and
I remembered it was a sports
but here's
car.
the thing: if you watch more of the show, you know it because it just comes up a lot. Like when I was in high school, I didn't necessarily know what a Porsche looked like either. But he's constantly talking about like when I wrecked my Porsche. It just comes up in dialogue a lot.
Oh, okay.
In what year was Clark? A freshman. You got that right. Meteor shower, you got that right. Football was not lacrosse. So she starts making a video to break up with Whitney, and that happens right at the end of Heat. We just watched it.
My guesses were either a video or an email, so I figured it was more 2000s to say email.
I just hate that because if you'd actually been able to start watching the episodes at that point, you would know it. Like if that was at the end of this episode, you'd have it. It was so close. It is Aunt Nell. Good job. Tied to a stake next door to Clark, but across the street.
But across the street.
Chloe and false. Now I do take issue with one question. John, do you know what I'm gonna say?
Which question is it that you have an issue with?
Question 3. Lana's parents got killed by a meteor shower.
No,
Sort of.
Back?
The answer is sort of. Her biological father is not that guy.
Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting that we're going to do that.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's either yes or no.
We're about to get...
Not kind of.
No, it's kind of. Her mom dies, but her dad doesn't.
Yeah, so that's
I mean,
no.
the people she knows is her mom and dad, yes. I'm splitting hairs because I think it's funny. That's all. But it technically is not exactly true.
You should be splitting tortoises instead of hairs.
So Austin, Robert Wilde wants to know if you studied.
No.
You study for that?
Did I only get one wrong?
You got
No,
two wrong.
That's not bad.
It's not.
Yeah, see, you're
That is
going to be a
passing
Smallville
grade.
fan yet.
He's not. So you can be knowledgeable without being a fan. I think it's
No,
gonna be more
see,
like
it's-
that.
I'm a fan.
That just proves that I'm a good friend and I listen to both of you.
And you can get through Smallville because he's friends with both of us. All right, it's time for.
I'm excited for Austin to see this next one.
I kind of am too, actually. Yep. So we're getting into the Red
Okay.
Kryptonite episode. And let me just get this on the screen here.
Interesting.
Everybody
So,
rig up season 2, episode 4. It's red. What are you gonna say, John?
I was just going to ask Austin if he knows what Red Kryptonite does.
I was just trying to think about that. I was like, I know it does something, but what does it do? Oh, isn't it like it takes away his powers?
No.
So it's different in the show than it is in the comics. I think that is
Oh,
true in
okay.
the comics.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that because, like, Supergirl does the exact same thing with Red Kryptonite, so I thought that was just a comics thing.
No, they made it up for this. Now maybe there's a place where that, because it's different sometimes. Like maybe that does happen in comics somewhere, but if so, it's probably an accident. I think they think they made up something.
Mm.
That's certainly how they talk about it on Talkville.
Oh,
Okay, is everybody about ready?
Yep.
I am ready.
Okay, we're gonna watch one more, and then we'll take another break. That's how we do things here,
Oh,
folks.
do we have another wheel spin?
I was just about to ask you that.
I think we do.
Well, we did one in the middle of the episode, and then the
Yeah,
one...
then we agreed to do one after the episode.
Oh, that's
No,
right.
it was,
I think I got
it was
confused because of the
we agreed
quiz.
to do after.
Say again?
It was the quiz we agreed to do after.
Oh, was it just the quiz?
Was there another super chat for a spin? I don't know what the rules
I
are.
think
You
we...
guys know.
I think
Tom
we did
just
both
submitted
spins.
a $5 super chat. So
There we go.
Okay,
Spin it.
cool. If we owe somebody a spin and we missed it, though, let us know. I'm sorry about that, because I am confused now. I think the quiz threw me off. Tom, $5 super chat. Could they not get the Lexus company to agree for them to use? Should have been Lex driving a Lexus.
I mean, I'm glad it wasn't that.
I mean, that's not any more on the nose than a lot of other things they do in this show. If you
I
did
know.
that, I would just hope nobody ever says anything about it. Although
Well-
now I want to make that commercial. I want to make the Lexus commercial. I think that could be funny.
Spin that funky wheel, white boy.
I'm gonna do it. Austin's getting into it now. He's excited.
I am, yeah. Let's roll.
I hope he
Reminds me of Wheel
compliments
of
and facts
Crisis.
again. Okay, Cap is Lex and John is Clark.
What am I?
I
You're
don't
Chloe?
I don't know, but that sure you can be Chloe. So we have to refer to Austin as Chloe.
Okay, so isn't Chloe's whole thing that she's like geeky?
Well, no,
I've
no,
only
okay.
seen like 3 episodes.
So when I put this on the wheel, all I meant was for the next 5 minutes we have to refer to each other by those names.
Oh, I thought we had to role play.
No, you don't have to role play. We
Oh,
don't have
that's
to go
kind of
that.
that's kind of disappointing.
We don't
Okay.
have to go that far. You can if you want to.
That's fine. That's
Chloe. But okay,
Fine. It's fine, Lex.
Clark, are you ready?
I am ready, Lex. And I just want to bring up Wood Green Beanie left a blank $5 super chat.
Thanks a bunch, man. So
Oh,
that
Lex,
means
spin your Lex Corp sponsored wheel.
so we'll spin again in the middle of the episode. Is everybody about ready?
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is officially my favorite show we make now.
Do we have to do this the whole stream now?
5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes. Okay, that's not too bad, Lex.
Most of these things we just have to do for 5 minutes. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Everybody, please press play right now.
You know, as Chloe, I am a fan of watching Chloe at the beginning of this episode.
Chloe, the one of the most irritating and weird things I ever saw. I've probably talked about this on stream before. Is and it's so much weirder after everything that happened with Allison Mack, of course. But I'm still gonna tell this story. While this
Throw
show
me the money.
Early on, while this show was on, like in the second or third season, I found this website that was devoted to nothing but screenshots of Allison Mack's face from every episode.
I heard about that because didn't they shut it down when the stuff happened?
Did that happen?
That's what I thought, unless I'm mixing it up with something else.
Isn't that crazy?
That is really weird. Wasn't the internet maybe not was, but isn't the internet a weird place?
It really is, yeah. And it allows us to do insane projects like this.
Okay, Lex and Clark, do you guys agree that this girl would not be allowed to wear this in high school?
No, but in the episode's defense, she's actually about to get sent home over it.
Oh, okay. But how long have they been in school? Like
that does happen. I guess they just got there, or maybe this guy's just now noticed this hall monitor. This teacher is just now noticing it. I don't know.
I don't know. She looks like Gwen in Ultimate Spider-Man. Whoa.
So yeah, we're not going to count red kryptonite. We decided not to do that because it only happens a few times, and
Austin's already losing it.
Yeah, I don't understand what he's laughing at.
He just became the gatekeeper.
Clark, did you catch that? They named this guy Gibbons.
I didn't catch that.
And I don't know if that's
like Dave Gibbons?
I don't know if that's an intentional reference to Dave Gibbons, but his name is Gibbons.
I mean, I'd say we can count it. We've counted like other things that are just as vague.
Have you noticed anything we forgot to count yet?
No, nothing that I've caught.
Look,
thanks,
bro,
Clark. I appreciate your diligence.
Look, bro, you can't kick her out of the school. She's hot, bro. Her shirt's real nice.
Dagon Spear, I can see that considering I do find her attractive. And, of course, conveniently, you have to have a new student that wants to break all the rules and is, kind of rebellious as this is happening to Clark. He's got to have somebody that he can try to run off with.
This is the prostitute love interest from Earth 1.
Oh, but we should be counting someone acting out of character.
Oh, yes,
characters who aren't themselves.
Yeah. Austin, you're absolutely right about
Chloe?
that. That was a surprisingly interesting character, by the way. I like her.
Chloe, Lex.
What?
I'm sorry, I forgot your name is Chloe.
You misgendered me, Lex. It's ma'am.
God, I can't even keep it up for 5 whole minutes. I'm only at 3 minutes and 23 seconds.
You had it for 3 minutes.
Real quick, Clark and Chloe, somebody asked earlier if Kansas was a small state, and I was talking about how big it is, and this guy just said it's a big state. Gibbons, it's a big state. Oh wait, that's not Gibbons.
It's a deep state.
It's a deep state.
It's Senator Kelly, and he's got a young boy in a hot tub.
Yeah,
what is happening?
He's gonna kill this guy with a stereo. It's hilarious.
Oh dang!
Because that's what that would look like.
Of course.
That's how that would happen. Anybody else expect this guy to turn into a Kryptofreak? Because he doesn't.
Yeah, he's gonna become Electro.
Nope.
That's the wrong universe.
That was the guy in the pilot. Sorry,
I feel like he's gonna be Electro from the MTV Spider-Man show.
I didn't even know that show does Electro.
Yeah, that's I think one of the first villains that show does.
Wood Green Beanie, what a good point. He says, I love when writers have to write somebody to be tough and cool, but they just put them in a leather jacket.
Of course.
I think it works okay in this instance, though. We were talking about this earlier before the show started, that this is like what Clark, this really wholesome, kind of naive kid, imagines a kind of punk, badass kid is like. And it's a little like emo Peter Parker in Spider-Man 3 or something, like before that happens. Somehow not as irritating to me, though.
I don't know, emo Peter's pretty great. Nothing can ever top evil Superman from Superman 3, though.
No, that's true.
It's like the only watchable stuff in that movie. That and weirdly some of the scenes with Annette O'Toole and Christopher Reeve. Oh, Jeff Loeb worked on this show. I didn't know that.
Yep, and he shows up in Talkville in season 2.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he's got a lot of interesting behind the scenes writers room stuff to talk about.
I'm waiting for him to show up on Mark Millar's interview show.
Yeah, that'd be great. I need to finally start watching that. You keep talking it up.
Yeah, I love it. They talked about him on the Jeff Johns one.
Sorry, I gotta say this. In fact, it is for this episode that he shows up because he wrote this episode.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, and Jeff Loeb's got like a big Hollywood career before he does comics. Maybe like big, but like he's doing things in Hollywood before he goes to comics.
Yeah.
That's why it kind of always made sense that he became the head of Marvel TV. Even though it didn't turn out
Even though it wasn't great, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I throw shade at Loeb's writing a lot. He's a neat guy, and he's written good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's written a lot of stuff I like that's flawed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I feel like his reign on Marvel TV was mixed up. Ultimately, before I'd say it's bad. Because it's like, yeah, you get some really bad stuff, but you also get like Daredevil and Jessica Jones and stuff like that.
Yeah, the place where it was really a misstep, and it's hard to say how much of it was his fault, is just on the cartoon side. Because he didn't do any good animated series. There weren't any good animated series under his tenure.
Mm-hmm. Well, and there hasn't been since all of that went under Disney.
Yeah. Like, the last thing I cared about was Superhero Squad. And even that, not until season 2, and I got to put myself in a little kid place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it sucks, right? Because it's like, you had the show that a lot of people consider to be
Well, that's not fair. There was Earth's Mightiest Heroes. I guess that was after that, but...
Well, that's what I was going to say is you get, like, Spectacular, you get Earth's Mightiest Heroes, you get Wolverine and the X-Men, which I hear is great, too. Like, there was, like, a bunch of shows that people really liked, and then it all kind of gets taken over by Disney, and there's been nothing good since.
T.H. wants in a $5 super chat. The bar is over the country lines.
He means county lines. He keeps writing country, but he means county. County
lines meaning Ethan is the sheriff of 2 counties. It's the same bar from Who Shot Lionel.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't think they can... Is it the Wild Coyote? Because if it is, they cannot decide where that bar is. Because
they had a guy shoot Lionel?
He's talking about it in a different episode. That's later on.
I wasn't sure if they do
this.
like a mystery thing, because that's
do
something Riverdale does.
They do, and it's great, but it's... Well, I like it. It's got issues by the end, but...
Yeah. No, Riverdale does that, where season 1 ends with Archie's dad being killed in a diner by like just a guy mugging it, and then the beginning of season 2 is like, oh my god, who assassinated his dad? And it's like he completely retcons the ending.
Yeah, the Wild Coyote, they either retcon later as being actually in Smallville, or they cannot decide where it is. Because if it's not in Smallville, then why does Jonathan Kent go there for a drink on his way home in the episode that Tom's talking about? That's a terrific point. Okay, we've got 2 wheel spins, guys.
Yeah, so should we do one now? And
I think we should do one now, just so we don't forget about it. Yeah, absolutely. My apologies if we get something weird. Here we go.
That's what I like. The wall is weird, baby.
That's what you're saying right now. Oh, I have to do the dramatic gesture thing again. That's lame. Sorry about that.
Is it just you that has to do it?
I think we should make Austin do it.
Let's make Austin do it this time.
Okay, so what do I have to do?
You have to make dramatic gestures every time you say something.
Okay.
Wood Grain Beanie, it's very Who Shot Mr. Burns. Well, which was a parody of Who Shot JR in the first place from Dallas.
Yeah, exactly. How long do I have to do this for?
Well, I don't think you have to have a Shatner voice to go along with it.
It's just easier.
You have to do it for 5 minutes.
Robert Wild, the return of creepy Clark.
The return. What was he creepy before?
I don't know.
I mean, this is the first time he's ever been out of character, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because he was on some sort of, something that took away his inhibitions. There's writing where he's out of character.
I like how instead of being like, "Oh, you're acting weird," they're just like, "I'm gonna go over here."
Well, I probably think it's just a weird hormonal teenage boy being hormonal.
Well, you always gotta love how like no one ever notices when somebody's being weird.
Yeah, and this show has that baked into its premise, I guess, so that Clark can get away with using his powers and being a horrible liar. We talk about that a lot. So, I mean, this is going to come up at the end, but I guess I'll ask you now, John. How much of this do you buy is being like feelings that Clark has deep down that are surfacing, and now that he doesn't have, now that he can break past his inhibitions, it's taking over, and how much of it is just he's acting weird because he's on red kryptonite? Because there's a speech at the end about how it's that he really is, some of this is buried deep, but there's always been kind of an argument from fans about how much we should really buy into that.
I mean, so far, I can kind of see like he's acting that it's a teenager with superpowers who has had his restraint or morality removed. Like right now, he just wants to have fun and look at girls, and abuse it, and use his powers for personal gain.
Yeah, now we like heavy metal music.
Yeah, that's right.
And video games.
He's playing GameCube. One of the best controllers of all time.
Agreed. Senior Sticks asked Captain Logan and John if all the rings are made of red kryptonite, are they all Kryptofreaks? No. Red kryptonite only affects him apparently.
Yeah. Now the question is,
if red ring was a red kryptonite, then none of them are.
Don't you think it would be interesting, John, if somebody became a Kryptofreak because of red kryptonite instead of green? Like, what if red mixed with electricity or water or a snow globe?
Yeah, I mean they do kind of set up an explanation for that, right? Most red kryptonite is to some degree artificially manufactured. So
well, that's
maybe
true.
It dilutes it.
Okay. But if there's enough to affect Clark, you'd think there'd be enough to maybe turn somebody into a Kryptofreak.
Why does he need a motorcycle?
He just became the Terminator.
Well, I think it's just because he's bad Clark now, and badass dudes ride motorcycles.
Robert Wild said, "No bad boy has ever played the GameCube." Well, that kind of goes in.
Yeah. You'd be playing Xbox or something, right?
This nerdy guy's version of a bad boy.
I've never been able to deal with the logistics of how he buys all of that at one place without just super speeding in and out and bringing it all home, like which he's not gonna do because there's people that work there. He says he bought it at like Discount Eddie's or something. I wasn't even looking at that scene. I don't know why I remember this. And he says open all night. And I guess he must have just zoomed back and forth to bring it all back. Like he has an absurd number of things.
That he stole it.
What's that?
I just assumed that he stole it.
No, but he didn't though, because he put it all on the. He tells Jonathan he put it all on his credit cards.
Austin, you would be a natural for a Power Rangers show. I'm just saying. Dagon Spears says, I think because he's adopted, it makes sense that he has some resentment in that area.
Yeah, I do too. So yeah, some.
Okay, we hit the 5-minute mark.
And also, like he can. And like I've always been mostly okay with all the stuff that he does is being based on again just deep-seated issues. I brought that up because Rosenbaum, and I don't agree with this. His main reservation is, well, he's supposed to be Superman. Should he have a dark side? And I'm like, yes, he should.
Yeah.
Like the whole point is it should be difficult to be Superman. He's not Jesus. He's a person. And Welling kind of makes that argument to him, and I think after a while he starts thinking about it and he backtracks it. But oh, we're gonna get a throw right here. I think I'm pretty sure he tosses him. Yep.
Yeah.
And he should have a broken back now.
You're not my father. You never were.
I do like that he looks back. Like there's a moment of like, did I?
Yeah, I went too far here. Oh, good, he's okay now. I can keep acting like this.
I wanted it there to just cut to the strat from Spider-Man 3.
But yeah, I think the line that some people maybe take issue with is what he just said there and what you were talking about, John. Is this the first time John Schneider has his shirt off in the show? I think it might be.
I think it might be.
When he says like you never were my father, I don't think that means that deep down he really feels that way about it, but that again, like Dickenspear was saying, with like, you know, deep-seated issues about being adopted, like you can take feeling weird about that and wishing you knew your birth parents and going too far and hurting your father on purpose by saying that. Yeah, it doesn't mean that deep down he doesn't see Jonathan Kent as his father. It's not. It doesn't have to be literal for him to say stupid things he shouldn't say.
To compare this to Spider-Man for the 600th time, but it's the Spider-Man thing where he tells Uncle Ben, you know, you're not my dad. He doesn't really mean it. He's just confused and hurt. Yeah, exactly. And like it's a thing he can hold over him. Yeah. Robert Wild, does Clark on Red Kryptonite still not care about Chloe? I mean,
I hope that the payoff at the end of this episode is Lionel being like, "Come be a son to me, Clark. I had a father. His name is Jonathan Kent."
The other issue I take with Rosenbaum's initial point that maybe Superman shouldn't have a dark side is, then what would be the point of the show? You know what I mean? Like let's see the origin of a guy that was born perfect.
Well, it's also weird with Rosenbaum because he's in Justice League. Like that Superman has a dark side.
That doesn't mean that he knows anything about what happens in that show.
That's fair.
Like nothing against Rosenbaum. He pretty clearly, and he even talks about this with Smallville. He read his scenes.
Well,
like he didn't always read the whole script.
And it doesn't mean you're a fan.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that
that's fair.
You have to know everything that happens in a whole episode to play your part of it.
Yeah.
So I don't know that he's aware of that. Maybe he was then. I don't know that he would remember it now.
And with voice acting, I feel like it's a lot easier to just know your lines.
There's a reference to Central City that somebody brings up in an episode of Talkville, and he doesn't even know that Flash is from there. And he played Flash, like, and that's not me, giving him crap. He's not a fan. He doesn't have to be to do a good job as an actor.
No, for sure. But that also doesn't surprise me, like, even if he remembers that, because I don't think that comes up very often.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Austin, why do you keep laughing at the most random stuff?
I don't know, just things make me laugh sometimes.
Yeah, I never know what he's laughing at.
Just them kissing just made me laugh. And I don't know why. I can't even explain it. It just made me laugh.
And of course, that was a big deal to fans, and I always hate that, where like we contrive a reason for something to happen on screen that's not ultimately indicative of status quo moving forward, where it's just, well, he's acting out of character, so of course they have a make-out sequence. And they sold
every television show does that.
Yeah, I know. And they sold the episode on that.
Are we going to get to the Wall of Weird now? John, you wanted this counted.
Hey, season 1 proved me right.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, okay.
No, there it is. We see it blurry, but it's there.
Oh, that is? I thought it was like a different room.
No, I think it's behind her, is it not?
There was like some sort of wall with sticky notes, but I didn't think it was that. But I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's... This is Austin when people kiss.
Okay, so I was wrong. It's not.
What's me when people kiss?
If you're playing sounds, I'm not hearing them.
Yeah, I can't hear it either.
Really?
That might be why I didn't hear the dings earlier.
Oh. Okay, I'll
I
fix
think
it.
Austin broke something
He must have.
because it was working before he
Hey.
joined.
I didn't start the fire. It was always burning
Yeah,
since
sorry
the
about
world's
that.
been turning.
Just let me know when you guys can't hear things. That's awkward.
No, it's okay. So what's me?
This is you when people are kissing.
Oh my god, that's so perfect.
Hey, it's like the prototype to his season 9 suit.
Clark walks in, he goes, I'm a rebel now. I just came in to play pool. That's what rebels do.
He walks into a room and the guy's just like, "Hey kid, we're selling underwear you wear on top of your pants." And then Clark's like, "It's coming back."
The other thing I like about his wardrobe and just the way he's acting right now is I imagine... Oh, I've always, by the way, loved that line. I wasn't aware that a $2,000 coat came with a backbone. It's a good line.
That's just the 90s Spider-Man thing.
But yeah, but I like that he's kind of acting like his version in his mind of Lex Luthor. Like this is what rich people are like.
Yeah, no,
What if to prove it he like used heat vision to cut all of his hair off?
I also just find it kind of funny because this looks almost exactly like his season 9 black suit.
Oh, that's
What
true.
I was thinking too. Yeah.
I also like this this slight character parallel we're doing, where Lex has to stand up to his father, and he's in the right for doing that, and Clark, now has the lack of inhibition to stand up to his father, and he's taking it way too far.
Yeah. Tom asked, so it's not super speed, but running away angry. I don't remember which scene he's talking about.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. I forgot to count that one.
Did Clark get?
He actually
fake
super
IDs for
speeds
them?
away angry. Sorry, what?
Well,
Did Clark
so,
get fake IDs?
but keep in mind, Austin, they set up earlier in the episode that this bar serves minors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
'Cause
I
when
guess
that
it's just
FBI
public
agent is
knowledge,
looking
and the
for the
cops are
girl.
doing nothing about it, because the cops are Sheriff Ethan, apparently, and that's it.
It's just it's that guy and it's what's his face from '89.
It's Colonel Mustard in the library with a wrench.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, Robert,
See-
he wrote Lex, you're
Okay.
the one to talk when it comes to reckless driving. I meant to mention I also like when Clark throws that back at him on red Kryptonite and says it's not like I'm going to drive it off a bridge.
Oh my god, is
There's
this
some good
gonna
lines.
be the Spider-Man 3 dance number?
Is that jealous love triangle face?
Yes, I'll give that love triangle face, absolutely. Any chance I get.
Senior Sticks, could Clark give himself a mohawk with heat vision?
With a mirror. Yes.
I don't know if this would, because his heat vision is actual heat vision. He'd probably just like set his hair on fire.
That's a good point, yeah. Because he uses it as a microwave more than anything.
Oh my god, this just is Spider-Man 3.
It kind of is, yeah.
This is what I would do on a date, is just be like, "Yo, babe, I'm trading up. Buy us a drink."
But it's like 4 or 5 years before that.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. He's gonna punch her in this scene.
This might be where I think the red Kryptonite stuff goes a little too far.
Whoa.
Then he gets into a bar fight with these guys.
He just beat up Christian.
Oh,
This is
that's
crazy.
throwing.
Oh, we got Batman.
Okay, I'm only going to count that as one throw, even though it was 2 people being thrown.
Oh, his
Or should I
vision
count it as
looks
2?
Terrible.
Because we wrote it as people
No,
getting
it doesn't.
thrown.
It looks fine.
I don't know. That's not the effect I would have gone with. I think it's just the effect more so than like it actually just like looking bad. It's a weird effect.
We talked about this earlier. I've always really liked it. I think it's a super creative reinvention.
I will say I really like Welling in this episode. I think he nails that. Like, I'll do whatever I want. Persona.
I'm definitely having more fun with bad Clark than I am regular Clark, so I agree.
And fair enough, because regular Clark is unfortunately often really boring, because he doesn't have any interests, and he doesn't do very much. And I feel like Welling is like really going for it in this episode. He's not
Now
held
he's
back.
just Cyclops in the first 3 X-Men. He's going off to find Jane.
But yeah, John, were you saying that he goes too far because those guys could totally have gotten killed being thrown by Superman? Because I kind of agree with that.
Not only that, so this Clark we have established is almost single-mindedly like infatuated with Lana Lang. And the moment that he gets a date with her with no inhibitions, he dumps her the first chance he can get.
Oh yeah, good call. Where he's like, well, I'll just go out with this other girl.
I don't know if I quite buy that.
Yeah, that only works. You're right. So in that particular case, Loeb is kind of walking the line too close between it's bringing out his actual unique dark side, and it just makes him generically bad.
Yeah.
And now he's turning into Peter Parker when he first gets powers. I'm gonna go get rich. I'm gonna be a wrestler and murder people accidentally in the MMA.
You're nothing but sheep, parents. I am an individual.
I just said wrestling and the MMA. I realized that's not wrestling. I like changed it midstream.
Cap thinks that wrestling is like that Rocky 3 scene where Hulk Hogan is wrestling and Rocky is boxing.
With Mr. T?
No, with Hulk Hogan.
Oh, with Hulk Hogan. Sorry. Yeah.
I recently watched all, if you count the Creed movies, 8 Rocky movies, and they're wonderful.
Yeah, John had never seen them except for the first one until like 2 weeks ago, and he watched like all of them in 2 days.
Negan Spear says he's still attracted to other women. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he dropped Lana like a bad habit that fast.
Senior 6 says, to be fair, Clark is super tall and big.
Exactly.
I mean, he is tall.
I don't know what he's referring to.
He's tall, dark, and
That's
super.
why I didn't read that one. I didn't know what he was talking about.
I'm sorry. Okay.
He's just tall, dark, and not bald.
Okay, guys, it's time for another wheel spin.
Let's do it.
Oh.
So
Was that a sad
Clark, Is Clark technically a Red Lantern in this episode?
Okay, I have to blind watch for the next 5 minutes. Let's see. I have something I can like put on my head. Okay, so hold on. When John did this, he just closed his eyes. I'm just gonna put my hoodie over my head.
Yeah, because I don't have like anything that'll go on my.
Okay, somebody tell me when 5 minutes has passed. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna turn up my
not,
sound
John.
so I can hear this episode better. Hold on.
So Austin, I don't remember if I told you, but Kane and Batista show up in the show later.
I knew Batista did. I didn't know that Kane did, because I always thought Batista was Doomsday, but that's obviously not who he is. But I remember as a kid seeing the TV spots where it's like, check out Batista.
Chloe, that is a slow news week if Clark dumping Lana on a first date is page 1.
It's page 1 in the national news, not just Smallville.
Well, she meant in her newspaper.
The president was killed this week.
Yeah, I remember watching that because like WWE promoted the crap out of those episodes, and I was like, "Oh, that's awesome! Kane's gonna be in an episode."
And I was like, "Oh, Batista's in that stupid show? That's weird."
You know, so far there's not enough happening where it even matters if I'm watching it.
Well, Daredevil just showed up, Cap.
Oh, what a
Yeah.
strange coincidence, and also rights issues.
Yeah, well, he also has laryngitis, so he can't say anything, but he's here.
Wow. So which of his other senses are compensating for that?
Touch. He can like feel things really well.
I thought you were gonna say taste.
No, that's if he becomes deaf. He can, or deaf. If he becomes deaf, destroyer of worlds, he can taste real well.
I hope somebody shows up, you know, on stream like right now, and is wondering the context of this. It's like, why does Cap have a shirt on his head?
No, like,
So,
why is Cap a ghost?
Just to follow up with what we were talking about, I think in
I'm the
first
night
episode,
ghost.
Cap, we're 3 episodes in and they've already reset Jonathan Lax.
Oh my God, we're at the scene where he's gonna say, "Be a son to me now."
Oh, why do I have to have a shirt on my head for this scene? Dang it!
I wasn't wrong. Daredevil's here.
That's not Daredevil. If it is, it's the Spider-Gwen version of Daredevil, where he's an evil kingpin guy.
Well, and I always refer to blind people just as Daredevil, like as a technical term.
God, you're so racist.
Well, no, it's like a PC thing where you're like, look at all those Daredevil people that have to read Braille.
Oh, is that what we changed it to?
Yeah.
So it's a Daredevil commentary and not a blind commentary?
Exactly.
Okay.
My one brother can read in Braille. He just like one day was like, I'm going to learn how to read Braille. I'm like, okay.
So it's important to note that this is going to be the first time that Lionel and Clark meet, which is a really cool choice.
Yeah, that is very interesting.
That it's all, yes, it's a coincidence, but it's a neat one, I think, where he's blind. He's not going to see the spectacular thing that Clark does. That's something of the kind of easy part of it, but like it's a mystery to him.
Is it a coincidence? They're both staying at the same manor.
Well, what I mean is it's kind of coincidental that I wasn't quite done with my point. The coincidental part of it is that he's meeting Clark for the first time while Clark is bad.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Like when he first meets him, it just happens to be when he's acting like a crazy supervillain. Are my 5 minutes done yet?
No.
It's been 4.
No one's actually paying attention to the time, are they?
No, we are. So this counts as pool.
I feel like I'm in timeout.
Yeah, you are. You are bad.
I should have taken off that red kryptonite ring earlier.
Exactly.
Oh, you know what? I meant to get one for this show. I'm trying to buy as many of the props from this show as I can get away with.
You took Sarah to a bar and you were like, "Buy us some drinks, babe." And then you walked up to another girl at the bar.
Austin, Senior Sticks would like to know, but can your brother write in Braille?
Yeah, of course. He can also speak in Braille, which is really weird.
Is that just like ...
Isn't that Morse code? Okay, are my 5 minutes done yet?
No.
Yes.
I'm going with John on this.
John's wrong. You just know how to count. His name's Subject 879.
At least I can get it right. You can't.
Oh, this guy, Senator Kelly just got
Robert,
killed
you're right.
by
It's
Paul
ableist.
Dano.
Sorry, I couldn't think of that. Oh, good. I get to watch this scene. This is the scene I was hoping I wasn't. Oh, no, it wasn't this scene. It was the Lionel scene. Man, I missed the whole Lionel thing.
Yeah, you did miss it.
Well, did we have the part where he shoots his hand?
Yeah.
Ah, that's the best part. I like that this guy isn't, and I know that she's not a Kryptofreak, but you kind of expect him to be like one of these bad parents that doesn't know how to treat their kids, and he's not. He's not that. He's
No,
actually,
see, he's not. They weren't naturally from Smallville, so they're good parents.
Oh, that's a good point. Because it seems like parenting skills were affected by the meteor shower.
Superman's turned into Jack Bauer.
Yeah, I love how thuggish he gets here. It's really funny.
It's just Brightburn now. And this music's crazy.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, this show goes to a lot of places, like horror places.
Well, a lot of these shows do, like these kinds of shows.
Oh, you know what I've never really put together, John? In the Discord, you call yourself Jon Snow. That is the composer of the show.
Oh, okay.
Does he know anything?
His name is Jon Snow.
Yeah, it's just mine's just a Game of Thrones reference, even though I don't like Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, but I'm just saying it's an interesting coincidence.
I named myself after this thing I don't like.
Sorry.
Well, no, I think it was like DJ was like, "You know nothing," and I was like, "That's right," and I changed my name to Jon Snow because of it.
Pete's the line delivery that Jones gives there is amazing. Where like his whole plan to help Jesse is just Jesse run.
I want Jonathan to swing the hammer and then Clark just ducks and he hits Pete.
What happens is almost as amusing though, because I cannot figure out if Clark is intentionally lifting his hand up to get it broken or not. Watch for that.
Oh, slow-mo.
Clark on green kryptonite.
You want me to put the
I just got that.
down?
Thanks, man. Yeah, look. Why does he do that?
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, and they had an argument. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a couple of seconds behind you guys. I think they had an argument on Talkville about whether or not Clark was intentionally raising his hand. There's no argument to be had. He is, right?
I don't know. I do wish that he yelled, "Put the hammer down."
John, my theory, because they were debating about this on that show, like why would Clark on Red K, who likes that, who doesn't want to be told what to do by his dad, like why would he give in that fast? Is it just to get off the green kryptonite?
I think.
Is it just
that
you've beaten me?
I don't think so. I think because if you didn't have that scene where he looks back in concern at his dad for a second, I would agree with that. But if we have that scene, I think it's possible that like there's a part of him that has realized he's gone too far.
He can break through.
Yeah.
Okay, I have another question. Do we count Clark as a Kryptofreak?
Yes.
No.
It's the duality of man.
He didn't get any like powers from the kryptonite. He just.
But I mean, crazy. The one guy's power was just that he twitched.
I was gonna say we did call Earl Jenkins a Kryptofreak, did we not?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know what? If we did, we have to add another one because Hamilton also had that.
When you guys contemplated Lex as a Kryptofreak.
Okay, sorry, I've never thought about this either. I don't think it was probably intentional, but Lionel kind of just quoted Jor-El from the Superman movies there. Did you catch that? Where he said the son becomes the father?
Oh.
He doesn't finish it, but he said that. That's interesting. I'm gonna call it a reference even if they didn't do it on purpose.
Robert Wilde says, I think it's just clunky choreography.
That's
choreography.
I can't talk. I don't know.
Is it colloquial? Is that how they say it where you live?
I have no idea.
Look, it's choreography, okay? Shut up.
I have never heard anyone else say it like around here.
You never heard anybody say choreography before?
No.
Shut
I'm the only like
up.
movie fan around me that I know of that like talks about these things.
Oh, I just counted things.
Ring a ding ding.
Yes. Ring a ding ding.
I need to get some more Simpsons in here. I'll probably do that next time.
That was perfection.
You and Austin should do a 48-hour Simpson stream.
48. You know, I actually...
That's just my life.
I almost sent Austin a message at one point and said, do you want to just start doing the Simpsons shows as full season commentaries? And then I hesitated because I was like, I don't know if that's how we should do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
They would only take 8-9 hours.
Yeah, that is true.
I did the math. It wouldn't be this unless you wanted to do two seasons in a day.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother me either way.
Oh, you know what? To your point, John, there's a good piece of evidence here to what you're saying, that he's able to hold himself back or break through, because Martha says here, like, he could have told everybody a secret like he wanted to, but he didn't, even on Red Kryptonite.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, Cap, is if we did it that way with Simpsons, it would only be 3 times longer than they already are.
That's
those are already all 3-hour shows.
They're really long. That's part of why I was suggesting that. And then this is gonna sound awful, but then I wouldn't have to take as many notes because we'd be looking at it. And that's part of what's made it difficult for me to get back to that, is just I need time when I've got free hands and I don't have kids around.
Yeah, of course.
And if I could just binge it, now I wouldn't do that blind. I would prepare for those.
Mm-hmm. No, of course. Well, I know that show so well.
Yeah, you're welcome to do that any way you want to. Like, I'm doing this show blind.
Yeah. No, I mean, I would be down to do that show anyway, so.
Okay, we'll talk about it. Maybe I'll put out a poll and see how people feel about that.
Yeah.
Or maybe we should just do whatever the hell we want.
Yeah, because it has been a long time.
Yeah, and I feel bad that we haven't gotten back to it, but some of it is...
I mean, I'm not, like, hurting over it.
Some of it is, I had to figure this out. Like, I could not deal with never finishing Smallville. Like,
yeah,
it was driving me insane trying to come up with a format to finish this with.
I was loving this episode until this scene.
Yeah.
This is an awkward scene.
This is a little bit of a rough scene.
We got some, like, Oasis playing.
Yeah, I mean, I like this song.
I said, maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me.
Crying your heart. Although I will say, I like the use of this song better in Birds of Prey. It's actually in that pilot.
I've never seen that show.
I definitely want to do a stream like this for that at some point.
Ooh, spooky.
Well, I say that scene's rough. Like, I don't know if I just don't like...
It's indicative of what their relationship will become, where he just goes to apologize, but then is incredibly vague about what happened, and she's like, no. Yeah,
the problem is more when that it's repeated so much later, right? Like, because you just get really sick of those scenes and it doesn't go anywhere. And like you said earlier, spinning wheels. If you can forget the rest of the show and you just have that scene, like the way she is reacting, I like the "you can't have it both ways" speech. You know, the first time we get it.
But I think my issue with it as well is just like, you don't have to be completely honest with her. Just tell her, oh, we found out that those rings were made out of red kryptonite and it affected me to make me act like that.
Yeah, I mean, devil's advocate, because I've always felt that way too with that stuff. Why can't you come up with some kind of an explanation that, like, you don't have to lie. You can give a half truth, but why does it affect him and nobody else? Would be the devil's advocate argument. Like,
I mean, that just goes into logic with the kryptonite in general.
Yeah, because I can say, like, how would he explain it? But then at the same time, he's constantly giving terrible lies with no explanation, and nobody's further pressing him anyway. So why not say that?
I am gonna flip my sign green.
Yes, same here.
Other than that final scene, I think that is an excellent episode. Austin's like, kill me.
I'm with you.
And that's the best episode I've seen.
Because it was ironically funny, or because it was like there was some cool stuff?
I liked Evil Superman. That stuff was entertaining. It was fun to watch.
Well, look, he actually unironically liked something in the show. Like, you weren't making fun of it. You legitimately liked the thing you did on purpose.
Yeah,
so there you go.
I was having fun with that.
Okay. I just can never tell with him. Because
enough, the episode Red is maybe the episode I would not flip red on so far.
I can never tell with Austin because the stuff that he likes ironically mixes with the stuff he loves unironically.
Well, I live in such a state of irony that I never know whether I think something is ironic or not. I don't know how I live.
So we didn't flip red on Red, but we did flip red on Heat.
Yeah,
we did.
Which is Red.
I was really hoping you'd be there for that episode, Austin, but it's okay.
Me too.
You were here for Red.
Because you would have hated that.
Oh, well, I'm glad I missed it then.
The heat vision is a metaphor for puberty. It's
yeah, no, I heard you guys say that, and I was like, that sounds so cringy.
It is, yeah. Okay, guys, we're gonna go ahead and take a 4-minute break. Austin, are you gonna stick with us, or do you need to get headed out?
No, I'll be good. Only because we're having a break, because my phone's gonna die, so I can charge my phone in the 4 minutes. But this will probably be my last one because of that.
Okay, yeah, no problem. All right, folks, we'll see you in just a little bit. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for all the super chats, guys, and all the comments. And we'll see you in just a little bit. All right, I'm back. Just waiting for my co-host. And I don't know if Austin's going to be back with us. I just see John here on the call. Everybody rig up the next episode, which is Nocturne. It's episode 5 of season 2. And I'm not going to lie, this is not a great one.
Yeah, what an episode for Austin to end on.
That's unfortunate. If he pops back in, I don't even see his icon right now.
He said he was letting his phone charge while we were on break.
Oh, okay. He probably jumped out of the call.
There he is.
Oh, I closed my phone, so it must have kicked me when I closed my phone.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Just hoping that would charge a little faster. So hopefully I don't get kicked out mid-episode.
Well, if you do, you're honestly not going to be missing very much.
Yeah, this episode. I remember this episode sucking.
This one kind of sucks, yeah.
I finally found an episode I kind of enjoyed.
Yeah, and there's some other, really really good ones right after this, but you're not going to be here for those.
Rats.
Although
Robert Wild's not going to be able to watch all of season 2 with us. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, because without you, we won't have any audience. No, I'm totally joking. We've had really decent crowds for these. I appreciate you guys. So yeah, Robert's going to come in actually in the call after Austin leaves, and he's going to join us for a few episodes. Let's go ahead.
He contractually doesn't want to be in a call with me, so.
He told me that the last time he did a review with us. He was like, "Yeah, I think me and Austin, it's like matter and antimatter," is what he said. That was his exact.
There's some behind the scenes beef there, I think.
Yeah, we're broadcasting right now, right?
Oh, whoops. Okay, never mind.
Hey, you guys want to see something cool? So I just found this earlier today. I haven't had any place to display this in a long time. This was maybe the first or one of the first autographs that I ever got. This is, hold on, and I didn't actually get this done myself. I didn't go to a con to get this or anything. But my dad gave me this when the show was, I don't know, maybe still in the first season or into the second. He ordered this on eBay, but I've got the signatures of the three mains with the show, which is kind of cool. And then I started going to cons and getting like Star Trek autographs and stuff after that. But I think this might be the first set of autographs in my collection.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
I only have 2 autographs. I wish I had more, but those are great.
Yeah, thanks. So I just want to show you guys that real quick. Let's go ahead, and that used to be up in my Death of Superman bathroom back at my old house. Tom, $2 super chat. It's Byron the Poetic Werewolf. He's in the game. What, the RPG you were making? Why would he be in? Is that how I phrased it when I wrote about this episode? Byron the Poetic Werewolf. Because I mean, that's
I was just thinking
just what he is. Yeah.
Of Byron from that Spawn issue where the 2 gangs are gonna fight.
Oh, yeah.
There's the big guy on each side, and the one's like, "I am Byron."
I forgot about that. Okay, this is Nocturne.
Because I'm working on a comic right now, and I was like, part of me really wants to just end this with just a gorilla running, and just be like, what's gonna happen with this?
And then every comic, he's like inching closer to the city, but like 5 weeks pass in the actual issue.
Exactly, yeah.
That's a Cygor reference. We're talking about Spawn right now. Anyway, everybody ready for Nocturne? Get ready for it. It's gonna be great.
No.
Episode 5. I'm actually kind of excited for Austin to watch this because there's some really silly stuff in this episode, and there's silly stuff right away, right off the gate. All right, here we go.
Okay, so I might like it.
Everybody get to timestamp 0 and get ready to press play when I say no. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
The first thing, because I'm watching this on Amazon, and it's got like the trivia, and it's like, did you know that, not Chloe, Lana is reluctant to date Clark in this episode because in the last episode he was under the influence of red kryptonite. Thank you, Amazon.
Appreciate that. Yeah, in case you decided to watch Nocturne out of order.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why you do that.
So, Austin, do you often take horseback rides in the middle of a cemetery at night?
Well, that's what I like about Lana. She's a chick who drives the horse.
Yeah, but why is she at the cemetery at 3 in the morning?
Well, when else do you go to a cemetery? You have to go when it's dark and foggy and mysterious.
And dangerous. And if you're Lana, you should never go anywhere by yourself, especially in the middle of the night. She's only been stalked and almost murdered like 50 times.
Well, Lana only came out here because she wants to dig up her parents to make sure they're dead.
Yes, Robert, this is another creepy Lana cemetery scene.
John, were you
spooky Lana scene.
Were you not hoping for another awkward scene of Lana talking to her dead parents?
I actually was. Like, as a kid, I found that very relatable because I also talk to inanimate objects.
That is maybe the funniest thing anyone's ever said to me.
You totally got me there. I thought you were going to say, like, somebody close to me and my family died. I go to the cemetery.
That's what I thought, too.
That's what I thought you were going. You're like, because I like to talk to staplers.
I'd be like, come on, stapler. You will staple my paper.
Can we add something else to the count? Times John just makes me fall out of my chair. That was freaking hilarious, John.
Robert Wyatt says, Austin, you killed me with that cool as ice reference.
Yes.
So
yeah.
Byron's dad is over
cool
the
as
top
ice.
evil.
Yeah, this guy looks like he's like half the killer from I Know What You Did Last Summer and half the what's the gravekeeper or whatever from Ghost Rider.
Yeah,
oh,
but
I
also,
thought you were gonna say
you're also missing Crocodile Dundee.
Oh, there's some of that too.
Oh, and by the way, he's also in the Cellar set again.
Yeah.
So the redress of that set.
Austin, I thought you were gonna say he's half the graveyard keeper from Friday Part 6.
No, there's some of that too. Well, I just referenced that with the parents joke.
There's so many halves to that guy.
Yeah, there's a ton of 50%. That's like, I forget what Greek myth it is, but there's one where it's just like, this guy is like 1/3 God. It's like, guys, it doesn't make any sense. Even by this period in history, you should know mathematically that doesn't make sense.
So yeah, John.
Robert Wyatt says, cool as ice is cinema.
It is.
The weirdest thing about this episode to me is just, I don't understand why the dad has to chain the kid up.
Well, I would do that if I were a dad.
So, from what I do remember about this episode, because I always, like, when I was younger and I'd watch this on DVD, if I could, I'd skip this episode. I don't remember any of the, like, lore with the monster of the week making sense. But I haven't seen it since I was a kid, so I could be wrong.
Yeah, like, when he turns into the monster, he's super strong, but he has to go out in the daylight before that happens, so I don't understand why he has to be, like, chained. I mean, like, it sucks to lock your kid in the basement, but, like, just lock him.
Oh, Wall of Weird.
Oh, yep, good job.
Wall of Weird.
We got the Wall of Weird.
I'm never going to remember that we're counting that.
Yeah, see, I think the one that you counted last time didn't count. I don't think it was this, but we'll count it anyways.
Should I uncount it?
No, it's okay. Oh!
Oh, yeah,
You
there's a
timed
Man
that-
of Steel. Gotta get
You
that in
timed
there.
that perfectly. It was like the Man of Steel. Ding ding. Yeah, pretty much.
Good job, Jeff Loeb. Way to consult produce.
Jeff Loeb came in and he was like, Clark Kent is of all seasons. You should keep that in mind when you write your show.
So I like these kind of mirrors that we'll do for Clark's parents.
What is that face he's making?
Yeah, I know.
A Talon, that's a Court of the Owls reference.
Well, he can't stop it. He's upset because his dad's making it harder for him to leave, and that causes him emotional distress. And so he makes that face.
He's mad because he's chained up, and his dad's just like drilling the floor, which was like cement. It was really annoying.
Yeah, because he's horrible.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why you can't make his kid's life better. Like,
and he was like, "Dad, you're 50% so many things. Let me go."
Matthew Bass says the horror influence in the show is such a weird choice.
We talked about that a lot last season.
Yeah, I
weird.
think
You got
it works.
No Doubt in the background in the scene.
I think it works in some episodes, but then there's episodes like this where it's just really lame.
Yeah, it just goes too far. Like, it's not just influence, it's like, this is a horror one.
You know that this show is made by the people who wrote feeder poetry.
I think just the gothic poetry thing is kind of a silly angle, where it's like we're gonna have this, macabre bent, and have a kid that talks like poets that write that kind of stuff.
Have you guys ever
Okay.
written poetry for women?
I mean, if I had, I wouldn't tell you about it.
Oh, okay. That just means you have.
I don't remember. Probably in high school.
Yeah, that's like a very high school thing to do.
Yeah.
I've never done that.
I'm not I think I'm a decent writer. I'm not good enough at that kind of writing.
I've just never liked poetry writing.
I'm just concerned it gets too cliche. I like a certain kind of poetry writing, but it's got to be kind of quirky. I used to write quirky poetry.
That was always just like in English class. It would be like, okay, we're gonna do some creative writing, and I'm like, yes, and they're like, we're gonna do poetry. And I'm like, can I just write something where like somebody gets punched? Like, I don't want to write poetry.
Can I just describe a punch in slow motion? Tad. That guy's name is Tad.
And that guy looks like a mixture of Bill Skarsgård and Loki. Tom Hiddleston.
I love that line that Lionel has there, just the delivery. Never lose your grasp of the obvious. Tad. Tad is...
Robert Wild. Cap could write Spawn poetry.
Ooh, I should write Spawn poetry. I'll write a poem about how Cygor is coming.
Do that and write one about popsicle sticks.
Yeah, and how I can't eat them anymore. I mean, I never ate the sticks, but the popsicles.
Oh man, the worst thing about Spawn is I can't eat all those popsicle sticks anymore. I just eat the popsicle and I feel sick at the stick.
Lionel has a really cool cane.
Yeah, canes I think are just inherently cool. Unless like they're the ones that aren't, but most of them are.
Oh, this whole scene is so well written. Why do we have to have episodes like this where the A story sucks and then all the Lex stuff is like somebody else wrote it? Drives me crazy. Lex says, I don't think I would fit your criteria. Lionel says, maybe not. Nobody's perfect. That's so good.
Well, I have always wondered if they were just really bored with the monster of the week at this point. Like, this is the stuff they wanted to do.
Yeah, it makes you, I mean, nothing against Welling, but it makes you want to just, like, have whole episodes that Clark's not there and just do Lex episodes. Well, when that's the good stuff, like...
I mean, he's the best Lex Luthor on screen.
They should just tie it together and have Martha and Lionel Luthor and Jonathan Kent be in a love triangle.
Well, they sort of do.
No.
Oh yeah, that
when I
happens.
when I saw them together, I was like, this feels like it could go romantic, but it probably won't because it's the Kents.
It inches that way. Yep.
Oh
and
boy.
Because she is gonna decide to work for him in this scene, which that was another debate they had on Talkville. And yeah, I think it's kind of out of character, especially here in a little bit, John, when we get to Lineage and we find out the backstory with the adoption and all of that. Like, Martha knows the way Lionel manipulated Jonathan, and how he's got kind of a blackmail thing, and still decides to work for him. Like, clearly, the way Annette O'Toole is playing it, she doesn't know about any of that yet.
Yeah, that's always the tricky thing with, like, especially with this show and looking at something that's happening now versus what's going to happen in a few episodes, because sometimes it feels like they didn't know they were going to do that yet.
It's just so weird because of how soon it's going to be.
Yeah.
Because that happens in 2 episodes. We find that out.
Now it's just turning into the man who invented Christmas.
You know, this is an interesting parallel too. That, like, it looks like the Kent storm cellar, so that would make this kid the spaceship.
No,
well,
I think,
like the spaceship, he just ends up wherever the plot requires.
Oh, sure, but that's also everything in this show.
See, I'm thinking that he's Clark and the spaceship is his poetry.
God, that's profound. I don't know what we're gonna do without you.
I know. I'm such a smart and intelligent person.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Yeah, don't speak up so quick, guys.
Yeah, don't get your ego all inflated.
No, I'm incredibly humble.
Well, at least he's got his mom, so he doesn't totally lose his humanity or whatever. It's just really weird that his dad feels the need to treat him like this, you know, going as far as he goes, and B, that the mom puts up with it. Like, you gotta kind of wonder if he is, like, abusing her or something. Like, the episode doesn't go that far and tell us anything, but he's out to lunch. He's not, so you really gotta wonder about that.
So I think it's weirder that he writes with a quill.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. That would be the C, right? Is like, and then they provide him with, like, 17th century materials.
I would never marry a woman that wouldn't let me abuse my child if he decided to write with a quill.
Okay,
like,
you need to leave. We need to eject you from the call.
Oh.
You're like Smallville. You've taken it too far now.
Does Jason write with a quill? Is that what you're saying?
So yes. Why did I admit that?
Why is she sleeping here?
I know. I guess she just fell asleep.
That can't be comfortable, like.
Yeah, I feel like if I slept like that, I wouldn't wake up being, what am I doing here? It'd be more like, ow.
Well, I think the idea is supposed to be she's hoping he'll show up. But I love TV shows like this. This is kind of a trope, right? Where you'll set up a scene to have a character that is just in, like, an interesting pose or something. You're not supposed to think about how they got there in the first place. And we do that the opposite way, too, where it's like, wait, that's a real cool, like, perch on a building or whatever you're doing, but how is he going to get down from there?
Yeah.
Oh, John, it's only the 5th episode. We can't lose you yet, dude. Don't make me coast this whole thing. We've got 23 episodes, man.
Nah, it'll be fine.
That was a throw.
Yep.
What's it a throw?
Typically with, like, the perches and stuff, I don't notice it, but something like that where I'm like, your neck would be broken. It's like, that's weird.
Isn't it nice
I
that
thought it
Clark
just
never has
fell.
to worry about anyone dying because he doesn't choose to do that?
Clark's like, do you bleed?
You are right now. You've come to talk to your parents in a graveyard. No, I've come to stop you.
No, I've come to talk to inanimate objects.
No, I've come to take a nap on a gravestone.
Well, you know, the cool thing about Smallville is they have multi-purpose cemeteries. You can take a nap, you can talk to a brick.
That's true. Thomas Lofog is such a cliche. And
This
it's
guy
fine
does
in...
have like a little bit of Jesse Eisenberg look.
That's fair. It's
Senior
fine in
Sticks says
real
Smallville has
stylized
two
things.
Lana Langs.
But it's weird
I don't
in
know if
this show. Sorry, John.
one
What
day
you
he'll be able to. Oh, Senior Sticks was saying there Smallville has two Lana Langs. It's like we can only handle one.
I don't know what he means by that.
I don't either. And
Also, I
then
thought
Robert
Senior
Wild
Sticks
says-
had to leave. I thought he said bye to everybody earlier, like during the break.
He said back, so I guess he's back.
Welcome back, sir.
I think there's two Lana Langs in the same way there's two Luke Skywalkers in the original Star Wars. I don't know if you guys know about that whole theory.
Holy Halloween!
Okay.
Robert Wild said one day he'll be able to stop people from dying. He will become the most powerful Jedi ever.
Become the most powerful poet ever.
Like, he meets his son on the porch with a shotgun?
I mean, this is what I would do. Now, boy, I told you. I said, boy, I told
Like,
you
look,
not
I
to
get,
leave.
because we don't know yet that he's turning into a monster, and I get if he brings the gun with him in case his kid is a monster. You'd hope it was a trank gun. I don't think that it is.
No, that was
There's
definitely
no way.
shotgun.
But
It was double barrel.
he points it at his kid. He turns it on his kid, and his wife just stands there. I don't understand this family.
I mean, this is just like a regular American family.
Oh, see, you don't even understand that The Simpsons is a comedy. You think that's just how people act. Oh, he's just choking his kid out every day. That's how I was
Yeah.
raised. This is
He
getting dark.
thinks Americans eat mayonnaise out of a jar.
You're never gonna let that go. Okay.
What do you mean? I'm the one that's never gonna let that go. You're the one that keeps tagging me and Noah and things.
It happened twice. Anyways, my dad found a study like 10 years ago that was like Homer Simpson is better than over half the fathers in America. So,
John, the other thing that's weird if they don't have, and I get not having it completely mapped out, but if they don't have some sense that Lionel was involved in the adoption, it's really interesting that they kept seeding there being like some complicated, thing with the adoption. Like you have that line in the first season where he says he's about to I think it's in Zero. He's about to explain it to Clark, and then they find out about the cows, and he's like, there's a long road between that and what's in the storm cellar, and I'm like, so you guys were seeding a thing, and you just wrote yourself in a corner and you didn't even know what it was yet, and then the answer is actually really good, but they haven't figured it out by now. 2 episodes beforehand? That's crazy.
So now we're looking at Texas Chainsaw Massacre with like the bones on the swing set. But I don't know. I can accept the child abuse. I don't like that their dog is just forever tied up at the front. That's not okay.
Is the idea supposed to be, John, that the dog did that with the skeletons? Or not the dog, the monster?
I guess I don't know. I like. It's hard for me to say like what I think the episode is doing with this because I don't think the episode knows.
I don't think it does either.
I think they just needed a conflict for this episode.
And they're just putting weird things on the set to make it creepy. Because, like, I've never had that thought until this viewing. I always thought, yeah, like he's got, like, antlers and heads on a swing set. Why?
So,
just because Texas Chainsaw Massacre, they're stealing imagery from that.
Is hunting like a thing, like a big thing in Kansas?
Well, I mean, there's hunting everywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere where
I just mean I know in
land.
some states it's like a bigger deal than others.
Yeah, I mean, not any more so than anywhere else in the Midwest, I don't think. But like
Maybe
we have
that's
that.
the idea.
We do have hunting here.
People just assume they're hunters. Robert Wild says, "Hey, look, bald mustached cop guy is back."
But Naked Spirit's not just about how Martha feels about it. It's about how she has to know her husband feels about it. And that's another thing that Rosenbaum thought was really weird, and I was totally with him on it. And they wondered if Lionel already knew how to play the piano, or if he's just had like a lot of time on his hands.
I'm really excited to see what Rosenbaum thinks of the later seasons, especially like the ones he wasn't a part of.
Yeah. I predict he's going to hate most of it.
Well, what's the like percentage of episodes they like compared to what they don't like? Like, how is it so far?
So far, it's mostly positive on their rating scale. There's not a lot that goes, red sign flip.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
In fact, I think we had more on first season than they did, John.
There was a couple I was surprised they flipped green on.
Well, I imagine it's probably different for them just in terms of like being nostalgic for going back to this.
Yeah, maybe. Rosenbaum is a little more critical in that first season than Welling is.
But Naked Spirit, I'm just saying it's weird to go get a job from your husband's worst enemy. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no. If my wife did that, I would chain her up with my son in the basement.
In your creepy basement.
I'm a creepy basement.
Matthew Bass, classic piano music, because that's what rich people listen to. I mean, I listen to piano music, but I think the weirder thing is that the only composer Smallville knows about is Chopin. Because this is now the second time Chopin has not just been referenced, but we've, played songs.
He should have been playing some, like, Billy Joel on the piano.
That would have been really funny.
Yeah, like, it just got stuff.
That was an angry walk-off or storm off.
Yeah, that counts. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I guess I could have called it storm off or something. You keep coming up with, like, really concise ways to name things that I've had
oh my God.
countless for years.
What?
That dog biting him made me jump like really hard.
Oh my God, he actually had a jump scare. That's amazing.
We should just count that. Like I don't know what category that would be.
Yeah, we counted it. Here, I better play a ding.
Ding 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 ding.
Oh man, that made me jump so hard. I'm still tingling a little.
No, I'm not gonna play a ding. I'm gonna play that.
The weird thing about Austin is that like the weirdest things will end up getting him.
That is true. That is true.
And he cannot explain it.
But part of it was that was just I wasn't expecting anything. Like it was more so just like shock. Because I mean,
I
that's what a
showed
jump
him-
scare is. It's not that you're scared; it's that you're just kind of shocked.
Pete had a weird line. Can I
Yes,
talk about
Austin,
Pete's weird
thank
line?
you for explaining what a jump scare is.
You're welcome, because you're being an a-hole.
Pete, so Clark had to explain to Pete that he couldn't see through that because there was lead, and Pete doesn't know about that rule yet, which you'd think that would come up in their conversations already, but okay. And Pete says, I think you should publish an instruction manual for yourself? An instruction manual for how Superman works, in case you buy one. Okay.
Clark, you should make a series Bible.
This is kind of a strange one because Clark's in the wrong here.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
This is also kind of a weird episode just because, like, Clark's in the wrong on this one. Like,
they sent Clark flying. Does that count for your thing, or is it just Clark hitting people?
What, getting thrown? Yeah, that's a throw.
Yeah.
It can be Clark that gets thrown.
Oh, that's another throw.
What, there were two?
Yeah, and he just trashed a car when he landed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, yeah, that's not a car wreck. You got to be moving. But
okay.
Yeah, I think Austin's like a...
You're a couple seconds ahead.
Here, I'll pause for a second.
So, Austin, how do you feel about our monster of the week?
When we start a commentary, do you do it like this? Everybody, please press play right now. Like, is that how you do it?
No, I hit it when you say no.
No, see, Austin doesn't know how to work a remote, so he goes to hit play, but hits fast forward instead.
My seconds aren't seconds. Just so you guys know, my phone is at 6%, just in case I drop off, because there's 15 minutes left.
Oh, yeah,
your phone is always so low on battery.
I know. What was it, 80 when we started?
Robert said, rest in peace, Pete. That was quick. There are way too many hospital scenes in this show, and it just gets worse and worse.
Clark's like, Dad, this guy I just met, he's injured, his arm. So I took him to the hospital.
Ooh?
John, what do you mean when you say Clark's in the wrong? Like, in what?
He just bursts in, like, without any information, and forces that guy out into the sun.
Yeah. Yeah,
like, he doesn't know the situation.
There should be some consequences to that. Yeah, and the consequence is he turns into a friggin' monster. Like, there's a reason he's in the basement. He shouldn't be abused, but...
He's a gamer.
Hey, Austin, do you think they feed him pizza rolls?
Yeah, pizza rolls and Mountain Dew.
How have you not made the creepy basement reference for this episode?
We have already.
We did earlier.
In this episode?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought we did it on a different episode.
Hey, Clark.
We did, but Austin and I were saying it earlier.
Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry.
Hey, Clark, look, I found the Qui-Gon sucker. He didn't even eat the sucker.
Didn't even eat the sucker.
Get out of my bin.
Do you remember? Sorry, do you remember last night on After Dark when Brandon was like, "I went to the bin store."
That's even better because it was like me and my girlfriend like to go to places.
We're so romantic. We go to places.
I legitimately want to find a picture of the two of them together and put it on the cover of the places we'll go,
so
and then
good.
send it to him.
I'm sorry, we're being self-indulgent. See, now I hate you because now I'm gonna be able to think every time we cut to the cannon or to the Talon is, it's a Court of the Owls reference.
Well, it is. This is also a King Tut reference because they're in like an Egypt place.
This is where we get into the irritating.
But I'm going to say I am still sort of on her side at this point. Now, I've got issues with like the kind of sanctimonious way sometimes Kurik is playing it, but I get why she's doing that because that's all she's got to play. But like, from her perspective, the last thing that happened was he was acting like a crazy person on Red Kryptonite and then showed up with flowers and was like, it wasn't me. I can't be held responsible for the things I did when I broke up with you at the Wild Coyote and I acted like an insane person. And now he's breaking into a kid's cellar or basement and throwing him around. Like, he's acting pretty nuts from her perspective.
Yeah, she's like, Clark, I caught you on the counter, and he's like, it wasn't me. She's like, I caught you in the shower. It wasn't me.
Why does Pete get his PS2? Clark could just give him his GameCube.
Yeah, does he still have his GameCube?
No, he probably gave all that back.
Can Clark just play Ocarina of Time in this scene? Oh, that's not even from that console. Never mind. He just plays Mario Sunshine.
What a fake Nintendo gamer.
Well, I mean, I've only ever had a Wii and Switch, so.
It's so atmospheric. Look, there's leaves blowing. Somebody's got a wind machine.
She just walked into Buffy. Now it's Twilight.
Buffy.
GG put in a $4.99 super chat. Cap, did you rewatch any of your season 2 Counting Kryptofreaks videos you made? No, not in a long, long time.
You know what that means, Cap? Spin the wheel, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it.
You just made me bleed my own blood. No one does that.
Is they talked in Talkville about that's a throw and a knocking unconscious. Wow.
And he ran away angry.
What was
That's literal. That's
That
literal
was
running
3
away angry.
We got 3 guys.
I don't think that's not convenient unconsciousness, so I'm not gonna count that, I guess. But
I mean, it's a little convenient.
What's convenient about it?
That she's unconscious.
When I say convenient, I usually mean so that she can't see things that Clark is doing. Okay, spinning the wheel. Oh, wait a minute. Spinning the wheel. Oh, we got to count every background extra again.
Okay, I'm ready. Oh, we're in a scene where there's no background extras. How long do we have to do this for?
We'll just wait until there is one.
Should we just do it for the rest of the episode?
No, it's for 5 minutes.
Why is it always 5 minutes?
So there is an insane stunt here that is the memorable thing about this episode. Oh, my family doesn't fly much. Do I have to count that in references?
Yes.
I guess I do. It's annoying.
Oh, yeah, I know what stunt you're talking about, too. Which is funny, because that was the big, trailer shot for... Or a similar stunt was the big trailer shot for... Is it Civil War?
Oh, yeah. I guess you're right.
Yeah, where he catches the helicopter.
But yeah, they talked in Talkville about how he's... Because they kept saying he's kind of a werewolf, but, like, you know, it's weird because it's the, like, sunlight that changes him.
He's more like a vampire.
But he's more like the Hulk.
He's more like, we don't know what he is. He's just...
If it was sunlight that
he's a
turned
bad
him.
man.
Because it's not anger. Like, he just turns into a kind of a generic monster.
But Austin, is he vengeance?
Yes.
He's vengeance.
There's an angry goth boy on the side of the plane.
Crashing this plane.
I'm going to crash this helicopter. Like, that's a pretty nuts stunt for an episode that is this small.
Oh my god. Your grass is too long.
And then he just starts spinning it around. And there's one shot where it didn't look like they needed it to, and they had to spend a ton of money to CGI the helicopter for like 3 seconds.
Oh, you could tell.
See, he didn't want to actually bring it down. He just wanted to mow the grass.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, I'm like quite a bit ahead of you guys, I guess. I'll pause it.
Yeah,
again.
why does that keep happening? Stop watching your stuff at 1.5 speed.
I just wanted
He's
to
like,
be
maybe
done.
if I get the episode done faster.
Okay, I feel bad that nothing interesting is happening. I'm gonna do another wheel spin. Okay, when we cut to Clark, we gotta yell Clark.
Clark.
Clark!
Clark! Why?
Clark!
Why am I so far
Clark!
behind you guys?
Clark!
Clark!
Clark! Clark! Clark!
Clark! Oh,
Clark!
that's a throw.
That's
I mean, it's a
throw.
smack in the face, but it's a throw.
Clark!
Oh, Austin, did
Clark.
you ever get
Clark!
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 Did you ever get your that
Clark.
Resident Evil 4
Clark!
issue
Clark!
fixed?
Clark!
Clark!
Clark! Clark! Clark!
Have
Clark!
we not had any bad guy deaths up to this point this season?
Clark!
Oh, I guess we did with
Well,
Roger
Nixon.
I didn't count that. Did I?
Clark!
Or did I count that?
I'm the only one who's
I-
doing it.
Ooh, now I can't
Clark.
remember. I'm pretty sure I did
I-
count that, actually.
So, I'm not sure if you counted that one, but you would also, I
Clark!
would think, count Hamilton.
Oh, Hamilton. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, John, you were asking me a question. What were you asking me?
Did you ever get that Resident Evil 4 issue fixed where like you couldn't find it?
No, I'm probably just gonna pre-order it on my Xbox, I guess, just like on the store. I wanted to get it physically, but I'll probably just have to do that.
Look, you guys can talk about that on your own time.
Yeah, Cap doesn't care.
I like how
Clark.
I like what Robert just said. Oh no, Lionel is going to be extra blind after that injury.
Clark,
Clark.
Clark.
This is my and John's favorite thing that comes up on the wheel. Clark.
This is great.
Clark.
Yeah, Clark.
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 I feel like we're cavemen, and this is just how we keep Clark.
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 It's how we make it the worst commentary possible.
We're doing it in Morse, Clark.
This...
Clark.
Oh, that's weird. Lana's hair looks... She's got a strand that looks blue in certain light. It's weird.
Oh, weird.
And then we never saw him again.
Clark.
Yeah,
There's
but I
a-
like that Clark. But I like that
Clark.
that he survives this because, like, he's not a bad person.
It's weird there's been no background extras.
No, I think there was somebody that just walked past that window with the blinds behind it, maybe. But
Oh, I don't want to see a scene of these two. Give me a scene with Clark.
these are the only good scenes, Austin.
But
Stop it.
I want to yell Clark
I wanna
every
yell
time
Clark.
he shows up. And I don't care about your 5-minute rule. I'm doing that for the rest of the episode.
That was awkward.
Yeah, I did not like that moment.
He just jokingly accused Martha Kent of helping Lionel do something illegal. And then she went, ah ha ha ha, no.
We both reacted to two separate things within seconds of each other.
Well, that's probably because you're watching the scene after this one already.
Well, it was because he reacted to that while I reacted to her then handing him the ice packet, and he was like, ah.
Yeah, I literally
Let's go.
just saw that happen.
I don't like that.
Ooh.
I don't like their sexual
What was
tension.
that innuendo?
Clark.
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 Robert Wild, does Joe Morton count as a bad guy? Yeah, at that point, absolutely.
Yeah, Clark. Yeah, no, he definitely did count as a bad guy. He was pretty evil.
Oh, did I put this in as a Kryptofreak yet? I don't think I did.
No, Clark.
We're counting I have to at least have a correct count of Kryptofreaks. Like, that's gotta be accurate.
Kryptofreaks, Clark.
Okay, I think we're past the 5 minutes of the count, Clark.
I
I know,
Or the Clark
but
count.
it's so fun. I don't want to stop.
Is this what you were like as a kid on road trips, like counting cars? There's a car. Robert, how has Austin's phone not died yet?
I don't know what's percentage is it at. It's at 1, so it's probably gonna be any second.
Well, hey, we had a lot of fun talking with you, Austin. We'll see you later, buddy.
Yeah. Hopefully, I make it to the last 2 minutes.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
It'll probably be any second. Yeah.
I can't believe you're still in this call.
That was crazy. The universe needed me to say Clark over and over. This has been one long shot, Clark. There we go. Clark.
So I guess this is supposed to parallel the scene from the last episode where she tells him that he can't play it both ways and all that. I don't love ending 2 episodes in a row with this kind of scene, I guess.
Yeah, and they're almost the exact same scene, except they're sitting next to each other instead of him looking at her while she drives her horse.
He drives her horse. And we still have to have the camera super freaking crazy close to their faces.
Clark. Yeah, exactly. And it's... I don't know, some shots have the glossy effect, too.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
John can't handle it anymore.
This episode is just really boring.
Yeah, it's boring. I didn't have a lot of insights on that one. Sorry, folks.
That's okay. I liked when Clark.
I'm so glad I spun again before your phone died.
I'm giving that a red.
That's a lot of red. That's a lot of red right
Austin,
there.
are you green or
That's
red?
a lot of fish. I'm probably red too. That was kind of nothing.
Did you
It
like
started off kind of
Werewolf
cool.
Monster?
No. Once he got out, he was lame.
Did you like the part where he grabbed the helicopter?
No, because it looked really dumb.
Oh, I thought it was alright.
I mean, it's good for TV. But like,
well, what were you expecting? It's TV.
What were you expecting? The Addams Family?
I loved it. I loved it earlier when one of you guys was like, "This looks like a direct-to-video." Or this looks like a made-for-TV movie. It's TV.
That would be Austin.
No, because I said this looks like a made-for-TV version of a specific movie. Like I was saying it like that. Not like this looks made for TV, of course.
Why does this look like it was on television?
Oh, it angers me so.
Austin just hates TV.
Austin, how the hell are you still here?
I don't know. When I was a kid, I threw a brick through my TV.
Your phone is
Austin,
lighting you in the best way possible.
Austin, you need one of those like wireless chargers so you don't have this problem.
I don't know how that works. Well, it's just, I blame Apple because they like combined the headphone jack and the charging jack into just like one
they have
port.
little things you can lay your phone on and it charges them.
Yeah, I don't have one of those. I don't know how they work either. They're kind of sketchy.
Well, the other thing you can do is you can get a charger that you charge on its own, and then it'll hold a charge, and then you can carry it with you, and you can plug it in the way you plug your phone into the wall.
Yeah, but I still would be able to plug my headphone in at the same time. Cause with
No, but I'm
the
just saying
iPhones...
that if your phone was low and you were like paying attention to that, you could have charged it earlier.
Oh, what was it at 80% when we started? It's I think it's just being on Skype probably, and just like being on this whole time probably.
I think your phone's lying to you. You still got like 25% battery right now.
Yeah, I am scared that if I touch my phone, it's just gonna turn off. Because I've had that on Discord, where it's like at 1% for a few minutes, and then I tap it, and it's done.
Well, Austin, thanks for hanging out with us for a while, man.
Yeah, no, it was fun. It was good talking to you guys. Enjoy the rest of your thing.
Thanks, man. We're gonna try.
Yeah, I'll pop in later in the chat to yell Clark.
I'm so glad that came up. Okay, bye, Austin.
Bye, guys. See you later,
Austin.
Buddy. Okay, we're gonna switch out a third co-host here because Robert wants to come in.
If my phone will let me hang up. I'm pressing the button. It's not doing anything.
Where's my eject button?
Well, I don't know about you, Cap, but I am for one glad that we're upgrading our co-host.
I don't know if he heard that. I hope he did.
He did too.
Okay, let me pull Robert up here. Okay, he just messaged. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and bring him in real quick.
Okay.
And then we should be good to go. Hold on.
He has to show us his math powers.
Yes. Well, and he says he's not especially good at math, so I don't know if we'll get to see any math powers. Why am I having... Hold on. Oh, there we go. I was having a hard time finding our call, even though we're on it. Okay. What is happening?
You'll have to imagine the call.
Apologies, folks. Well, why can't I bring somebody in here? Hold on. Oh, there we go. So they've changed some of where the icons are.
Yeah, I have no idea how Skype works.
The nice thing is we're already starting to get to a place where I can blame anything wrong that happens on us staying up too long.
Honestly, I just blame Austin.
Well, I mean, that's probably also... Hi, Robert. How you doing, man?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. So now Robert's here, and that means that we're going to have significantly fewer things in the chat to respond to.
No, that's not true. Austin's in the chat.
Yeah, but he won't be for very long. His phone's going to die. Okay, folks. Next episode is Redux. And it's episode 6 of season 2. Robert, how familiar are you with this show?
I do not have a encyclopedic knowledge of this show. It's all a blur to me. I binged it.
It's all a red-blue blur to you?
Exactly. Yeah, I remember bits and pieces, and I do have a lot of fondness and nostalgia for the show. But yeah, I haven't seen most of these episodes in years. But I have seen all of it.
Did you intentionally set your background up to have more Superman stuff than it usually does?
Yes, I did.
That's
can't
great.
Really see the Smallville DVDs that well.
Yeah, I was just imagining he just always has a big Superman right there.
Yeah, and there's my Superman 78 cup. Found that at a thrift store.
Oh, that's great. Neat.
Thanks.
Austin, why are all of your electronics dying?
Okay, we gotta keep going or we're gonna be here way too late tomorrow.
I feel like we got through a lot more episodes of season 1 by this point.
Oh, don't say that. That's unfortunate if that's true. All right. There's been too much, I don't know, transition stuff. Anyway, let's get right into it, guys. It's Redux. No preamble. We're just gonna jump right into it. Everybody, please press play right now.
I'm excited to watch this one because I think this is the Maggie Lawson episode, and I completely forgot she was in this show. She's one of the main cast members on Psych, and I love that show. But I saw her in one of the Talkville clips with Michael and Tom talking. I was like, oh, she was in the show. I didn't remember that.
No, that's cool though. I've been meaning to watch Psych for a while.
It's great.
Is that still on Peacock?
It should be. That's a Universal show. That's
is this the terrible episode with the girl that, or with the? Yeah, it is this one, isn't it? With the girl that takes away people's youth, and and I think this was an episode that was written for season 1, and it's obvious that it is.
Yeah, they talked about that on the Talkville
Hulu gives like the most generic description of this episode, so I had no idea what this episode was going to be.
I think I might have accidentally skipped that episode of Talkville. Because I forgot that we were already to this. But yeah, I remember even
I've seen that guy in something too.
Even when this was on, I remember going, why are we back to season 1? I'll go ahead and count this Kryptofreak right now while I'm thinking about it. It's in the title, guys. We did it. We counted a Kryptofreak. Be aggressive! Be aggressive.
I think he was in Freddy vs. Jason.
Oh, you know what? I think you're right about that. Didn't he get killed on a bridge or something?
No, I think that's the awful boyfriend that Jason like stabs 600 times and then folds the bed in half.
Oh, you see, it's been too long since I've seen that.
Yeah, it might be.
I love that movie. It's so goofy.
I do too. I saw it in the theater.
I did
Really?
too. I was in 5th grade.
I was significantly older than that.
I thought it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen.
You know what's not? This episode.
Yeah, I still. If you hadn't told me, I'd had no idea this was about a Kryptofreak that ages people.
Yeah, see, it's like the opposite of Hourglass.
Yeah.
Look how old that guy turned.
The Hulu description is just Martha's father comes to town.
Oh, yeah, I definitely skipped this episode on Talkville on accident.
Somebody please save this guy. He has been pleading for help for over
We
20
can't
episodes.
save him. He's already dead.
That's not funny. You know what is funny, though? When like, Rosenbaum clearly doesn't know that the lead singer of this band died.
Oh.
Because he
I didn't know
goes...
that either.
When they're talking about the last episode of the first season, and they're talking about them being on stage, he goes, "Oh, we should get those guys on the podcast." And I'm like, he's not alive anymore. Like, he died while the show was on.
Austin, Freddy vs. Jason sweep.
How is he still in the chat? He goes, he said Smallville's doing the Eternal Youth spot. Yes. It's the Eternal Youth spot. Oh, I want muffins.
Were we counting muffins?
You can count muffins.
Dude, you keep your own whole count, and then you can just report it later, okay?
Yeah, I didn't count the last pool scene because we're only counting gratuitous pool scenes. I didn't think that one counted.
I
Okay,
mean, hey man, it's your
but I
list.
also
You make
thought you
whatever
were
rules
counting.
want.
I also thought you were counting Lex playing pool. So there's like pool scenes and playing pool scenes, like gratuitous playing pool scenes.
I'm just glad that they're only broke and like the farm in danger one, the plot demands it.
That's exactly right. Meanwhile, they're getting trucks broken as often as Voyager's losing shuttle crabs.
Okay, so is this because he bought all those GameCubes?
Well, they were already having a lot of financial problems. They dealt with that in season 1. Remember when they were in the mansion and the power went out?
Oh.
You remember that?
Clark.
No, we're not doing that anymore.
Blame Austin. He's a bad influence.
Austin, we're not counting
Clark.
Why do we have to keep talking to you? You left. Boo, Nell, leave the show. It is kind of sad for that actress, though. That, like, she left, and then they didn't bring her back until years later with I think the Lex wedding.
There are so many characters from the show I completely forgot about. Aunt Nell was one of them.
Well, I had a running gag when I was writing about the show about how much I hated her, and I've always played that up a lot.
See, that sounds familiar.
You know who didn't forget Aunt Nell? Lex Luthor.
That's right. Wait, no, this is weird. I definitely listened to No, I definitely listened to this episode because they talk about Henry Small. I guess I just don't remember anything they said about the A story. It's probably because it's boring and it's just a typical season 1 Kryptofreak episode. They probably didn't even hardly talk about it.
Yo, what's up, Hayden?
Hey, it's Hayden.
It is, in fact, Hayden. With a spring.
Austin, say Clark once if you're fine. Say Clark twice if you're in trouble. It's something we should know.
He just said Porsche again. I always hated this principal never came back because I think he's great. And I've seen him in other stuff. I can't remember what.
This is so I know him best from, and Robert, I think you're a Friday guy.
Yeah.
This is the coroner from Jason Goes to
Oh,
Hell.
I love
the
that
Final
guy.
Friday.
He's the best. What else is he in? There's something else he's in.
There's other stuff.
Yeah, he's a character actor, and I think he does a lot of TV.
Oh, he's in Rocky 5. He's the Rocky 5 guy, right?
Oh, yeah.
The
Rocky
Don
5?
King. Yeah, the
Yeah,
Don
he's
King
the
parody.
like manager, scummy manager.
Oh, you know what? You're right. He's just so young in that. Yeah.
It is 1 in the morning. I can't
see
believe
his
I got
face
that.
without picturing him eating Jason's heart. The day goes Cap and John. Austin hates this show for no reason. I mean, you're wrong, but you can hate the show.
Yeah, but Austin, we're just in a
also
dearth
Cap
right
and
now.
John,
Like,
this episode is so lame.
we have like a 2-on, 2-off thing happening right now. So we've got 2 kind of crappy episodes in a row. The next 2 are going to be 2 of the better episodes of the season.
We also haven't even said this episode is lame.
No, I keep complaining about it. It's not a good
Up
episode.
front.
Well, it's not a good A story. All of this, and the same thing with the last episode, right? Like, all the Lex Lionel stuff was good, but still not good enough to flip green.
Me and Cap were really positive on Red. What are you talking about?
Lex, your glasses look kind of dumb.
They're early 2000s.
Yeah, those are not Lex glasses.
I don't think so either. But I like Lex having a backstory with this principal, and there's no reason they shouldn't have gone forward with it. Well, I say that, I bet that was their... Okay, I wonder what the placement would have been if this was in Season 1, because I bet am I right about this? I bet what happens is Quan dies, and a couple episodes later, this guy comes in.
Probably.
Wasn't that like near the end of the season, though?
It wasn't the last episode, though. I mean, the B episode, Drone is like 4 or 5 from the end.
Oh, okay.
There was
It's
still
not
space
that
to
far
do
from
it.
the end. It's like 2 or 3.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they added this later, but I seem to remember, I can't remember what exactly, but I think there's some stuff in this that doesn't exactly match up with what we've had the last couple episodes. We're not continuing any plot threads or anything. Oh, that is a wall.
All I'm saying is if you're going to do a Principal Dies episode, you have to try to at least top Buffy and the Giant Snake. Like, that's the greatest Principal death ever.
Well, that's true, but if you're gonna do that, then you should have waited to kill him until the second meteor shower hit. That'd be the place to do it.
Well, no, that's why you should have kept this guy around, so he can be the over the top death.
Oh, and then
The first one would be like the hyena one.
That's good, and then you wouldn't even see it coming. And then every other season we kill off a principal, and we make it like the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, where you just got a different one every time.
Well, and this show really needs a principal like Principal Snyder from Buffy that is just like, why are you a principal? You hate children.
Matthew wants to know why characters with super speed are always late, because it's ironic.
Get it?
I mean, very often with Flash, it's actually kind of a personality thing. Where, like, if you rely too much on your speed, you're not gonna,
Isn't it also his thing is like he wants everyone to think that like he's slow and
Yeah.
Off schedule?
Well, and to be fair, he's not super speeding usually, except for when he really has to like, to school and stuff. And this is an issue with this show. you got to be careful when you've got super speed, because you look like you just beamed down. When you just show up out of nowhere. So what I was going to say is, I would think that would be the main reason he's not doing that. But I know that's not true, because there are scenes where he'll be super speedy, he's not worried at all about who's around him, and he stops, and just luckily, nobody's there.
What if Smallville ended with him running so fast because he was late for work that he turned back time?
Except this show would have some kind of like cover of "If I Could Turn Back Time" by Cher.
Yeah. The final shot would just be like the opening of the pilot where he falls over in front of Lana, and then that's just how the show ends. It comes full circle, you know. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
It rhymes. Yeah.
Yeah, we're already past the poetry episode.
Thank God.
Hey, Robert, are you going to count times that Clark is carrying a disco ball?
No, that'd be ridiculous.
You got one.
Are you going to count times Aunt Nell shows up?
What are we on, 7?
Yeah, and I think this might be her last episode, so...
Dang it, Austin.
Is this or maybe the next one?
Austin says, if I could turn back time, I'd give it all to Clark. Aiden, what if the show ended with Daughtry's waiting for Superman? No, if you're going to end the show with a cheesy Superman rock song, it has to be Kryptonite by Three Doors Down.
Or Superman's Dead.
I don't immediately know that one.
Oh, that's a great song. I would play it, but then I would get copyright flagged.
Who's it by?
I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. I made like a compilation album when I was in high school, or right after, of every rock song I could find with Superman in the title, and it actually turned out pretty well. There were quite a few good ones.
Oh, by Our Lady Peace?
Yeah, Our Lady Peace. Yeah. That's who it is.
Okay.
It's a good song.
Oh, no, they're Canadian.
But yeah, Robert, maybe I just didn't listen to that whole episode, because I don't remember them talking at all about this guy.
No, I just saw some clips from it. I didn't watch the whole podcast.
Okay. No, I listened to because I wasn't caught up, so I listened to the last, 11 shows over this last week, just while I was doing stuff at my house. It does kind of suck doing these monthly, or as close to monthly as we can, that we're not going to be able to keep talking about that show, because we're going to get so far beyond them.
Yeah.
Cap, have you watched any more of The Last of Us yet?
No, not yet.
It's so good, man.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how you feel about that. I assume this is somebody, but I don't immediately recognize him.
It's just been too long. I've seen him in several other things, and I can't remember what right off.
Austin, can you let us know if you're still here?
if you're still here, say Clark. Yeah, I quite like that season. Aiden.
So this is another one of those characters. I guess this is the theme of this episode. Characters that show up one time and we should have seen again, but we never did.
So, obviously, I'm no Superman expert. I do want to read Byrne. But does Martha's parents ever come up in the comics? Is this a thing they're adapting?
I don't think so, but you got to remember that usually in the comics, his parents are elderly, so their parents are probably dead.
That's true. Yeah.
So I'm sure there's background stuff here and there, but I couldn't tell you what exactly it is.
Is this?
But I'm sure there's
Kent's.
Yeah, especially on screen, or at least it was at that point. Yeah, I think it still is. But I like getting into Jonathan's stubbornness, and this ends up being kind of a theme moving forward, especially when he gets sick from having Clark's powers.
Dark Corners UK, has Clark ever been to White Castle? Of course.
Austin didn't answer me, so I think his phone finally died.
Well, we keep bringing up the hick word. This is a little kind of typical, kind of cliche. You got the father that doesn't want his daughter to marry a farmer because he's, not rich like he is.
Yeah, I mean,
how's he going to provide?
Hallmark has been making this movie for 30 years.
That's hilarious. But I like his performance.
The day goes $13.99. If I go crazy, will you still call me Clark? If my little wife, will you be there to Clark in my Clark tonight?
Thanks, Austin. Well, I guess that means that we're going to have to do a quiz after this. Because that's probably close to $10 in American money.
No, I mean, it's Canadian money. It's probably like $2.
Be aggressive. Hey, Robert, you're not being aggressive enough.
Sorry. Hey, Lex, why are you still talking with teenage girls so much? It's weird.
So I did a quick conversion because I was curious.
Yeah.
It is exactly $10.16.
Thanks for the extra 16 cents, Austin. We really appreciate that. Lex has always got a literary reference at the ready.
Wait, were we counting disco balls or just Clark holding a disco ball?
Just Clark holding them, yeah.
Okay.
Plus, that's the same disco ball.
Weren't there two? I thought I just saw two.
No, it's there because he was carrying it to be there. Clearly. But yeah, I really like how proactive Clark is in this, trying to get his father and his grandfather to get along, and I like that it doesn't work out by the end. This could have felt real after-school special.
I'm not used to you calling this Clark proactive.
I know. That's why I have to call it out every time it happens. It's a big deal.
Hayden wants to know when Lord Zoloft shows up.
Oh, Hayden.
And then Austin says you deserve 16 cents. It's the Clark way.
Do we say Wall of Weird yet?
Yeah, we got one earlier for this.
I mean, here.
Do I have to keep counting it?
Yeah, I thought it's per
like in different scenes. Okay, that's fair.
It's your show, man.
It is yeah, fair enough. It is unusual for it to come up more than once in an episode. Yeah, it's a stupid game we're playing. Who cares anyway?
Look, man, I have one job. It's stupid.
It's...
I'm gonna do it.
So this is the first episode that we've been watching where it's not coming back to me. I don't remember most of this episode.
I'm noticing that you guys are like, I'm just watching this episode. I don't know what the hell's happening. That's a good line. So.
Oh, there's a reference.
Well, do I have to count every time Daily Planet comes up? Because I feel like it's come up before.
I don't know if you were just counting like
or has
new references.
Well, it's got to be
like every DC reference.
It's got to be new references because otherwise I'd be counting every time we see an S on the screen, and I'm not going to do that. Like once we've had it.
S.
We've definitely had a Daily Planet before because we've been to Metropolis and seen like that logo on newspapers and stuff.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the actual Daily Planet yet. That happens, I think, in Insurgents. Or I think it was like on the side of a truck. In maybe the Sam Phelan episode. Yeah, see, that's why you're boring, Clark. You have 0 extracurriculars. Get a hobby. Find some interests. Besides, maybe he likes Radiohead. Maybe he saw Close Encounters of the Third Kind one time. These are the things I know about this character. Yeah, and that's not totally fair. Like he's grown up a little bit since then.
So the principal I was with the principal until the end there.
Yeah.
Because we established that he hasn't known Lex since he was 14.
Well, he could have
that's
been.
a long time.
Yeah, but also just because he was only 14 doesn't mean he can't be manipulating people at a school. Like that can that can be the way he knew him.
That Lex at 14 was a problem child.
Say again.
But you can't. I fully believe that Lex at 14 was like a problem child because we've established that.
Yeah.
But you can't judge someone that you haven't seen for 12 years based on who they were 12 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, he wasn't a man then. And also, you're a principal, and you've got to understand, like, maturity levels at different ages, and that every kid is different.
Yeah, and then he's just, like, spreading that judgment to Clark.
Yeah.
Because it feels like he only called him in there to be like, hey, don't be friends with Lex.
But to be fair, there will be consequences for that. Like, Lex will call him out on that later, and the episode's not on his side, at least. And he clearly has a chip on his shoulder about it, and it's as much, like with Jonathan, right? It's as much about, like, you know, Lionel and just the Luthers, quote, you know.
Yeah, I think you asked this last stream. Like, do we talk much about, like, the Luthers before Lionel? Like, does their family have a reputation? Or is it just Lionel who's a jerkface?
Yeah, it's really just Lionel because... Like we will later learn his father's name was Lachlan, but he didn't have any influence because Lionel has, as I said earlier in the stream, the same background as Lex in the comics, where he gets his initial money from the insurance money from when his parents are killed in the tenement fire that presumably he probably caused.
He didn't start the fire.
And he'll admit that in season 4, I think, or is it 3? I think it is 3 when Chloe gets persuasion powers, or gets the power to,
because that's what sets up him to be in prison in 4.
To make people tell the truth. She's got like truth serum powers.
Yeah.
Another thing, you know, I was talking about characters that are introduced and never return and are interesting enough they probably ought to. We also have this problem sometimes with, like, replacement characters, where you get the second sheriff, who is really cool, and we get a nice juxtaposition of how she handles things versus Ethan. We'll get to there in season 3. And she gets multiple appearances, but never gets enough to do, and ultimately... I can't remember if we kill her off or just write her out, or if we just never see her again at some point. But the principal here is even worse because we're already getting a little bit of a contrast in how he handles things versus Quan. Not that we got a lot with Quan, but it is kind of nice that both Quan and this principal dealt with Chloe at the Talon and have different views on extracurriculars and on the Torch and all of that. But then he's not going to come back, and we're not going to do anything else interesting with that.
Yeah.
Just some missed opportunities.
Yeah,
you know,
this Kryptonite, this Kryptofreak plot sucks.
At least there's not much of it. Like, the smartest thing this episode does is put the Kryptofreak plot in the background. It makes you think that maybe it's a reworked script where there was probably more of this initially, and then they go, well, it's season 2. We're not doing as much of this now of the Freak of the Week.
Sorry, that caught me off guard. I didn't remember that.
We're still in a period, so like nothing can surprise me because we're still in a period where I've seen all these episodes way too many times. Once we get past 4, I won't have had as many repeat viewings. But like 1, I've seen probably most of those episodes 8, 9. Upwards of a dozen times because I was really huge into the show. And 2 I've seen a lot.
And I'll have the opposite, where like 4 through 9, I've seen multiple films.
We'll get to 10, and neither of us will have any idea what the hell's going to happen.
Yeah, I've only seen 10 once, and that was when it was airing.
And I don't think I even saw all of it. I mean, there's episodes I totally missed.
All I remember is that their Deathstroke is really lame.
Oh yeah, that is really awful. Yeah, I might ask to be on that one because I probably have more to say about season 10 than you guys. It's probably like the most fresh in my memory in comparison.
Well,
Even
and
though
I
it's been
am
several
probably
years.
going to go back to the later seasons and try to binge them at some point before we get there. Just because I don't want to be, like, totally in the dark.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have a lot to talk about with the later seasons, particularly 8. Probably more positive than you guys, but there are a lot of problems.
Oh no, I will be overall pretty positive on season 8.
I think the first half of that was kind of refreshing, and then it all goes downhill after that.
The only episode I remember hating in season 8 is the mental institution one. I hate that trope.
Yeah, I do too.
The only time it's been handled well is Buffy, because I legitimately don't know which world is real.
No, I feel that way too.
I like the Ash vs. Evil Dead one.
Yeah, but
Ashy
that's
slashy.
different. Like, there's not a single bad episode of that show.
Yeah, true.
That's a 24-hour stream we should do. We could watch the whole series in one day.
Oh, I'd totally do that with you.
Yeah, and see, it almost feels like they're expecting to keep this principal around and do stuff with him, where it's like, well, soon he'll find out that there's Kryptofreaks, and he's gonna have to deal with his first murder.
You know, it's really weird. They introduced that guy, and he found the ship, and now he just keeps hanging around. Like, I still know who he is.
Yeah, he might be the principal's son. I'm not. Just guessing.
I guess we could have been counting Lex spouting literary references. How does he have
yeah.
already 2 this episode? He's already brought up Pandora and now Count of Monte Cristo.
Well, someone earlier said we should be counting mythological references.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, do we do like pre-existing ones, or do we include the mythology that this show creates? I'm not sure.
Well, no, because those would be references. Those would be mythology. At first, I wasn't sure what he was talking about. I was like, oh yeah, Lex just does not stop quoting literature and history. He'll be like, Winston Churchill.
He also
That's how they make him seem more sophisticated.
He also is the villain of this story, in case you didn't know.
That's right. That's right.
And he really wants a ponytail.
Right before a commercial break, where then the Kent family is just in the hospital, and we have no idea how they escaped him.
Oh.
Put a pin in that. It's amazing.
What season is that?
That is 5, 4.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I know. I almost did that too. It's 4 or 5. I'm almost positive it's 4.
If you push the seasons in the right order, do you have to say "Let's rock it"?
He's got that great moment in that episode where he's got his kryptonite ring, and he keeps like turning his hand. When he turns it to Clark, it hurts him more, and then he goes, "Yeah!" It's great.
Oh, loft scene. Right? Are we in the loft?
Oh yes, good call. Oh, I have to get really excited about this. Yay! It's a loft scene.
Also,
I'm
Clark
not
isn't
feeling
wearing red
it.
or blue.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Robert?
Clark isn't wearing red or blue, and it's throwing me off.
That was a day where Welling was just like, "Nope, not gonna happen."
Austin, it's the Clark of Monte Clarko.
Knock it off. Why is he still here?
I don't know.
Okay, counted that.
Austin, you didn't have to leave. I would have talked to you.
We can't afford a call. That's too many. That gets crazy. Also, he did have to leave. He had 1% left in his phone. Although I don't believe that.
Well, too bad, because you're never going to see this guy again.
And then Martha's father died the very next day.
Not even the next day. Clark left and he just died. I have no bearing for the plot anymore.
Well,
Austin, I thought you were eating butter chicken, whatever that is.
we don't yet know what exactly the falling out was, or have we already had that scene where Jonathan explains that he punched him?
I don't know. Because I know we got the whole like. He said he wouldn't approve a marriage to a hick farmer.
Yeah, and then the whole idea is Jonathan went to his office and explained that he was going to marry his daughter, and then he ended up punching him in the face.
And then Jonathan punching somebody's father is what leads to him dying. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Oh my god.
Do you think that Jonathan burst into whatever the grandpa's name is, his office, and when he said no, he went Falcon Punch and then punched him in the face?
I think that's exactly how it went down. Yeah, he was thinking about a Hadouken, but he decided against it.
No, see, he couldn't pronounce that because he's a hick farmer.
Oh.
Should we count every time somebody looks at their hand ominously? Like, it happens a lot.
It does happen a lot.
Why is the camera spinning so much?
There are a couple of directors in this show that think artistic filmmaking is just take a camera and rotate it around people.
They saw Kenneth Branagh's Frankenstein and were really inspired.
Has that happened yet? When was that made? I don't even know when that came out. When did that come out?
Oh, that's 90s.
Oh, is it?
That's like after the Francis Ford Coppola Dracula.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
Yeah, it's Robert De Niro
because I've never
the
seen that
monster.
I may not have known that he even directed that.
I will give.
It's not bad.
I will give this episode credit where credit is due. They have successfully managed to rush through the wrap up with this storylines.
They really have. Well, and it's surprisingly dense. Like,
rude super speed exit.
I know you guys haven't had a ton to say about this, but like, there's a decent amount of family drama and stuff. And yeah. I like the way that the Lex and Clark stories are converging thematically, but also just naturally.
It's so dense. There's so much going on.
It's about family, and that's what's so powerful about it. But yeah, no, I agree. Like, the family drama is great, but I also agree that, like, I don't have a lot to say because it's just I've seen it a million times.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's just there's nothing new to add to that conversation.
Yeah, that's why I'm not doing a whole lot of analysis here.
Cap, do you feel like being aggressive?
I do. I felt aggressive ever since this episode started.
Okay. Robert, you better watch out. He's feeling aggressive.
Feeling a little aggressive. Anytime you light somebody like this, you just know their face is going to have a lot of prosthetics on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look at that. Prosthetics. Also, you know that somebody's crazy when they want to spend their whole life in high school. Like, I get wanting to be perpetually young and your whole fountain of youth thing. You're right, John. Like, everything about this has very been there, done that. But the best years of your life, I mean, maybe the idea is she doesn't know this because she never left high school, and so she's got kind of this complex, and that makes her like a Batman villain. But if you actually lived more of your life, you'd realize that for most people, it's like you get past high school and you move out, and you got some freedom, and you got your own job. You can forge your own destiny. You're figuring out like what you want to do with your life. And for a lot of people, like your best physical years and maybe like best mentally developed years are more like your mid-20s. You know, like if I could pick a year to have never aged any further, it's probably 25, 27. Not 18.
So my question is, how is she so old?
Because she goes back to like, what do they say, like the 30s or 40s?
She just.
But then how does she have powers?
Well, that is a problem in several Smallville episodes where they've forgotten when the meteor shower happened. Or they go, well, it's Smallville, so just weird things keep happening here.
God. That was great. Cap, she just got thrown, by the way.
Look at that. Yeah, and we have a bad guy death. Yeah, no, that thing is amazing. With the eyes, the lights shoot out of her eyes, and...
I have so many questions.
Oh, Robert, you're so much better at counting than me. Oh, because he's got the math powers.
I am the mathematician.
Right, the mathematician.
Those powers would help me in high school, I'll tell you that.
Is that why you want to live there forever?
No, there was even an episode of Flash, like a couple seasons ago, with a guy who like wanted to live in high school. Like it was like a time episode. It was awful.
Oh, of course that happened.
Angel also has an episode a lot like this with the old man that like gains youth from Angel.
Yeah, but that one's entertaining. Although that guy does not do a very good impression of that actor.
Oh no, wait, I'm sorry. That's a body swap episode.
Yeah, that's a body swap episode.
I for some reason thought it was just like he stole Angel's.
He doesn't do a very good Boreanaz at all. John, this goes back to the point you made earlier about how Clark is always either the universe is making him think that it likes him and then that it hates him.
I'm telling you, no wonder he ends up in a padded cell in season 8.
Everything's your fault. Anybody else expecting this to suddenly turn into a werewolf episode? How big was the moon right there? It's like Jim Carrey brought it to the Earth. Like,
no, we were from the telescope's perspective. That's what we were doing.
That is a damn good telescope.
Cap, there was a rumor going around that around season 3 they were thinking about making a spin-off based on the telescope.
Also,
and it was going to be 45 minutes of looking through a telescope at stars.
It was going to be 45 minutes of looking into a girl's room while she's changing.
Oh no. That's what the back room at Family Video is for.
Also, a Cap, it's a Clark Lana love scene.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Mathematician.
Yeah, he's just so excited.
Oh, yay! Woo! Be aggressive.
Yeah, Lana.
Here we go.
Hey, you're falling out of reach. Somewhere out there.
I just love how so on the nose some of these picks for songs are.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. And then it gets real kind of soap opera-y when it's like, my father might still be alive.
This is another thing we should count is how many times it just pans up to the stars.
Yeah, that's true. Now, if you're gonna do that reveal, this is a good episode to do it in, because you've got people who are trying to like reconcile differences with family and can't, and like a family kind of breaking apart, and then you get to the end and Lana's like found family. It's a good time to do that.
Yeah. I'm gonna give this a light green.
Yep, absolutely. Despite the terrible, because I didn't remember the B and C story here being
I'll give
decent,
this a green.
kind of important. You gave it Smallville?
It's the green one. I'll give it a. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, you can do a green.
I
green and a
almost
red.
did that. Like when Cap asked me to come on the show and said, "Hey, can you make a sign?" I almost just like stuck season like 4 and 5 together because one's green and one's red.
I might have done that if I still had those DVDs, but I got rid of them when I got the Blu-rays.
And I want to get the Blu-rays. Amazon has that box set on sale for $100 right now.
Not bad.
Robert, I thought about keeping them because I've always liked the inserts. Like I talked about that when I did the video on my collection.
I read the crap out of those like booklets that come with them.
But
there's like one season that doesn't have it, and it really annoyed me.
Oh, that's weird. I've only got so much space. You know what I mean? Like I just didn't want to taking up space on my shelves.
Robert, which season 8 version? Like what version of season 8 do you have?
The like flip out one. I think it's 4, or maybe not. I don't remember because some of them are like the original first edition DVDs where they like fold out, and then the others are just the clamshell.
Okay, yeah, because my season 8's a clamshell, but it has like a metal, like a steel case on it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I remember the last 4 or 5 were more slender boxes than the first few.
Yeah, 5 through 7.
Yep. All right, folks, we're going to take a 4-minute break, and the next episode in question, hold on, I didn't get our signs.
It's Lineage.
In here is Lineage, which is one of the best episodes of the season, so that'll be a treat.
Oh no, we're peaking early.
We really are. Some of the rougher stuff is toward the end of this one, if memory serves.
I mean, that makes sense, because season 1 also has that.
Yes, but the nice thing is we don't do as many one-and-dones toward the end. We do ramp up a little bit more gradually to the finale.
Yeah, we're going to get the magic ship.
The magic ship, that's right. Yeah, it's also going to jump the shark in a few places, so look forward to that.
Did you guys know this is actually a sequel to the Magic School Bus called The Magic Ship?
John, is this what the humor is going to be like from here on? Like, all right, guys, give us a few minutes. We're gonna take, like I said, 4 minutes, maybe closer to 5. I'm gonna brew some coffee, and we'll be right back. I'm back, everybody. Our next episode is number 7 of Season 2. It's Lineage, one of my favorites of the season.
Number 7.
Number 7! Shocking, all the retroactive stuff adding back to the pilot that doesn't feel too tacked on and unbelievable. It's a thing I wouldn't think this show is capable of as well as it is.
This feels early enough that some of these ideas may have been planned, if that's giving them too much credit.
I think it is, honestly, considering all the stuff that they're not planning ahead for. That it's kind of weird that they didn't. Like, they might have had some ideas in the back of their minds, but one thing that's, I mean, we'll talk about it as we get into it, but one thing that's really impressive is just how much it looks like the pilot again, and that, like, they brought back the same kid that played Clark and all of that. Like, the sense of continuity is really good. But yeah, we'll go ahead and get into it. Make sure that you are at timestamp 0. I hate that we're having to do one of the best episodes at 4 in the morning when not a lot of people are still up with us, but you can go back and watch it later. Let me get the episode title on the screen. John, I remembered. I've been keeping up with this, okay? You know what my favorite thing is that John does on this show? When, like, it's been a while since I've heard from him. And then I'm like, John, what are you doing, man? And he goes, I'm watching Smallville!
I muted myself to cough and forgot that I muted myself. So I actually did respond to you. You just didn't hear me.
Quit ignoring me, John. It's rude. Why are you so rude?
No, I do sometimes, like, when we're watching an episode, especially when I don't remember, I will, like, get zoned in on the episode and forget we're doing a commentary.
That's okay. A large percentage, pardon me, of things I watch now are while I'm talking over them. So you end up getting into a mode where you're just used to, like, when I'm watching stuff by myself, I'll have the opposite thing. I'll forget I'm not making a commentary.
It wasn't always like this.
I'll just start.
Just watch things.
I'll just start talking to myself. Oh, there's nobody here!
Trying to watch this, jeez.
Okay, is everybody ready?
Yeah.
We're going to watch Lineage. It's very exciting. Everybody, please press play right now. Now, I want to say, why couldn't Austin be here for this episode, but he'd probably find some reason to hate it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's asleep now.
Oh, good night, Austin.
He would have made fun of that super speed effect.
It was, yeah, and he'd make fun of the heat vision, too.
And the toast.
Why do people keep grabbing things that he just touched that he just heated up?
And with his eyes. Rosamond was like, would that taste good? Or maybe Welling said that, I forget. But one of those guys was talking about the scene, and he was like, I don't know if you'd want to heat vision your toast. I don't know if that's how you'd want to heat that up.
He also only put that jam on, like, a quarter of it.
Look out, Clark, you're going to miss your bus! You're going to miss your... Oh, okay, never mind. He's good.
Stop the bus.
Oh, here comes Rachel Dunleavy. This is how many times I saw this. I remember this woman's name. This is a really tragic character. And she gets really silly at the end when she pulls out a big axe and tries to kill Lex with it. But it is pretty sad and messed up what Lionel did to her. So you can kind of understand how she turned into a psychomaniac. Thanks for staying up with us, you guys that are still here. This is one of my favorite piano melodies in Snow's scores, is in this particular scene. And I don't think it's like a reused thing that keeps showing up in a lot of episodes. I think he wrote that just for this scene.
Did he score the whole show, or did he dip out at some point?
I want to say he's there. I'm hesitating. Because I thought it was all the way. I bet it's not. I bet he leaves around when Rosenbaum does.
Because, I mean, with these long shows, what happens a lot is the original composer will leave, but they'll still be credited because they're still using their older themes.
I bet that.
So I can't imagine there are that many composers that stick out for 10 seasons.
Well, especially because once
scoring each episode.
Yeah, once we were in Metropolis most of the time, the show doesn't even sound exactly the same as it did before.
Mm.
I think you might be right. I'll have to look that up.
He has the exact expression I would have if some weird person just like snuck up behind me. Is like, "Hello there."
Especially because it's the last thing you expect to see at school. Like, who's this random, middle-aged woman?
I mean, his teacher did just hit on him a few episodes ago, so he's prepared for anything.
That's a good point. He should be. Yeah, it's an excellent point. Matthew says he works at night, so this is normal waking hours for him. But do you wear your sunglasses at night? That's the real question.
Who doesn't, honestly?
I wear my sunglasses in the shower.
Well, that's
really
weird.
That's a weird choice. I love the pick. We haven't really talked about the slightly reworked credits here. I love the choice of scene for John Glover, where he's given the speech where he fires everybody at the end of the last episode of the first season. It's great. Where he does this. It's great.
Do they still use that shot in like the seasons where he's redeemed? Because that would be weird.
Well, when you say seasons, I mean he's redeemed for like a few episodes, and then he's kind of right back to Crazy Town.
Isn't he Clark's ally for like a good chunk of time, or am I misremembering?
Yeah, sort of, kind of, but I mean he's still real morally ambiguous, if at best.
Yeah, ambiguous is like the best you get from him.
He's got that little period in 4 where he's, doing public, like community service and stuff because Clark's soul was in him. So now he's purified, but that doesn't last very long. It's sort of like the blindness, really. It's like, wait, how long has your soul been evil again? Well, I'm not going to tell you. So, sorry about the Star Trek references again, but I have to say, this is important. I got to mention this. I'm shocked when I see an episode like this that I really like, because this is a Kenneth Biller script, and Kenneth Biller is notorious, at least to me, for some really bad Voyager episodes, and he ran that show in season 7, and 7 is easily one of Voyager's worst seasons. So it's crazy when I see a Kenneth Biller script that I actually like.
I didn't know if that was just a you thing or like the Trek fandom in general. I didn't know if you just had like his face on a dartboard. He just threw darts at.
I'm just throwing darts at Kenneth Biller. Yeah.
He has him and Scott Buck up on a dartboard.
Oh yeah, but everybody has Scott Buck on that dartboard. I'm not alone there. That's writer hatred 101 right there, man. Look, Scott Buck, I'm sure you're a lovely guy, but what was Inhumans or anything else you ever made? He did that show, right?
Yes, and Iron Fist.
Yeah. Like, I don't want to say failing upwards exactly, but it's weird he kept getting work. I don't know.
Why is there a giant pencil in here?
Wasn't it floating with all that other stuff in the Telekinetic Kid episode?
It probably was.
So now he's got to make it personal. So keep this in the back of your mind when she says, my mother's not interested in me. They're going to retcon all of that later.
Yeah.
Her mom is actually in a mental institution. And I don't know why she's lying about that right now, because it's because she's not. It's because they don't know what her deal with her mom is yet.
I did see the wall of weird for a second.
Better write that down.
So that'd also be walking away angry.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
That also feels a bit like character regression, because like we've already dealt with that.
We can't count character regression. That's too far.
John, we already dealt with what? What part of it?
Well, they already had the discussion about her looking into his adoption, and she said she'd quit, so now we're just doing that again.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, she's real overzealous. And what is her motivation for that beyond the obvious?
Yeah.
You know? Like, is that a way for her to get more on Clark's good side, so maybe he'll be more romantically infatuated with her? They don't play it that way. I don't think that's what it is. So you're right.
And they just kind of play it that, like, her curiosity is still
too piqued. Why is she that curious about that? Now, if you took the angle of, like Lana, she has had enough experiences with Clark's powers to know that he's hiding a lot from her, but we don't really have any inclination, and she honestly probably should be really suspicious of Clark, considering she's an investigative journalist, and also, by the way, has uncovered most of the Kryptofreaks all by herself. So you'd think that she would pick up on more of that, and so it would make sense that she would be looking into it. And then you could do some really cool parallels with her and Lex, but we never quite go to that place. I'd argue that even she probably should have found out earlier than she does.
Yeah.
And, like, of her own accord. Wouldn't it be more interesting if she didn't just, like, see, like have to have somebody show his powers, but she actually, like, uncovered it? Investigated?
Now, some of this is going off memories of me as, like, a teenager. But I always read it at a certain point she stopped asking questions.
Yeah, probably so. I really
I'm kind of okay with, like, she doesn't find out because there's a part of her that doesn't want to know anymore.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. But
is it
sorry, go ahead, Robert.
Is it contrived that these two things are happening at the same time, or does it make sense?
What two things?
Like Lana and her supposed father, and the whole Lex Clark maybe brother thing. I don't remember how connected.
Yeah,
this was.
It's definitely a convenient thing. I tend to give that sort of a coincidence a pass because you've got, like, two thematically related subplots, and it's nice when the episode is about something.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
And not a B plot that's just there to pad time.
Yeah, that's just random. Like, so I don't know, and everybody can draw the line in their own place, and I can't be remotely consistent about this. Everything's, case by case. So, sorry if I end up looking like a hypocrite with this kind of thing, but for me, it's kind of like literary coincidence versus, like, literal coincidence, if that makes any sense. It's sort of like your choice of music in a scene to be, like, thematically related to what's going on, like, I mean, like, incidental music, where it's like, oh, really, there's this song on the radio that kind of has to do with what's going on right now, but it's artistic. Like, I've rarely ever complained about that unless it's just so on the nose that it's describing exactly the scene you're watching.
Yeah, it's different when the person writing the scene, like, has the song in mind that's, like, informing it. It's not too literal.
But really, the important thing at the end of the day is that it doesn't take you out, and it's part of the piece.
It's always made me laugh when she's like, Jonathan, what's happening? It's like, do you not see the giant rocks falling from the sky?
That's true.
They're not prepared for tornadoes. They're not prepared for meteors. This is all new to them.
Well, I'm going to sound like I'm going too far when I say this, but it reads almost sexist, where it's like the wife has to defer to the husband. Why is he going to know any better than she does? Like, this is all seamless. Like, we just saw a scene from the pilot and jumped right into a scene that easily could still be in the pilot. Also, this is a show that up to now has not done a lot of flashbacks, and it's totally warranted here. Like, I really appreciate... last episode, we didn't feel the need to flash back with the history with Jonathan and Martha's father and, like, you know, get younger actors or try to make them up to look younger, and we were able to just get exposition in dialogue that was dramatically delivered. But here, it's very appropriate to go back.
See, I want them to do a flashback with younger Jonathan, but do the Saw thing where they just put him in a baseball cap that's backwards.
Way to do it. Yeah, I remember the first time I watched this episode, it really grabbing me with, like, going back to the pilot. I am usually a lot more into flashbacks in your cap, but I'm really into them in TV when they can, like, match them well. Where it's like, oh, this is from, like, seasons ago, but, like, they're paying attention to the details.
The problem...
like, I can't, he's bald.
And I know you've probably heard me... yeah. It made me stop everything in my tracks. I don't know if I can continue my life on my son is bald. But no, I know you've probably heard me say this 1,000 times, Robert, but the problem very often with flashbacks is you leave the story and start telling a different story. And it's very often in television it's used to pad things out. This is not telling a new story. This is actually backstory. And also they're keeping it in scene, which is important, and is a thing that we cheat on a lot in television that you just can't really cheat on, you know, typically in prose, where it's got to be coming from somebody's perspective generally, unless you're doing a non-linear story or you're telling intentionally two stories that like thematically interconnect, like in Lost or something. Like, that was a format. That's not, that's not inherently a problem. You're basically watching two 20-minute episodes of something that are related. But
yeah, I think Last of Us uses flashbacks really well when you get to those episodes, the way they inform the present, and like you said, they're telling stories.
Yeah, I think so too. It's still the story you're in. It's non-linear at that point before it's flashback.
I agree with that for the most part. Also, and it may be cheesy, but I kind of like that, like, Lex and Clark start out at the same time going down this path.
I should hate that. It's really good. And I remember resisting it at first when it was on TV and then being won over by it immediately.
Well, it feels economical and not contrived, where it's like, okay, we're going to do this stupid Superman's kind of responsible for Lex being bald. Well, let's tie that into something. Like, it feels like it's coming from that place, not just a gimmick, in my opinion.
Well, and also that all of this, like, family drama paralleling that we're doing between the Luthers and the Kents, and, like, Lex, wishing that his father was more like Jonathan, etc., all comes from a place going all the way back to the beginning, and, they've always been entwined in each other's lives. That really works.
Matthew Bay said, "Is he dead? No, worse, he's bald."
Yeah, exactly.
Why doesn't he wear wigs? Did they try it? Did they talk about that?
I love that the Kents are now kind of put in the same place Clark is very often, where they have to insist on knowledge that they know for sure is true, but can't tell anybody why. So they're like, well, this woman can't be his mother. Why? Well, because he's an alien, but we can't tell you that.
So I'm far from any expert, so this is more me just asking.
Yeah.
Does she have the right to get the police involved to get a blood test?
I had the same question.
Probably not.
I don't know if you could insist on a blood test in a situation like this.
Like, even if he is her son, she gave it up for adoption. Wouldn't she have no rights?
Mm-hmm. No,
this looks like my stepdad's office. Jeff always has books like stacked from the floor to ceiling.
I thought you were saying this looks like my stepdad, and I was like, really?
It does not look like my stepdad. I really like how awkward this scene is. I like the choice to put no music under it. Like, it's kind of unnerving.
Well, if you like awkward scenes in Smallville, oh boy.
Well, it's important that this is awkward. Like, she doesn't handle this right in just kind of barging in on him like this. And that's a good kind of subtle parallel with what Rachel Dunleavy is doing. A little bit later, Clark is gonna complain to Lana that woman did that, who barges in like that, who does that, and then Lana will just kind of smile and raise her hand like, yep, I did that too. I'm an idiot. It's just a really well-written episode, and it's weird because Kenneth Biller is not usually a very good writer. And I don't know how he pulled that off. It's sort of like how my favorite episode of TNG is by Rick Berman. Like, that shouldn't be possible. And I think this is one of Kurek's best performances this season, too.
Yeah, I always liked her fine in the show. She gets a lot of bad material to work with.
She's just, she ends up being so sanctimonious a lot of the time. And you can tell that she had none of those bones at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, you never want to be the main love interest on a CW superhero show. Like, the odds are stacked against you.
The choice to shoot a lot of this handheld is kind of smart for the situation. I don't know.
Yeah, the directing's been decent in this episode.
Meanwhile, back at the swab. Hey, John, are you with us?
I am. I'm watching the episode.
Never gets old. Wouldn't it be really funny if, because he's Kryptonian, you just can't even get saliva out of his mouth? It doesn't make any sense, but I can sort of see this show, dude. It's like, wow, it's nothing comes on this Q-tip.
There's got to be an episode where, like, his saliva is, like, super powerful. Or not an episode, but, like, there's got to be some kind of Superman story somewhere, right? It's like, oh, his saliva is, like, really powerful.
I'm sure.
I mean, we know that a strand of his hair can hold up, like, 1,000 pounds or something.
I knew somebody was going to bring that up. I knew that was coming up.
What is that from?
Superman 4.
Yeah, and then Lex cuts it with hedge clippers. Normal hedge clippers.
I mean, isn't that also the movie where he can, like, rebuild walls with his eyes?
Just looking at them. Yep. That does happen.
I've only seen that movie once.
So there was a good point brought up in Talkville with this, where it's like, well, if clearly the blood has been tampered with, then wouldn't they just go back and ask him for another sample? Like, he breaks this apart, so obviously somebody's been in here. They're not going to put it back the way they found it.
My question is, why did he bring that random guy?
Yeah. I know, he needs an accomplice, man. He needs somebody he can throw under the bus if he gets caught. You know, no, it was that guy. I've never seen him before in my life, and he won't even have to lie.
I love the idea that he just blackmailed some random guy to come break into this lab with him, and he's like, I need your spit.
Now look, I'm gonna show you in confidence something I can't tell anybody else. I've got superpowers. Now I need your spit.
Don't tell me what to do, Thomas. No.
So check it out. Martha says, he always told me making a deal with the devil was going to come back to haunt us. And 3 episodes ago, I'm going to go work for Lionel Luthor.
Yeah.
Okay, Martha Kent. She just doesn't have a lot of employment opportunities in Smallville.
Hey, do you get it? He likes the rocket ship.
Okay, I'll count it.
Yeah.
We'll make that a blatant reference. The nice thing is, at least it's not shaped like the crest.
There's also a toy horse, which is a reference to Lana's horse that we have seen in several episodes.
Oh, that's a good call. I'm not going to count that.
Hey,
That
do you guys
seems like
remember
a stretch,
horses?
sir. Hey, Martha, comb your kid's hair. Or maybe just use less product.
You know, for having just come out of a spaceship, he's remarkably well kept.
They gave the cop a wig. I love that.
Yep.
The bald guy.
Yeah, it's great. Make everybody look younger. And I remember when this was on being kind of impressed, and with the pilot too, that like everybody really does look kind of younger. In case folks are wondering, the maiden name thing is comic book.
Oh, okay.
That her maiden name is Clark, I believe.
You know what's dumb about Superman? So you have Lois Lane, Lex Luthor, Lana Lang, and then Clark Kent is CK, not like KK or CC.
You forgot Lori Lemaris.
I don't know who that is.
And she's a mermaid. It's a long story. It's girlfriends.
One of the things in reimagining all of this, that's such a cool transition, by the way. But yeah, one of the neat things in reimagining this is actually getting into the ins and outs of the practicality of the adoption, because it's a thing that is not dealt with very much in Superman stuff. And if you're doing, serialized television telling Clark Kent's origin, that's exactly the kind of stuff you should focus on.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, how exactly would that work in present day? Like, it's kind of easier to get away with in the middle of nowhere in a super tiny town, which this Smallville is not, in like the 40s. In a way, it would be more difficult to do in 2002, in 1989, I should say.
Well, and especially like at the time this was coming out, really the previous adaptation of Superman, was the Reeves movies, which they do the Kents well, but they're not like a focus.
Right. No, they're really memorable for what little screen time they get.
Yeah.
But we don't even really... Does Martha Kent even appear in 2? Like, do we ever see them again?
I don't think... maybe...
Well, she's in Superman Returns, but...
No, but I'm talking about the Donner movie, the Donner Lester
Yeah.
movies. Like, I don't know if we ever see them again, because Returns is
Yeah, I don't remember
whatever.
if she has one.
Is she not in 3?
That's a good
Is
question.
the one where they go back to Smallville?
They do go back to Smallville. Maybe she is in that. Oh, you know what? I think she is.
Because in 4, they're both dead. For sure.
Oh, yeah, it's Lex
dead
and
by
Clark
4.
in the loft. Yay! Oh, we're not counting that. I always like that
excited.
line. I always like Lex coming up with the word choice nobody else would think of, because he's apparently sitting around reading all the time. It's not as Rockwellian.
Okay, do we count Lex?
You go to those private schools.
Right.
Do we count Lex holding a basketball as a recreational game activity, or is this a stretch?
That is your list.
Look,
you make the rules.
You can if you want to.
I'll give it half a point.
You and your see what Robert's doing is he's coming here for research so that he can do his own stream where all he does is count things. There's no discussion about the episode. It's just counting, and his list is like 75 items. I thought you were gonna say, does Lex holding a basketball count as a disco ball? This scene is so screwed up. When he starts putting his hands on her face, I'm just like, yep, Lex, you should have let him die.
Yeah, John, do you watch Stranger Things?
I do.
This lady is reminding me of Eleven's mom and her tragic backstory. There's some major differences, but I'm just thinking that. And Lionel's
I can see that.
And now Lionel's reminding me of Matthew Modine's character. Like I said, there are some differences, but that's a similar tragic mother backstory.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Cap, but don't they end up like doing stuff with Lucas Luthor later?
He gets one episode, and it's in this season, so we will see it today.
Okay, then it's a different one because there's two, right? One is the Paul Wesley one, and then there's the other one.
So Lucas Luthor is the one he's talking about right now, and we'll have a big reveal at the end of this that he in fact did not die or whatever. He is alive. He's on a locket that Lionel has. I guess Lionel had a relationship with him, but never let his mother know about him for whatever reason. And then the other one is Julian, who dies as a baby in the crib, and we'll get a background as to why that happens. This is the only time I believe we get the LexCorp logo. Because he only has LexCorp for a few episodes, and then he'll go back to LuthorCorp. So he started his own company. It's not going to last very long. And then the assumption you have to make is that after the series is over, maybe LuthorCorp becomes LexCorp? I don't know. I can't remember if the comics did anything with that.
Julian is the one I'm remembering because I don't know if you've ever talked about this on the channel, but the guy that plays Julian Luthor is the Jimmy Olsen in BVS.
Well, you mean Lucas Luthor. Okay. You'd have to, because Julian died as a baby.
Whoever it is that, there's an episode later on where they bring in this guy that's supposed to be Lex's brother, and he thinks is Lucas.
Right, who actually is Lucas.
Yeah, Julian's the one.
That's this episode.
Or he thinks it's Julian.
Clark Lana, I've seen.
Okay, I'm not sure what we're talking about right now.
Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Yeah, Clark and Lana are seen. Off scene.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, there's never a point where anybody thinks that somebody is Julian.
And don't forget Lutessa Lena Luthor.
Oh, yes, of course.
Because that was planned out from the beginning.
Yeah, uh-huh. Lionel slept with everybody.
No, okay. So, I had it partially correct. Do you remember Grant Gabriel?
Yeah.
He is the clone of Julian.
Oh, I forgot they did that. Okay. See, I don't know the later seasons all that well.
But no, that actor is Jimmy Olsen in BVS.
Okay.
For 5 seconds.
I feel like there's a lot of Luthor weird stuff that doesn't go anywhere or is unresolved. Or at least that's what I felt when I watched through the show.
Yep.
Because it's so
horribly convoluted, and there's way too much cloning.
Meanwhile, at the cloning facility.
And this is coming from the guy that made Spawn here. Like, there's way too much cloning.
They should have just named season 8 like Attack of the Clones. Brought in as many Luthor clones as you wanted.
Spawnville has, or Spawn Year has often been referred to as the Clone Saga of Decolution.
Well, no, we're making Spawnville, John. You know about that.
Yeah. That kidnapping scene was really awkward, right? Like,
it's
somebody
really
comes at
awkward.
you with a syringe, you don't just duck.
Yep. No, I always thought that was weird.
Yeah, at this point, she's had like a full break from reality.
Yep. But this is one of those few times where we get a psychotic nut job that's going to come after somebody with a household object, and I actually buy her getting here. Because usually with Kryptofreaks, it's just, I want something, I can't get it, I got kryptonite poisoning, and I'm crazy! And then you have other people that got kryptonite poisoning, and they're not crazy. But by season 4, we'll start saying, no, people get nuts like this. It's like they heard criticism of it, right? And they went, oh, the real reason is because kryptonite makes you crazy. I'm like, what about all those people that are fine? Thomas Lowe, how many Lex clones appear in the show? I think the answer to that is 75. No, at least
is anyone
at least 4 or 5.
Lex?
Say again.
Is there actually any? Is there actual clones of Lex? 'Cause
Yes.
most of the clones I remember are his siblings.
No, season 10. There's like the old one who was in Man of Steel, that actor.
Yep.
Oh. Okay.
And then Lex is like resurrected like through cloning.
He's a clone too, but for some reason all the other clones are played by other actors, and they finally get one right. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, because there's another.
We finally
Lex
got
clone
Rosenbaum
who's, like,
back.
kid.
My favorite thing is Baneface Lex in season 8. Where he's got like a respirator thing on his face, so it doesn't matter that he's not Rosenbaum, and then he's got like a voice modulator thing. No, really, I'm Lex. Believe me.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest. As a kid, I thought that was Rosenbaum.
I can't wait till we get to all that.
No comment.
This is gonna be so good. See, I like to what we were talking about at the beginning here, Robert. Like, yeah, I like that we've got all these different stories that are dancing around the same idea. Tom, $2 super chat. Remember Chloe's mom is a freak who can control people. I forgot about that. Yeah, see, she's also a Kryptofreak.
Hey, you remember when Chloe turned out to have a cousin?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Rude super speed exit.
Thank you. Sorry, I was distracted by the fact that we actually have a Smallville zip code. I'm sure there's some mega fan that has memorized that.
Also, we already
67254. What?
We already counted Lex getting captured, right?
Nope. We're not. We're just counting when he gets knocked out or shot.
Okay.
He did get knocked out though with the syringe, so I can count that. That's true. I love Lionel making this this speech on TV, knowing that full well that he's putting Lex in danger. And I believe there's a conversation about it at the end where Lex is like, you know, I could have died, right? And Lionel's like, I knew you'd be all right. I think that happens.
That sounds about right.
This scene is nuts.
But does it get nuts?
It does. It does get nuts. Rosenbaum said that he liked this scene because it reminded him a lot of Misery, which I had not thought of, but I should have. That's my favorite horror movie.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Misery's great. Oh, was that slow-mo or bullet time?
John, you make the call there. Was that bullet time?
Yeah, I'd say that was bullet time.
Was he experiencing that leap slowly, like he's in the air? Yeah, we don't have as many counted as we figured we would. Look, it's a stupid exercise, man. We write numbers on a board. No, nobody cares what it looks like.
No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
No one cared who I was before I counted Kryptofreaks. And I like that
I do
Henry
appreciate
Small,
that she gives him time to come around.
Yeah. And that he does come around, but it's not like a perfect situation where suddenly they're best friends at the end. This is just gonna be the theme of the season. Characters that show up and I like them, and they don't return often enough, and we just kind of they're unresolved threads. Like Henry Small will get a couple more episodes, but we will completely forget he even exists.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't remember him being mentioned after this season.
I think he's maybe mentioned once or twice, but he I don't think ever shows up again. And it's sad. I think he's a good actor.
Yeah, someone earlier mentioned like Perry being a one and done episode. I mean, he did have vocal cameo in
Yeah.
the series finale, but I don't think he got another proper episode, which is a shame because he was great.
Because it's McKeon,
Yeah, he's the best.
and Perry's probably still my favorite episode of the whole show.
Is that 3?
I think that's 3.
I think that it's either 3 or 4.
No, it's not 4. It's but it's not 2. It's definitely in 3. It's kind of crazy that he finds out he's a Kryptonian before he finds out that the sun gives him powers, because that's in that episode. It's another super cool transition. Again, keeping these flashbacks in scene.
Yeah, I had to like double take for a second. I didn't realize we transitioned.
Yeah, it's neat. They do kind of a light thing for a tip off. It's a real simple in-camera effect, and it's wonderful. Yeah, Dagon Spear, I thought that was right. I thought Perry got it one more screen appearance. Robert, he shows up one more time in 9.
I
I
also
guess
appreciate that
he was
like,
too
it
busy to
almost
show
looks
up for the
like
finale.
Logan.
Besides his voice, though,
Was he already married to Annette O'Toole by that point?
he was already married to her by the time he's in Perry.
Oh, okay. I forgot they were married at that point.
I mean, I think that's probably why they got him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, they got married in 99. So they'd already been married like 4 years.
I appreciate this little where like they could have been friends, but Lionel gets his own man.
Yeah, and this perfectly defines his MO and the way he treats people. Like, the whole reason that he wanted to do... that he hands people cards, even, that he wanted to do a favor for him in the first place, is because he could find something to hold over his head and use him. And it's really consistent because we're gonna... like in the pilot, we know that he does something kind of similar to Pete's parents with the cream corn factory.
Well, that's what this is.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what sets that up in the first place. See, the continuity here is fantastic, which is part of why I hold it to the standard I hold it to when it messes up continuity, because they're clearly thinking here.
Yeah, it was Jonathan that convinced the Rosses to sell.
Yep. It's not that you have to have everything planned out ahead of time. It's that you have to keep your ducks in a row so that whatever you retroactively add or you add moving forward fits with what you have already. It's that simple.
Breaking Bad is one of the best examples of that. It is shocking how much of that they didn't have planned out and were just making it up as they were going.
And a lot of their best ideas they would not have had they planned that whole thing from the beginning and had they done it through outline. And I'm not anti-outline, but it just changes. You end up with different material when you do it that way. And I speak from experience with that. If I'd mapped out Spawn Year from the beginning, we would have never had the suit in anything.
I appreciate that Lionel, at least so far, has not descended into cartoon villain.
I mean, it's John Glover. He can ham it up all he wants to.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, absolutely. I just mean with the writing, like, he's more complicated than that.
Oh, for sure.
But still super ruthless and cold and like he can be this inhuman and still feel like sort of a person.
Robert, have you seen RoboCop 2?
I still need to see that.
I've seen RoboCop 2.
Is he in that?
His cameo in RoboCop 2 is my favorite.
Oh, that's amazing.
I forgot about
I need
that.
to watch it.
Oh, look
Yeah,
at his
he's
hair. It's glorious.
He's in one of the commercials.
Oh, I
Yeah,
forgot. Sorry, go ahead.
that's a movie I used to hear like sucks. Like, only the first one's good, and then it came back around. Or like now everyone loves RoboCop 2, so I'm like, okay, I need to watch it at some point.
I love RoboCop 2.
I
It's not
love
as good as
RoboCop
the
2,
first
but
one.
it's fun. Like, there's fun things in it.
I agree with Red Letter Media. It's elevated schlock.
That's a good term.
You're elevated schlock,
Oh, thank you.
John.
That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
I think you need to go home and rethink your life.
I don't want to sell death sticks.
Whatever happened to that
I
guy?
didn't even know
He's
what I
still
was
at home.
quoting.
Well, see, Robert, that'll be the next Disney Plus show. It'll just be called Death Sticks.
I'd watch it.
So yeah, I need
Dark
somebody
ending.
to explain to me the logistics of this. So like he has a picture of him with his son when he was like 7 or whatever. Does he like go visit him occasionally, or like he just did when he was a kid? Like when we get to Lucas Luthor, there's an explanation about it, but it just seems uncharacteristic for Lionel Luthor that he would have a relationship with an illegitimate kid that nobody knows about.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember Lucas at all. So
Well, he's got
Yeah.
that one episode. It's called Prodigal.
Yeah, I forgot about the Lucas episode. I just remember the Julian Clone episode.
it is funny how many of future CW actors are established here. Because you get 2 of the mains from Vampire Diaries are in this. You get one-
Matthew, the opera there is great, and it's nice that
you
it's
get
music
one
that's not
from
Chopin.
Supernatural.
I'm sorry, what?
Just because you get like a bunch of future CW people in this show in different roles.
Oh, yep.
Uh,
Okay, guys.
so you got like Vampire Diaries and
we
Supernatural and stuff.
We're
Yeah.
typically only taking
Jensen
breaks after every 2 episodes, but I'm going to need just a couple of minutes. So we're not going to take like a full 4 minutes this time, but I will be right back.
Okay.
All right, folks, excuse the interruption. I am back, and so's John. Hello, John.
What's up?
Oh, hello, Robert. Okay, guys, we're gonna watch. Oh, hold on, we gotta do sign flips.
Oh, fine.
Okay. Yep, that's one of my favorite episodes this season. And now,
That's a good one.
Yeah, John didn't want to talk about it. He just want to watch it. Hey, we still haven't seen this yet. It's not there yet.
What is that? The show hasn't explained it.
Well, I mean, the show doesn't explain a lot when it comes to the Kryptonian technology. Like, it's a key, John. Like,
oh, I thought Lois was the key.
Dude, I was saving that. Okay, so make sure to get to timestamp 0. We're watching Ryan. It's episode 8 of season 2. You see what I'm saying? It's like 2 off and 2 on. I don't know if that will continue. I know Insurgents is really good. And Suspect I like too. God, it's weird. Insurgents and Suspect are right next to each other. That's crazy. I always forget that. Cause one's like Die Hard, and the other one's like a whodunit mystery plot, and they both just feel like they're, I don't know, I've always kind of connected those episodes up in my mind. It's weird that they're right next to each other. Kind of thriller homages. Okay, is everybody ready? Let's see who's still with us here. Hi, guys.
I'm ready.
How's everybody going? I can't believe it's like 5 in the morning. We've still got over 20 people with us. You guys are amazing. Thanks for being here.
I thought you were gonna say we still had over 20 episodes left.
We isn't that nuts? It's 5 in the morning. We still have to watch 20 more of these. How did it take us? 7 hours or 5 hours? No, 10 to 8 hours to watch 3 episodes. How did that happen? Okay, everybody ready? I'm delusional now. It's fine. Everybody, please press play. Hold on, I gotta get my timer. Everybody. Oh wait, and I also gotta change the episode title. Oh, there's just so much to do. I can't deal with it all.
Did we already sign flip?
We did. We did sign flip.
Okay.
Yep.
I was late to the party. No.
Okay, it's time for our first, I guess, proper sequel this season, right? To a previous episode.
I mean, if you don't count the last episode.
Oh, sure. Yeah, is kind of to the pilot. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. No, you're right. It's our first, like, returning Kryptofreak, though, I think.
Joe Morton? That guy?
No, that doesn't count. He wasn't a Kryptofreak before.
Okay.
He was a recurring character, but the last time we saw him, but I mean, like, a character in an episode that was a Kryptofreak that comes back. Now, Ryan's a weird case because he has superpowers, but they may have nothing to do with Kryptonite. We've never been able to decide if that counts as a Kryptofreak, but anyway. The show. Why do we watch the show? Okay, here we go. Everybody,
I ask myself that question every day.
Please press play every day. And please press play right now. Like on a daily basis. You just get some in the morning. I don't know why we're watching Smallville.
Is this where you thought Ryan would end up after that first episode?
Yes. And this is our introduction to Summerholt, which sticks around for a really long time. Garner here is one of the longest running recurring characters in the show, I think. I may be wrong about that.
He looks familiar.
I know him from Smallville.
What's Smallville?
Look, he's got a Kryptonite drip. That's not what you want. Anybody else having episode 1 flashbacks right now?
Yes.
It's a ship. It's a speeder. John, do you remember this episode?
I think I remember mostly the ending.
Yeah, I think that's coming back.
That's what sticks with everybody, yeah.
Oh no, his nose is bleeding.
I'm also watching the DVDs, so before I'm playing the episode, I'm seeing the scene selection with the pictures. That's kind of a cheat sheet. Like, oh yeah, it's that episode.
Oh, sure. Well, you didn't remember what episode Ryan was? It's the other one with Ryan!
I meant, like, I saw the hot air balloon, like, scene, and I was like, oh, right, that's how this episode
I forgot he dies. Spoiler alert.
I also always forget this is season 2.
Where'd you think it was?
Like season 4. I don't know why.
They should have kept Ryan alive and let him be a member of the Justice League.
Or the Justice Society.
They also had a league.
Of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
He couldn't be a member of the Justice Society. That was like a pre-established hero team of adults.
Oh. Well, see, it'd be like Power Rangers Turbo. He just shouts to Morphin Time and turns.
He just turns into Hawkman and he grows like. Wouldn't it be great if he was Dr. Fate? Ryan finally comes back. He's Dr. Fate.
That would be amazing. This show teases Dr. Fate.
No, it just has
well,
Dr.
he
Fate.
shows up. Yeah, he's in the.
Yeah, he's in the Justice Society. That's why I mentioned him.
Well, no, I thought it was just like the helmet on the display.
Oh, maybe you're right about that, actually.
No, he's in it in costume. I don't remember if it was Kent Nelson or somewhere else, but yeah, it's Dr. Fate, Hawkman, and Stargirl are like the main ones in their Justice Society 2-parter.
Absolute Justice.
The Jeff Jones 2-parter.
I've been reading his Aquaman. It's pretty solid.
Oh yeah,
it's popular.
I like his Aquaman a lot.
Look, man, I remember like 12 things from the show. When I'm sure about something, I'm gonna let it be known.
I don't remember if Summerholt is comic book or not. Belle Reve is, which is funny because then the DCEU uses that, but they pronounce it differently. So now we got that like Roz Raish thing with Belle Reve, where sometimes it's Belle Reve and sometimes it's Belle Rev. I don't agree with Belle Rev. It's wrong.
Yeah, that just doesn't sound right. Like, I feel like everywhere I've seen it's Belle Reve.
Yeah. Stupid DCEU. Messing up Belle Reve. Christopher Belle Reve.
Well, it's that Nolan influence, right? They misspell like just a common word.
Exactly.
I wouldn't call Raish common.
They're messing up common names like Raish. Well,
yeah, you
Falcone.
go down the street, you meet 6 Raishes and 3 Al Ghuls.
Famously, was it Denny O'Neil who created that character and said that it was supposed to be Roz in the first place? So it's actually animated series that got it wrong.
I don't know. I always feel weird about something like that when it's in print, because all you can go by is just what it says.
Yeah.
And how you sound it out.
Yeah, like the only crap you could give Nolan is you didn't watch Batman the Animated Series, I guess. Like, that's the only place at that point you really heard it said out loud that much.
Yeah.
Now it's been in live action like 6 times, but not back then.
I shot him 6 times.
Well, and Falcone was a character where, like, the first thing he shows up in is Begins, and it's Falcone. It's like, oh, okay, I guess that's what it is. And then it's been Falcone every time since. So it's like, oh, I guess I've been pronouncing it wrong because of Begins.
Every time since Begins. How many things has he been in other than Begins and the Batman?
Gotham.
Oh yeah, I forgot they do.
And the Telltale
Gotham
games.
doesn't count.
Yeah, but Gotham's the first place anybody heard him called Falcone, and we're like, wait, what? They got it wrong. And then suddenly the Batman does it. Anyway, we're talking about pronunciation again. This comes up an alarming amount on the channel right now.
DC, they just can't get anything right.
I blame Robert.
Pattinson?
I blame myself.
And we got Edge City, you guys. I got to count that as a blatant DC reference.
Which one's that one?
I knew you were going to ask me that. I don't remember. It's funny, though, because you got Morgan Edge in this show, too, and I always wanted Morgan Edge to come from Edge City. Oh, was it created for this show? Okay, never mind. Oh, you know what? I know why I thought that.
It's the mask.
It's the mask.
Speaking of things that were created for Smallville, Summerhold is also a Smallville invention.
I thought
but
it
apparently
was.
the Flash mentions it.
Yeah, of course. Everything keeps stealing stuff from Smallville since then. We got the cigarette smoking man. And that's not especially surprising because, again, a lot of the crew on the show was from X-Files, and they're shooting in Vancouver, so he's around and available. I forget his name right off, but this actor was supposed to just be like a bit player in the pilot of X-Files and then became their most popular villain, of course. And it was kind of a big deal to everybody on set that he was there. And another character that I wish we kept around and did more stuff with. I mean, there's a really cool, colorful cast of characters this season that they just keep dropping. You know, something you'd never do in more of a, you know, binge kind of show, like all the serialized stuff that we make now.
Yeah. Pros and cons.
You'd let these things, yeah, exactly. But you'd let these things breathe a little bit. And sometimes you'd make them super decompressed, and I think that should be one episode would be 6, but so you're right. What do you say, pros and cons?
Or you could be the newest season of Stranger Things, which each episode is like 90 minutes to 2 hours. And there's entire subplots that you wish they'd just cut.
Yeah, I've heard that. That's why I didn't bother watching them.
I still like it.
No, I mean, I still like it, but season 4 is the one where I'm like, I really want to fast forward right now.
Yeah.
Come on, Robert. Have some standards, man.
Oh. You can't give him crap about standards. We're watching Smallville.
No, I really can't. Yeah, but I'm giving it a lot of crap. You know, when it's bad. We're not even talking about this episode.
What did Nell do?
Episode? I don't.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. I didn't. I didn't remember Ryan starting off
episode, right?
As slow as this does. But I mean, the opening is fun. He's breaking out of Summerhold.
Oh yeah, this is the episode where Nell decides that a 16-year-old girl is mature enough to live here basically on her own.
Well, she's gonna go live with Chloe, and they're gonna make it a major plot point. Like the way they play it, it's like
because we got to set up the, or eventually because we haven't established the apartment above the Talon yet.
Yeah, that's not there yet. But she, and I don't think she lives there until 4. Or does she live there through some of 3, and then she's got her boyfriend that lives up there in 4?
I think that they start that with Adam.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, okay, so that would be 3, wouldn't it?
I thought that said Dr. Gamer.
No, he's Dr. Garner. You know, like Elektra from Daredevil.
Oh, I was like, but isn't her last name like Nachos?
It sounds like a Mexican appetizer.
I watched that movie way too many times as a kid.
That movie disturbed me the first time I saw it. I liked it, but that was like the darkest thing I'd ever seen.
So this is
at that time, I was like 7.
This is a place where we go. Yeah, that felt a lot darker at the time, didn't it? This is a place where we go really comic book, where you're telling me there's this institute that's right smack dab in the middle of a metropolitan area in Metropolis, and they're getting away with kidnapping people in a facility that they're claiming is just a research place that doesn't even like have patients. How are they doing this?
If this was Gotham, would you question it though?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. But Gotham's always super stylized. Like this is a show that can't decide just how comic book the world is.
Until they finally just say, you know what, screw it.
Hey, I'm gonna see if John understands this reference. Lex, that's not even remotely what he ordered. Remember when Lana brought when Lana brought Lex that huge frothy milkshake looking thing?
Yeah. That's not even remotely close.
It's not even remotely close. Such a good line delivery. Ryan has aged 5 years since the last time we saw him.
It's still weird seeing this actor so young here.
Isn't it?
Which one is he?
I'm just kidding. He clearly is just, his voices changed.
So Robert, I mentioned this on the last one when he popped up. But I know him also from Teen Wolf. He shows up, but he's a lot older in that.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I've only ever seen him in this, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
unless he was in one little
I
watched him Teen Wolf. I saw the first season and didn't care for it, but
no, he doesn't show up until like 3B or the second half of season 3.
Or I liked one well enough,
and
then two lost me, and I just quit.
No, that's fair. You didn't miss much.
It's not my kind of thing in the first place, and so like it was gonna have to continue to really grab me for me to stay interested.
Oh, and it gets so much worse after that.
That's what everybody says.
I like 3 okay, and then after 3, it's just like off a cliff.
Lex has been having to do Clark a lot of favors lately.
Yeah.
At least he didn't end up having to actually lend him that insane amount of money in red.
The power of Lysol. Robert, if you hate watching The Flash, you're still part of the problem.
Well, it's the final season, so I don't feel bad about it. But yeah, it's bad.
You can't even help keep it on at this point. And really, every vote counts when you're watching a show that like fewer than 500,000 people are watching.
Yeah, it's true.
And I haven't looked at the numbers, but you can't tell me it's more than that. How about the fact that you claimed you didn't have patience there, and now just right in front of the cops, you're like, "Oh, he was at Summerhold." Like, they should be at the very least suspicious. I get if he has custody of him, that doesn't give him the right to do whatever he wants to him at a facility. Like, they've got to be checking into that, right? Like, why wasn't he at home? Why was he in your facility?
Why is he so red?
Why is what so red?
Ryan, he's like beet red.
I always wondered that. Yeah. They still have that heat wave.
T-Edge won $5 super chat, so we gotta spin the wheel. There's ties between Luther, LexCorp, and Summerhold in future episodes. So it's possible that Lex or Lionel is paying off the cops or getting heads up.
Lex isn't paying off the cops in Smallville. I don't really buy that. Because if that kind of thing was happening, it would come out that Ethan has more skeletons in his closet than just the one when we get to the murder episode.
It's kind of distracting how red he is in this scene.
I know. Isn't that weird?
He's got like the world's worst case of sunburn.
It's foreshadowing to Martha becoming the Red Queen.
Oh.
Oh. Well, that's kind of weird since Ryan has exactly nothing to do with her.
Well, she's wearing red. So.
Oh. Okay. I don't know if you know this, but he's not her son biologically.
I love how incompetent the sheriff is.
Yeah. That's a good line. Why aren't the cops talking about any of this? You know, Sheriff Ethan is the kind of guy that would just want a vigilante to do all of his work for him so that he can look at him up in the sky in an airplane and go, 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 go!
I mean, he looks like the cop that dies in every slasher movie.
Lex is never going to learn how to drive his car, is he?
To your point, Robert, he looks exactly like the sheriff in Friday the 13th Part 2.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. I don't remember if he was bald, though. He also looks like, he looks more like the guy with the mustache in Friday 5.
No, I can see that.
Yeah, I feel like if you're trying to look above board and like you're not mistreating this child, you probably shouldn't talk like this all the time. Your rich friend saved you today, Clark.
What is he, Mesogog?
Yeah, he's Mesogog.
Mesogog, because like he can't end a sentence without doing that. Like,
And it's great. I never get tired of it. He does sound like Mesogog. I want to watch that now. Yeah, Thomas Law, I was talking about the lady sheriff that replaces Sheriff Ethan. She's really interesting because like Ethan kind of is either just incompetent and doesn't even put together how often Clark is at crime scenes, or just turns a blind eye to it. I'm not sure which. And she immediately doesn't give him, any slack at all, and is like, "You're not supposed to be here, and I'm watching you." And,
yeah, I've always felt like that was just to make his life more difficult.
That's all it was, and it's kind of sad. Who are these guys? What is this band?
Weren't you supposed to spin a wheel?
Why is Chloe this into this? Don't tell me how to do my job. Why don't you spin a wheel? Oh, you don't have one. That's right. Not as cool as me. I have a digital wheel that I got on the... Oh, I have to work out at my desk for the next 5 minutes. Okay, hold on.
Matthew Bass, bring back Morphin Mania.
I want to do more Power Ranger stuff. There was not enough interest in that to keep it going. But, okay, hold on. I'll be right back. And also, just like, because I say that, I mean, we've had other shows that we keep going that get, not great view counts, but that's just, a lot of time spent in going through Power Rangers blindly. And we have, what was I going to say? We at least got through Mighty Morphin and Zeo, which were kind of the big things I wanted to make sure and get through. Hold on. But we're going to do some more marathons for select stuff.
Nice. So, I realized why I thought Ryan was later. I was getting it mixed up with the other episode with the random kid that, but that one's the one where he, like, ages quicker.
Oh, yeah. Really? That episode is terrible.
I mean, I didn't say I liked it. I just got it mixed up.
But this episode is not terrible.
Also, this is a Clark Lana loft scene. Just
Okay, but I'm exercising. Hold on. This whole thing is absurd. Okay, now I gotta do my left arm. Hold on. And not hit my microphone and not move my projector. This is impossible. Okay, there. Anyway. Well, they're keeping good track of where they are in their relationship right now. This does not feel like character regression, so that's good. Like they're not getting along super well, but they're being reasonable because of the situation. They just care about this kid, so that's good. Don't be a piece of luggage. You guys have nothing to say about this episode. Guys, I'm trying to make a show here.
Hey,
this is one of the better loft scenes so far.
Yeah, sure. One thing I did want
to... Should we rank the loft scenes at some point?
Where is their final loft scene gonna go in season 8? I feel like that'll be.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, I know where that goes.
The whole thing with like how they write her off is just melodramatic enough for me that I kind of love it. Like it's really stupid, but it's really funny.
It's like what you do in a high school black box theater. You'll just have to imagine that I have giant Lex Luthor robot suit that's invisible and made of kryptonite and repels you, Clark. It costs no money because it's invisible.
I mean, when you say it out
imagine the suit.
When I say it out loud, when I watched it on television. That is the stupidest thing, and it's not either. That's what's amazing about it, is it's still not the stupidest thing in the show.
Oh, no.
I should rank that.
I want to see
things.
I want to see the superhero rewind on the stupidest moments in Smallville.
I need to make that. I'm gonna rank them. You just wait for it.
I am waiting for it.
The other Jimmy Olsen is gonna be in there.
To be fair,
is that like the other white meat? The other white meat.
To be fair to the Jimmy Olsen thing, wasn't that like a DC Warner Brothers mandate?
Yeah, that was stupid because they thought he was too old and wanted him off the show. And it's like, you couldn't have told them that 3 seasons ago or 2 seasons ago. Yeah, that was a dumb reason to kill him all.
Right, but this show very often found the most contrived and silliest way to deal with a mandate like that. Where it's like, you can't come up with anything else? Like, that's what you did? Okay.
T-Edge1 says, Nell's boyfriend is named Dean. I thought it was Ted.
No, it's Dean.
Yeah, like Dean Cain.
Ted is from Buffy.
Did you think it was Tad? Remember Tad?
Hey,
no,
Ted,
I thought it was Ted. Remember when there was the robot stepfather in Buffy?
Yeah, I remember that.
That episode sucks.
I think it's hilarious, but yeah, it does kind of suck.
Hey, John.
That.
Hey, Ted, where's the...
Your life won't be worth spit!
Hey, Ted, where's the corkscrew?
Oh, I love that movie.
It's so good.
It's the best one. It's my favorite.
No, 6 is better.
So, well,
objectively it is, but
I got to talk about this episode. So, all the Warrior Angel stuff has always been on the nose, and we're just kind of continuing what we did with that in the first place. The idea the idea that he's in a floating balloon is pretty obvious foreshadowing for what happens at the end of the episode.
Oh, yeah.
Because
I don't understand.
He's gonna be in a hot air balloon, Robert.
I don't understand why in the last couple seasons we keep going back to the Warrior Angel stuff. Like, we've had real superheroes introduced in the show a lot by that point. Why are we doing a Warrior Angel episode where he's like real or something?
Well, they did one where they were making a movie, which I like a lot better than if they used real superheroes, because at least it's a fictional superhero they make a movie out of. I don't remember anything about him being real.
Or maybe it's like a crazy person who thinks he's a Warrior Angel when he gets powers or something. I don't know.
Does that happen? Again, there's some episodes that I only saw once, or I never saw. But the only thing I remember is, I think maybe it was 8 or 9. They're making a movie. Yes, that slow motion was unnecessary, Matthew Bays. But they do that a lot whenever somebody that you're supposed to care about gets hurt. You know, it's kind of like emotional manipulation. Remember in season 3 when Martha drops the orange juice? Remember that?
Not the orange juice.
Then the glass shatters.
That was a Godfather homage.
Because Jonathan got hurt because he's sick because of his superpowers from earlier. We'll get there. I'm getting ahead of myself. So obviously the whole point of this episode, and I thought it was kind of gutsy for them to do a whole episode about this. It's the Superman 1 thing with Clark's dad having a heart attack. He can't save everyone, and it's not just he can't be everywhere at once. It's that his superpowers don't help every situation, and he's still mortal. He's still vulnerable. He's still gonna have to watch people that he cares about die.
T-Edge wants sent in another $2 super chat, so that's 2 sounds to play.
Thanks, man. I already did a sound.
I think it's a guy that can make things real.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
He said, I think it's a guy who can make things real.
Oh, that thinks he's Warrior Angel? Wow.
No, that
or he makes Warrior Angel real.
Oh. Like that Jack Kirby comic with Ninja Turtles, with the pen that you draw with and it makes things real.
You went to like really cool like artistic Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I went to Beetleborgs.
Well, Beetleborgs, to be fair, would have been my other reference.
I went to SpongeBob, but I wasn't gonna say that out loud.
Krypton is utterly and finally doomed.
By the man's man.
That is not what I thought he was going to say.
Saved? Krypton will be fine. Don't worry. No problem.
That would be Ryan Johnson's Superman film.
Oh, we subverted expectations with that. You didn't think we'd open our Superman movie with Krypton is fine.
Yeah, it's just like a 2-hour movie about Krypton.
Was that a Life cereal box behind her?
To be fair, Cap has been asking for that for years. Just a Krypton movie.
I have. And then
yeah,
I got
but it wouldn't be a
show
prequel. It would just be oh, Krypton never blew up.
Let's do the Krypton 24-hour stream.
I've never seen that show.
See if anybody shows up.
I forgot they made a Krypton show.
That show is insane. It's Gotham nuts. Austin the other day was like, did the Gotham people make that show? I'm like, nah, but if you watched it, I told you that they did, you would believe me. And it's another show where the production values are amazing, but the scripts are nonsense.
Didn't you always want to learn about Superman's grandfather? Wasn't that a show you were asking for?
Yeah, and what I really wanted it to do was have like time travel nonsense where we have Superman involved from the beginning, where like some guy from the future comes back with his cape and is like, oh, you gotta make sure Krypton explodes because this guy's got to be born. And I'm like, really, we're doing this? Seriously?
Oh, it's not even streaming anywhere.
It used to be on HBO Max.
Yeah, apparently it's not.
But I think they pulled it off. Why is this scene so grainy? Are you guys seeing that in Clark's shirt?
I can see it. Yeah, a little bit.
It's so grainy. I love Lex's advice to Clark here. That he wasn't there with his mother in the final hours.
Yeah.
This is some heavy stuff that we're talking over and complaining about Krypton and crap. Oh, Hub City! Gotta write that one down. I know they didn't make that up.
Yeah, I don't know that one off the top of my head.
Isn't that a Green Lantern thing?
Maybe.
No,
if it is, it's one of the lesser lanterns.
Yeah, I mean, Hal's Coast City.
It's just another super corrupt DC city. I don't. Oh, Birthplace of the Question. Created by Ditko.
Oh, so that might have been like a Charlton era. Before they were worked into the. Yeah, that might have been before they were worked into like the main DC continuity. That sounds like Charlton era.
Well, I mean, it was 67. Had that not happened already by 67?
Well, I mean, I don't think so.
I thought that was earlier than that. Maybe not. Maybe not. So Greg Beeman, the director, I think of this episode and a whole bunch of their episodes, and he's been on Talkville now too, by the way.
Yeah, Tom Welling and Rosenbaum have nothing but nice things to say about him.
Yeah, he drew these comics himself, and no disrespect to him, but the art's not great.
Stick to your day job, B-Man.
B-Man.
Rob Liefeld.
Did you write Drone, or did you direct Drone? B-Man. Okay, don't show the running effect that close up because that's kind of a mistake. Okay, so this is one of those examples I'm talking about. He's gonna show up out of nowhere. Nobody's gonna notice this person that looks like they beamed down from the sky. He just appears out of nowhere. Did we have a rude super speed exit when he started running, or was he not really anywhere when he did that?
No, because doesn't he go straight from super speed after his conversation with Lex?
Oh yes, that's what it is. Oh, that's one though. That's one though. But yeah, one thing I really like about this episode is that Clark. First of all, I just always liked his relationship with Ryan in the first place, and it's nice that this isn't the only episode we had with him where like we're introduced to him and then he has a tumor and then we watch him die. Part of the reason it works so well is because it's a follow-up, I think. And I like that Clark is doing everything he can with his powers to save him. Like, he can get to this doctor who's the like foremost neurosurgeon because he can super speed, but he's still not going to manage to save him. And that's the reason the ending is so sad. It's not just, generically, sappily, this kid's dying of a brain tumor. It's that I'm with Clark through it. He's trying so hard, and ultimately he can't manage it. That's why it works. That's why I tear up at the end with the balloon.
No, I agree.
So hard, it got so
Although
hard.
it was a little funny to see the airport.
It doesn't even matter. Sorry, what?
It was kind of funny to see the airport security come out with like guns from one dude.
Well, it's because he appeared out of nowhere. They think he's an alien from space. And they're kind of right. It's not true. I'm just joking. Oh my God! The cigarette smoking man is running Smallville. There's bribes in City Hall. Look at how his mind is blown. You can't run this smear campaign. I'm Cancer Man. I love him in that show. That's another one of those guys that just like elevates material. You can tell half of what he's saying has no idea what he's saying. And it's kind of because these scenes are well written. I like the politics with this. Oh, something else they mentioned in Talkville is that bit where he says, "Don't laugh at me." That was an ad lib, and Rosenbaum was not expecting it, and his reaction was a natural one, where he's like, "Holy crap!" It's like an actor. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But what I was gonna say is, I like these scenes a lot, but the Ryan stuff, especially when you see where it's all going, is so strong that I always forget this is here. And this would have been... No, this is where he brings up Churchill. And he pronounces it weird, too. He's like, Churchill. But there are weaker episodes where if this was there, this would be the stuff I'd remember because it's so much better than everything else that's there. But that's how strong the A story is. The hospital's got a bat phone.
Such a weird close-up on Rosenbaum.
And there was a weird close-up on the bat phone. Wait a minute, they have a Dr. Burton? I'm going to count that. I probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
But I'm going to count that. Do you know why I'm counting that, John?
Because there's a Dr. Burton and Batman Forever.
Because of the Dr. Burton and Batman Forever, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry, John, I had to.
No, you're fine.
Tom says he quotes this speech somewhat often. Which speech? The one with Cancer Man? The Churchill speech? When you quote it, do you pronounce it Churchill?
Maybe we've been pronouncing it wrong the whole time.
No, we haven't.
Maybe
we
you
haven't.
got it right.
Rosenbaum does not know his history the way Lex Luthor does. He definitely does not.
Shurel, listen! Explosions!
Here, quick, give me the boy.
Whoa. That's not a great sound out of context.
I wasn't even thinking about that. Oh, you know what's crazy? I never really thought about this. So, Martha... Are you okay, Robert? Can I move on? I never really thought about this, but, in a way... Because you can tell just how much Martha likes Ryan and maybe wishes that he could have stayed with them and been, another adopted son. She kind of loses 2 children this season.
Yeah.
Because Ryan dies at the end of this from his brain tumor. I meant to say this earlier. It's kind of like a phenomenon situation. And then... You ever seen that movie from the 90s with John Travolta? And then... she has her miscarriage at the end of the season. Which would be really sad if it didn't seem like a spaceship got her pregnant. And I know there's going to be people in the comments that go, the spaceship didn't get her pregnant. It just made it possible for her to because it healed her. Yeah. But
it's still
that
weird.
plot point is pretty weird.
Is that our first real jump the shark moment?
I have always called that the jump the shark moment for this show. Absolutely. It just gets crazier from there. Would you say there, John, Robert, can you guys think of anything that happens before that seems that wacky?
No, not
wacky,
just off the top of my head.
Not that far. I mean,
What's
there's
that?
a lot of convenient unconscious moments and stuff.
Sure, but I just mean, like, supernaturally wacky.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even beyond Kryptofreak stuff. I don't know. That one was always really out there to me. I can come up with all kinds of stuff after that. Like kidnapping a girl and putting her in a cave wall and saying that she's Kara and then introducing a Kara later in your show. That's pretty freaking weird.
He stole my balloons.
He stole my balloons! Why didn't anybody tell me he had one of those things? Robert, you and I can't do videos together because all we're gonna do is quote 89
and forever.
Drive-in record. That's true. It's true. That's all you and I do. First time I met Robert, we watched Batman Forever together. That's all we did. We just quoted the whole time. John, I love that point you made when we did Stray, where you were like, if Clark is supposed to be like 15 years old, how old is Ryan?
Can I ask something?
And now his voice has changed, so it's even weirder. Because Clark is only 2 or 3 years older than he would be after puberty, and now this kid just had his voice changed. So how old is he? Is he 10, but he's talking like this now?
So Clark is this show's 16-year-old, or this universe's version of a 16-year-old. Ryan is this universe's version of like a 10-year-old.
Right. I do have a question about that.
Their voices just drop really quickly in this universe.
So I love this song. I don't care what anybody says. Anyway, what?
Did the other guy in the hot air balloon like know what was going on with Ryan, or was he like?
He's just the hired help, man. He just flies the balloon.
So this is definitely a lot better than the episode I was thinking. The other episode with the kid that ages.
Yeah, I can tell it was this disconnect where you didn't know what we were talking about. No, Ryan's wonderful.
No, it's a good episode.
Yeah, I definitely had some questions to ask Jarrell when I get to having the Ryan thing, or the age thing is probably the big one.
Yeah.
Dang Spear, Ryan is 12 or 13 maybe. Oh, okay, so a year and a half younger than Clark. Sure. All right.
I'm gonna flip my sign green.
Yeah. Yeah, way green here. I don't even know which I would put above the other, this or Lineage.
I would put this above Lineage.
Welling only gave it 1 rose, and I was shocked. This was the one that he was under everybody else.
Weird.
He's given way worse episodes than that one. I was really surprised. Not that I hold anybody to a consistent standard. I know I can't do that, but I was a little surprised by it. Okay. Well, that was fun. I mean, it was depressing, but like I knew what was going to happen, so I wasn't as depressed, you know.
Yeah. I love that final shot of Clark just in the hallway.
Yeah, that's slow motion that works. Are you guys with me on that? Like that, when just time slows down around him, because that's how he's experiencing it in that moment, with how, you know, horrible that situation is. It's great.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I do need to switch the disc because I'm doing this old school.
No, absolutely. We'll go ahead and take another break real quick, guys, because we usually do it after 2. But we'll just about as short as the last one, I'd say. You know, just 2 or 3 minutes. All right. The next one. Oh, hold on. The next one is Dichotic. This one's fine, if memory serves.
Yeah.
So yeah, set that up. Timestamp 0, and I'll see you guys in just a minute. And I'm back. Dude, it's so cold in my house right now. Oh my god. I walked upstairs and immediately started sneezing. It's like, why is it so cold? Okay, we gotta wait for John. Yeah, I mean, as soon as he comes back, it'll flip again probably, and you'll have the same framing you did before him. Yeah, I mean, I can just go back to myself until he comes back, and then you don't have to worry about it.
No, it's actually warm where I'm at now. Like winter is finally over.
Dude, the last few years, it's like winter's not over until May or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or it just keeps coming back and just rears its ugly head. Come on, John, we gotta watch Smallville. That's what we're doing, man.
Hey, John boy.
Yeah, I bet, John. Oh, is he back?
Yo.
Oh, there he is. Hi, John. We didn't say anything negative about you at all. We would never do that.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you. I think Tired John might be my favorite John. Okay, the next one is Dichotic. Rhymes with psychotic, which is how I'm feeling more and more as we go along.
I do remember this episode because this is, I think it's the first one of this season that has the whole "Go away, Clark."
Go away, Clark.
Yeah, I guess this is the Jonathan Taylor Thomas episode.
Yeah,
I forgot he was in this.
This one's kind of rough. I'm not the biggest fan of this one. This is kind of a standard Kryptofreak episode, and it's another girls that Clark likes, like a guy that's crazy and killing people, and they don't believe Clark, even though he just has their best interest at heart. And I think the reason that this one drives me nuts, at least on Chloe's side, is because John, she did this whole thing already, and now she's going to make that same mistake again. And it feels like a retread of my least favorite episode from last season.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, like, Thomas is a good actor, so, like, you know, that's fine, but...
Yeah, I like Home Improvement.
He was in so much stuff that I saw growing up.
And then he
like
decided he didn't like being famous anymore, and he quit, which I respect a lot.
He cameoed in Tim Allen's last sitcom.
Oh, that's cool.
No, I didn't realize he showed up in an episode of that.
A few episodes, actually. It was really interesting.
Well, that would be less of a cameo, really, and more of a recurring thing.
I always say it's a cameo just because I always think it's just his first episode, which is the one that I mostly like.
Okay, is everybody ready? Oh, Tom just
Sure.
put in a $5 super chat, which means we have to spin the wheel, folks.
Did we spin it for the last $5 super chat he put in?
You know what?
Yeah, Cap.
Or did I? Yeah, because I was exercising.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, $5 super chat. My theory is the key / hexagon disc. It's an octagonal disc. Is a neurological recorder, like a diary that holds brain patterns the ship and cave are able to read or project it. Well, it's ambiguous enough that sure, could be that.
It can do a lot of things.
He's getting ahead of us. We'll deal with that in a few episodes here when we get to Rosetta. Okay. Where is Rosetta? What is that, like 12? No, that's in
I think it's later.
It's 17. It's 17. It's a little later.
I wanted to do that one with you guys, but I need to be gone by that point.
Are you going to have to go to bed? Do you have to sleep at some point?
A few hours. No, I want to do a few more with you guys, but I'm seeing Shazam 2 with my dad tomorrow / today.
Oh,
So
okay.
At some point, I should probably leave.
It's probably going to be like 3 weeks before I even have a chance to review that, but I don't know how many people are even going to care. That is not where I thought the end of your sentence was going to go, though. I thought you were going to say, because I'm beginning to see spots. That's where I thought that was going. I'm seeing spots.
Thought he was going to say something similar to that.
No, yeah, my showing for Shazam 2 is at like 210, and I think that's probably where we're going to be around the Christopher Reeve episode.
Oh yeah, that's
so,
true. You
like,
sure you don't want to go to bed a couple hours before that?
Yeah, I will. We'll get there when we get there.
All right, here we go, guys. Timestamp 0. Make sure you're on episode 9. It's 9, right? It's Dichotic. And here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. I guess I could have spun the wheel before I did that, but we're gonna need to really fill some time here, I think.
Meanwhile, in shop class.
Oh yeah, this teacher is obnoxious.
This has an S in it.
He kind of deserves to die. Oh yeah.
Yep.
I'll go ahead and count that one because I mean I'm not counting every S that's like in the background or whatever. But when they put it in front of his chest,
that's the suit logo, though, man. Come on, that's not just an S.
Oh man,
also,
we got the Clark yell Clark again, guys.
Also, how is the teacher not impressed with that S? It looks like it was made by a professional.
He's not impressed by anything except for Pete's like letter opener or whatever it is.
Candlestick holder.
Oh, that's what it is. See, I haven't seen these recently, but I feel like I have because I've been listening to Talkville, and then once we get past that episode, like the last one that they did, it'll be interesting to see how much of this I remember. We haven't had any Clark yet. Clark! There we go.
Oh, I think I'm behind on you guys.
That's
Clark.
why this is amazing. Clark.
Clark.
Wow, we all suck at syncing up. Do we buy that he can look through layers like that?
Yeah, sure.
I guess he kind of does when he looks at like beneath somebody's skin and sees musculature, and then can go deeper and see skeleton. Like they do that effect. Oh, Clark.
Yeah.
Clark. Are we still
Clark?
So he's doing like the Harry Potter thing, like if he had a time turner, except it's a lot more disgusting than that. Because he's actually always the big question with Ian is there a real one, and like do they all like because I guess he has memories of everything that's happened as his different versions, so I guess like can he reconverge back with himself and get all of that those memories, all that information? Like there's never, if memory serves, any discussion about what happens to the duplicates.
Watch The Prestige and you tell me.
Watch the what?
The Prestige. It's a Nolan movie.
Well, you know, no, I've seen that. I was just gonna say like he could definitely do the whole Prestige thing, but I'm pretty sure that that's not what was happening in that movie. I don't think it was somebody like splitting themselves up. Did I miss a bad guy death anywhere, guys?
Did we count the Maggie Lawson one? The girl who ages? Did you count that?
I think I did. I think I got that one. I'm not sure, actually.
We'll be able to fact check this later.
Yeah. But I'll go ahead and count this Kryptofreak because that's the name of the show, folks.
One thing that I did want to ask you guys, since we're probably not going to have a lot to talk about with this episode, is at this point,
Clark,
has that time not run out yet?
Clark. I'm so glad that happened with an intro. Why did I think of that earlier? 2-for-1 latte special. Sign me up. I'm sorry, what? Oh, this is where he gets out a 9-iron and he attacks a meter maid's car.
It's great.
It's amazing. I'm so listening to you.
I'm just curious for both of you guys, how interested would you be in a Smallville reboot or remake? Like, let's just try this again and like learn what worked, what didn't, do shorter seasons, a shorter run. Like, how much interest would that be to you guys?
Especially after Superman and Lois, I don't need that.
Yeah, Superman and Lois is like the perfect, not reboot, but a reattempt at a Superman TV show.
Like,
it's great.
It's not a prequel. It's not doing exactly this, but it's set in Smallville, and it makes characters from this show more likable. And I feel like it learned a lot from this, and I keep calling it Smallville too, because in a lot of ways I feel like that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you look at like the history of Superman shows, there's almost like a sort of progression with them. I mean, they're like Smallville doesn't really count with that, but you have like the old show, you have the Lois and Clark, where the will they won't they, and now we have the married with kids. Like, there's almost sort of an evolution, except for this one, which is a prequel, obviously. But yeah, Superman and Lois is great, and more often than not succeeds at the teen angst stuff. At least better than this show.
Tom, that's a good point. He says, how does this guy not know who Lex is?
He does, though, didn't he? Because he called him by his name.
Oh, no, that's true. Because never mind. Sorry, Tom. That was not as good of a point as I thought it was. Because the whole point was, you're rich and you think you can just park wherever you want to, and the guy is sort of kind of right. When Lex is like, I employ all these people, and you should get a real job. It's like, you can't really begrudge people for getting the work they can get. Like, unless they're doing something that's like straight up, not above board. And like,
that's some love triangle face.
We can certainly argue about what professions shouldn't exist and are sort of scammy. Like, I don't like parking tickets either. But
and I do like pretty much all the characters in the show. I just think everyone at some point has their insufferable moment or like storyline that doesn't work. Like, I think it stumbles a lot, but I do like the characters here.
Yeah, I mean, I love the show despite its problems.
Yeah, me too.
Oh no, they're saying that he had to look at the license plate.
No, because he seemed familiar. Like, it seemed more out of spite. Like, oh, you can donate these golf clubs, but you can't pay a parking ticket, Lex. I don't know. I could be wrong.
The one thing that would potentially interest me in a remake of Smallville is just, I love this take on Clark and Lex so much. Yeah. And I just love this version of their relationship so much, and I want to see it again, but I don't know if there's room for that in a movie. And it doesn't all work out great in the show.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's not a thing we hardly ever do in live action. Besides Smallville.
Because, like, you could do a new live action compelling, like, Lex Luthor in a movie, absolutely, but, like, is there room for that in a movie with, like, the Clark and Lex backstory stuff?
I think there is. It would just be, it'd be the first class thing, right? He's not the villain of the first movie, but by the end of it, he's set up to be the villain of the next one.
And you could do a non-linear thing where you're kind of telling some story in the past that informs the present.
We saw the Wall of Weird, by the way.
Like, I could see that script, but I've never had that thought, Robert. And like my favorite thing about the show has always been the friendship that it turns into enemies. So it'd be nice to see that again. And in something less sprawled out and convoluted and with some better writing.
Or even if you want to do a new Superman cartoon that's not like a retread of animated series, I mean, that's the route to go.
Yeah.
With that dynamic, I think.
What'd be crazy is if this would be a different thing, but would be if you did a Lex Luthor and Superman that start out as friends, like in the first place. Because there have been some weird continuities where Lex is like sort of kind of a good guy palling around with Superman in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, that would be interesting.
I'm glad we're not counting hospital scenes.
This doctor, I think, is a reoccurring.
So this doctor becomes Lex's wife.
Oh, is this Kelly
yeah, this is the one where she.
That's Helen. That's Helen Bryce.
Island, right?
So they're gonna yes, and they're gonna meet here in anger management, and by the end of the season, they're going to completely retcon. And you can't tell me that they were building toward this. It really feels like a total, after the fact, crazy idea.
That whole like last shot with him seemed very out of character.
Yeah, but I was just saying that like. By the end of the season, it turns out that the marriage was a sham as much as the one in Heat, and that I guess the idea is supposed to be that when they first get together, she really does care for him, but then Lionel gets to her, but still it reads like an afterthought.
Yeah,
and like we have to write out love interests because eventually we have to get back to a particular status quo. And if they had to write her out, they could have done it in a way that didn't completely throw her under the bus, because I liked this character in the first place, and I hated that they did that to her.
If this is the act,
it gets crazy soap opera. Sorry, what you said?
If this is the actress I'm thinking of, it's hard for me to picture her in this role after seeing her in Piranha 3D.
That movie is amazing.
Oh, it is. Cap wouldn't like it.
Wait, she's in Piranha 3D?
Is it that Kelly Brook? She might not be. Google her. Tell me if I'm wrong or not.
I'm googling Helen Bryce. That is Emmanuel Vagier.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm wrong.
So I can see Lex getting pushed to a place where he'd be crazy enough to wreck somebody's car like that. I didn't buy in that scene.
Oh yeah, that was rushed.
Dagensphere says, I think I heard the writers say she was supposed to die with a plane crash, but the writers liked her. I wondered if maybe Morgan Edge was originally supposed to cause the crash. Oh, so you're saying that she originally wasn't supposed to... Okay, that she wasn't behind it. But, like, it's not like they keep her around for very long after that, so that'd be kind of strange if that happened. Because, yeah, she's in the first episode of the next season, but then she's written out pretty quickly. I feel like from moment one... Well, sorry, I started kind of a stupid sentence. What I was going to say is, I feel like from moment one, you can tell where all this is going to go with this Kryptofreak. And, like, yes, of course, because just like the mistake we made with Crush, John, the audience is let in right away that he's the bad guy.
Yeah.
So, like, we see him murder someone, and then we have to waste a bunch of time watching him get with, our female characters. Both of them, might I add, at the same time. And it's like, okay, this feels like, we're back into formula territory, but also, I don't care, because I know this guy is a one-dimensional crazy person.
That's the problem with a lot of these one-off Kryptofreak episodes is there's no like subtlety to it. If they're not a tragic figure, then it's just waiting for the characters to catch up to the audience.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and these are also students and teachers we've never seen in previous episodes.
Yeah.
Like, if you were to reboot this now with hindsight and modern sensibilities, you would introduce all these characters early on, just like as background, and then build up to them being Kryptofreaks, you know.
But
I mean, I don't even.
you also
I don't even
wouldn't
care
have the
about that
Kryptofreak
person.
formula in the first place, because the only reason you have that is to have these one-offs.
I think you can
And
still
like,
do
I
that.
don't even care about the one-offs personally. Like, you can make me care about a character in a one-off. Like,
Sure.
the vampire episode is phenomenal.
I don't
Because
remember if that one's good or not. I just remember it.
Yeah, I don't remember that being very good at all, but...
the fat vampire episode,
The what?
the fat vampire episode with Amy Adams.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a different vampire
Oh,
episode.
no, I was talking about the
No.
lesbian vampire episode.
I didn't hear you say fat, and also the vampire
No, I
thing
did just
never
say
registers
vampire.
with me with that. Like,
I did just say vampire. 'cause
Yeah,
it's-
saying vampire was throwing me off.
Oh God.
that effect is
Oh.
just wonderful. See, wouldn't
But,
wouldn't this also be more effective if we didn't already see him kill someone, like even this early in the episode?
And how has he not been caught once?
Yeah, that's true. You'd think they would almost be more of a liability if you had several of yourself running around doing horrible things. I mean, I say that might be the first person he ever killed.
Maybe.
I mean, all we know is that he's duplicating himself so that he can, be in two places at once and do a lot of the schoolwork he wouldn't be able to do otherwise.
Yeah, there's a early episode of the Teen Titans, the original animated show, where the villain, it's good, I like it, but it's the Aqualad episode, and there's a villain where it's like, how is he in so many places in once? How does he do that? And like in the first scene as a kid, I was like, yeah, there's multiple of him. That's really obvious. Why is this a twist? It was really like, that was a big twist of the episode. It's like, oh, it's multiple versions of the same guy, but I'm like, yeah, that's what's going on.
So, this is a really minor thing that I just thought of, but Clark just went through a litany of all the chores that he just did. I just want to point out that super speed or not, it'd probably take the same amount of time to milk cows. Regardless. Think you could do that any faster?
Well, I mean, maybe.
I milked these cows in 3 minutes. I want to think about it, really. You know.
You started it.
Now we're back in Power Rangers 2017 territory.
Okay, but so I have this question with Clark doing like chores, right? So he's super fast and super strong.
Yeah.
He's milking the cow.
Yeah.
What if he pulls too hard?
Well, I mean, yeah.
That's true of any
Oh,
time he punches a bad guy.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, it's just, that's the thought that had occurred to me, is like, especially because he's going so fast on his chores.
It should be hell to be Clark Kent in any continuity. Right? Where you're just always having to pull back. You would have to make the occasional mistake even when you're really experienced at things, right? Or you get so used to never applying pressure to anything that you forget you even have superpowers, and when the opportunity comes up, you don't hit things as hard as you ought to.
I mean, Peter Parker has the same problem, but his life would be a lot easier if he had super speed, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So, what exactly is his goal here in dating both Lana and Chloe?
Lots of
Lana,
sex. No.
Lana, I get, but like, it's not like Chloe is super popular.
He does bring it up later. I remember it being a little flimsy, but it is a way to get ahead in some way. I forget what exactly it is. We'll watch for it. Have we missed any counts?
Walking away angry.
Where did that happen?
That's a love triangle face, though.
Okay, yeah, I'll say love triangle face.
I feel like I should occasionally throw walking away angry, even if we didn't see one, because I probably missed one someplace. It happens so much.
Oh, absolutely.
I should just, every couple of episodes, I should be like, walking away angry. Throw that in there.
Do you ever feel like sometimes the universe also just likes to throw people at Lex and like make sure that he gets the point by beating him over the head with it?
Yeah.
It likes to mess with Clark Kent and Lex Luthor, and just those two.
That's right. It's the only reason that both of them are having issues figuring out like destiny versus free will, because there's a lot of destiny. Just leave me alone, Destiny. Let me do my thing. This whole show is just an April Fool's Day joke on those guys. It's a good line. I got a thing with dating you. Oh, see. His passes always come back to haunt him. He's always doing stupid stuff at swimming pools. Stop it, Lex. Whatever this one is. I don't think this one was a swimming pool incident. But the first thing I thought of was that thing with Lana in the first season where it's like, I saw you skinny dipping.
Wall of Weird?
God, it's just everywhere.
Well, for the first, 2 episodes, we never saw it.
Do all of weird references count? Or is it that we have to see it?
No, we have to see it.
We have to see it.
Okay.
That's the rule that I made up about the category you put on the thing.
I like that he has to explain why he's concerned for his friend.
What do you mean?
Well, because he's like, I just want you to be careful. And she's like, why? Because he's your friend?
Yeah, but the big mistake he makes is not immediately going, okay, remember last year with the guy with the telekinesis? The guy that could do art just fine with his brain, but he still wanted to lash out at the universe because he didn't have the use of his hands? Remember when that guy dated you and murdered our principal? Remember I said you probably shouldn't date that guy, but then you got all vindictive about it, and you were like, you're just jealous, Clark, even though I have no romantic attraction to you whatsoever. My bad on that.
Remember when that guy played Captain Marvel Jr.?
I'm sorry, what? I'm rambling now.
No, the guy from that last Smallville episode in season 1 was Captain Marvel Jr.
Oh, yeah.
I think
he's a cool actor.
Yeah, he's great. I saw him in a Ready or Not, which he's fantastic in.
Wouldn't it be great if we stopped wasting actors in roles like this?
Yeah.
Like Jonathan Taylor Thomas. He has a little bit of fun in Asylum later, but...
Okay, I will give him that. That at least, I mean, it's shallow, but it makes some sense.
I forget what it was. Yeah, he just explained it.
Chloe writes the article about him, and Lannis is fast tracked to Lex.
Yeah. That's what it was. But no, I like your point earlier, John. Like, in a town that's ostensibly small, it seems like having this ability, like using it, would almost be more of a liability than anything. Where at some point, like 2 people are gonna see you too close together and be like, wait a minute.
Well, and with how horror influenced these early seasons are, I'm surprised this isn't more body horror.
Yeah, there's that one shot Feels
It
like
looks
it.
terrible.
Oh yeah.
No, the real horror of that shot is just having to see the dated CGI. Ever since I moved to this town, people keep falling on me. I just like the idea that Clark keeps forcing this poor kid to go into these like dangerous situations. He's like,
Yeah, it's really funny.
I just moved here. Why do you keep doing this to me?
Here's a shirt with the target on it. Don't ask questions.
You didn't realize that knowing that Clark had superpowers makes you a TOS redshirt. It was this guy that looked just like him. I don't know, maybe it wasn't him.
Chloe probably shouldn't be the character to be like, what? I don't believe this.
Yeah.
This sounds weird. I don't believe in weird stuff.
Yeah, I only have a wall of it. And like, sure, you can be blinded by love or whatever, but it's too easy. Like, they've known each other for 5 minutes. And...
Yeah. Okay. These episodes give me strong, like, weakest episodes of Buffy, where they're great friends until the plot needs them to not be great friends, and then they put the main character on a stick and offer him up to the wolves.
Yeah, The Flash does that so much, and I hate it.
Yeah, the only leg up that this episode has, like, the only leg up is that when you get to the very end, the episode is on Clark's side, and it makes the two girls look like idiots for believing in this other kid over Clark for as long as they do. And that was a surprise.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I really like the way this episode ends. It's not worth having to sit through the whole thing, but I like how it ends. But I also don't think it's really the last time we do this kind of thing either. It always feels like character
This
regression.
is where Lana loses all sympathy for me. She knows that he's right, and she's just putting her head in the sand.
Well, get used to that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I know. I've seen Smallville.
You ever watch Smallville? I don't know.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure after Ryan.
I've seen Smallville, but I forgot just how much like Clark likes to take random people into danger zones.
So I don't remember what possessed me to do this. I don't know if I've ever talked about this before, but because it's not like I was like a huge fan of this character or anything. Like, she's fine, but I took Helen Bryce's name and I actually made it the two main characters in my first novel. So my protagonist in my first book is Franklin Bryce, and the lead female character in that book is named Helena. I put an A on it, so it wasn't Helen, but yeah, I kind of took her name and split it up.
Yeah, but if you had seen Candyman before that, you might have gone with Helen.
I might have. Sure. Yeah, Dagan Spear, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on this. I'm not with you on that. He says I don't think they're idiotic. I think they have a reasonable skepticism against Clark, considering how he can be. Maybe in the first place, but it goes on too long.
Yeah, we're also halfway through season 2. Like, they've seen enough weird stuff. They should at least hesitate.
Yeah, they just don't even hesitate. It doesn't feel character-driven at all. It feels like drama for the sake of drama.
If this was right after the Red episode and his like that would track a lot better. If this
because Dagan Spear keeps saying like he's been shown to act odd around them and stuff, but like it's been a while. And I'm not saying they should forget all that, but they're not. But if that's what it is, then they should be talking about specific instances. You know what I mean? Like, well, Clark, we just can't trust you after that crazy crap you pulled 2 months ago. That should be the line, right? But they don't talk about any of that.
Yeah.
It reads too generic. So yeah, you can look back and you can and you can pull like particular moments where you can see why he might be acting that way, but it's not there. It doesn't read like it's motivated by anything tangible. And again, it's too similar to the last time she dated a guy that almost tried to kill her. So I think my other problem is, and the reason this annoys me so much is because both Lana and Chloe now have been stalked and almost killed by kids that go to their school. They should be so much more careful with anybody they date. And
yeah.
they should be much more trepidatious, I would think, even about dating in general. Yes, they're naive high school kids. You'd be less naive when all these traumatic things happen to you. You know, once, whatever. It's been a bunch of times now. And even then, for a lot of people, once is enough, you know, where you get really paranoid about things.
Yeah, this is one of those episodes where the episodic nature hurts it. Where it's like, well, you're supposed to watch this in a vacuum.
Yes.
Or out of order.
Exactly.
Right? And not think about, like, what has happened
But
prior.
they cherry pick it. You're supposed to watch it in a vacuum, except for when they want you to remember certain things that have happened already. So when you get to the end and they turn it on its head a little bit, like I said, with the ending that I like, where Clark says, you know, we've you know, none of us have ever really dated, and we're you know, calling back to their history. Oh, now it's in the continuity. Now it suddenly does feel like he's motivated by events that have happened in the past. And Dagaspear, you're right that in general, I get why Lana wouldn't full-on trust Clark right now. But that doesn't mean that it makes sense that she would, like, full-on believe this random guy she just started dating over him. Or that she wouldn't at least check into what he's talking about. And also, what would be his motivations for lying specifically about this? Like, the ways he's been weird and out of character before don't line up with what he's doing right now. He's never been that kind of manipulative. I mean, that would basically be like if he was suddenly acting like Lionel Luthor or something. That's a really advanced screensaver that she has on her computer. With the, like, 3 frames per second flame in the torch.
Did you guys know that Jonathan Taylor Thomas played Pinocchio?
Yeah.
And not one of the 3 Pinocchio movies released last year?
No, he did it in, like, 96 or something.
Really?
Yeah, I saw that movie when I was a kid, and I liked it. I haven't seen it in, like, 20 years.
Yeah,
but
I've never seen
liking
that.
it.
Did you know he played Huck Finn?
I did. I used to love that movie.
I've never seen that, but I know it happened.
Wall of Weird.
God, again? Did you know that he was Simba in The Lion King? I mean, we can keep doing this.
Well, yes.
What's The Lion King?
Mufasa, Mufasa, Mufasa! Gee, I wonder what's going to happen.
There's also an episode of Home Improvement where 2 kids are trick-or-treating, and one is dressed like Simba and one is dressed like Buzz Lightyear. I remember this. This is the information in my brain.
Hey, Home Improvement's awesome.
This is what I can contribute, folks. The suicide note thing is hilarious.
That's one of the worst written, like, suicide notes I've ever seen in a TV show.
Yeah, and like, is it a double suicide note? I can't remember. Is it just her? Like, does Lana just not have one?
I don't think it's specified.
And then are we, or was it in the royal we? I can't remember.
Maybe it was the we.
You guys are acting like you haven't seen Batman Forever.
What does this have to do with Batman Forever?
Who?
The suicide note. The fake. Yep, definitely a suicide.
Convenient unconsciousness.
Yeah, Naked Spear, I see what you're saying. I just think that, like, when you say Clark's a skeptical source, like, sure at first, but when he, like, keeps protesting it as hard as it is, you gotta wonder, like, maybe my life's in danger. It is, like, every Tuesday.
That's some green screen.
It is. Oh, that's rough. That's rougher than I remembered it. Wow.
The first part, I was like, oh, this looks pretty good. And then you see just Chloe falling. I was like, oh, no, it doesn't.
Well, and they actually had Kristen Kurek dangling off of that, apparently.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. And,
I feel like they did yeah.
And Welling said that's not a stunt he would have done. Like, he really picked his battles with stunts. Oh, this part, yeah. Like, when they have them go over the railing, she did that.
That's awesome. I mean, that is a good shot. So, props to her.
Man, I hope he rescues Gwen Stacy soon.
You know who clearly did not do this stunt? Thomas. Matthew Bay says this part is hilarious. Oh, it is.
It's like every 80s movie where the bad guy falls to his death. I mean, I know he's not dead.
One of them.
Maybe that version.
I don't know how that whole thing works, but one of them's dead.
I thought you died. Half.
I'm impressed. I was really impressed with that. That was lovely. Well done.
Thank you.
Well played.
In season 10, they'll bring back Jonathan Taylor Thomas, and he'll reveal that his real name was Harvey Dent, and he's been holding a grudge since season 2.
His real name is Harvey Two-Faced Dent. And it turns out that I have to keep working for the devil. Oh, no. Now, I do, as much as it's weird that she takes that job in the first place, his now wanting her to continue with it, I kind of buy.
Yeah.
But I mean, she's got to understand he's always going to feel like that no matter how much time she spends there, because it's so weird for her to be there. You know, like, I'd be paranoid about that too.
Oh no, the next episode starts the cave nonsense.
Oh, you don't like the cave nonsense?
No.
It's their Fortress of Solitude before they decide to just do Fortress of Solitude.
Decide to just have one of those, yeah. Yeah, so the way Goff and Miller talk about it, it's like, at first, they're thinking that, like, the mythology is a dirty word or something. Like, it's nerdy stuff. It's sort of like the way TNG for a long time tried to reference TOS as little as humanly possible. We're making Star Trek, but it's weird if, you know, we have like Star Trek stuff in our Star Trek, even though, you know, it was still, you know, Star Trek enough. But they talk about it like that, and then I guess eventually they just dropped all that and were like, you know, more and more it just becomes like Superman mythology, the show. I'm not sure at what point they decided that, you know, fans were accepting to that, even if they were already Superman people. But
excuse me, at some point in this Star Trek show, we're gonna have some Star Trek, right?
Yeah, Cap, hearing you say that actually surprised me, because I don't know TNG that well, but I know Roddenberry was involved in the first season. And weren't there some, like, TOS writers on TNG.
Yeah,
initially, or am I wrong about that?
No, there were, but once Berman's taken over, later, so like there is. I don't want to talk too much about Star Trek right now, but like there certainly are references here and there, and there are. You know, first season had a really terrible episode, Naked Now, that was just a straight up follow up to Naked Time, but I guess they get to a point where just the attitude, especially with Berman, is like this is our show, and we're not really supposed to be like old school Star Trek fans here, and like anytime somebody would put Star Trek stuff in a script, like TOS stuff, like just actual straight up references. So he wanted to be faithful to the ideas of all of that, but making too big of a deal out of continuity and stuff, that was too nerdy. That was too like for the fans. That's not what we're doing. We're trying to make a mainstream show here. I think was the whole idea. And then eventually they lax up on that and they do stuff like Relics with Scotty.
I will at least give them this. He is calling them out on their crap.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
That's why I like this ending. It's on his side. It should be.
They're just doubling down.
Yeah, I love it when he says, "I expected more from both of you." Shut up. It was our mistake to make.
But yeah, you crucify him for every mistake he makes.
You should have just let us almost get killed by this guy.
And then you will know. That's enough, Krishna. I have more.
This is why they would never put me in charge of a show. Because if I was writing this, my version of Clark would have just been, okay, next time I'll let you fall off the giant dam.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You didn't learn your lesson the last time I saved you from the dude with the floating chainsaw.
Wait, what?
You don't remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Get crushed. I'm telling you, the telekinetic kid that she dated.
No, sorry, because as you said that, the screen was on Lana. So I thought you were going to say from the kid that thought he was a bug. And then you went the other way.
Oh no, this is weird.
What?
Well, I made a mistake in selling my DVDs because I didn't realize they changed music out in the Blu-rays. That is not the song that episode ends with. I didn't know that. So you guys wouldn't have been looking at what I was if you're looking at the DVDs. That should be Pretty in White, I think. Is that what you had?
I have no idea what the song was playing.
I'm just watching with subtitles, so I didn't hear
Oh, you're
the
not
song.
even listening to score. Okay. That's weird. I didn't know that there were any licensing issues when they re-released this. I might have to rebuy the DVDs at some point. God. It's crazy.
That's how they get you.
I'm just anal with the collection. It's weird not to have it the way it was, you know what I mean? Even if I never go back to it, it's just weird not to have it.
I know the DVD releases of I think it was 21 Jump Street were heavily criticized for that because the music was like completely different from the original show. I think that was one.
Well, and of course Birds of Prey had that with several tracks, including the main theme, and there's no getting that legally, so that sucks. But I didn't know what happened with Smallville. I wonder if there are any other examples of it, or if I'm crazy in the head and I'm wrong about that, but I know I'm not. I know that this season too well. Oh, that's crazy.
Dag and Spear, let us know. You're the Smallville expert.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to because I know I'm right.
I'm not seeing anything about it.
Now you got me questioning everything. Hold on, I'm just gonna look this up real quick and see where it was. See if I'm wrong. Well, anyway, I can look it up later. Whatever. Okay, we're gonna do one more before we take another break. Is everybody good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, sign flip time. I got go red on that. Sorry, that's not very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like,
sorry, Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
Maybe
I
a mild red because Jonathan Taylor Thomas is doing the best he can, and I like the Jonathan Kid stuff.
Yeah, I do too. We didn't talk enough about that.
Although I question why. Yeah, I meant to bring this up, but I was like distracted watching the episode. I am very confused why he would attempt to fix something that large without Clark being there.
Yeah. No, that's a good call.
Great. That's the thing. That's usually what they would work into the story of, like, oh, Jonathan's feeling insecure because Clark's helping out with everything because of his powers. He wants to do something, you know, on his own for once, and then I broke my leg. Like, you would usually play that out more.
They sort of deal with that, but they maybe don't bring it to the fore enough. I think it's supposed to be implied enough with Clark going through again that litany of chores that he did, and Jonathan's like, well, I'm gonna do stuff. You know, I got to prove that I don't need, you know, a superpowered kid to do all my stuff on my farm. I guess is the idea.
The season's been pretty green so far. I'm surprised.
Yeah. And you and I haven't had any discrepancies yet.
No.
I'm just following whatever you guys are saying.
All right. Make sure that you're at timestamp 0 for Skinwalkers. It's episode 10. Is it Skinwalker or Skinwalkers? I think it's weird if it's plural.
Skinwalkers.
That's weird, right?
But isn't it just one character?
So it's a little bit ambiguous about how many wolves there are. There's one scene where there's a bunch of howling, which implies that maybe more than one of them turned into wolves. But
isn't it the woman and her brother?
I thought it was just her.
I don't remember.
Robert, you gotta start remembering stuff. One of us has to.
That's fair.
Yeah, I feel like I got all the weight on my shoulders right now. But again, I listened to a podcast recently about all these episodes, and
you did your homework.
This is the last one they talked about, so I'm flying blind after that.
Yeah, John, maybe you're thinking of Howling 2, Your Sister's a Werewolf.
I've not seen Howling 2.
Oh, that's great.
I know. I need to
see
terrible.
A copy of that for some reason, but I've never watched it.
Austin swears up and down by it.
I think the Howling 2 is Walken in that, or am I thinking of something else?
Christopher Lee. He's like.
Oh, Lee is in that. Okay, though that would explain why that was. Okay, so I used to have a copy, an old copy of Return of Captain Invincible, and I've got the new awesome copy of that now. And it came. The only way you could buy it for a long time was in a 3-pack of like weird, absurd, like obscure B movies, and one of them was Howling 2, and that's why I have that. But I don't know anything about it.
Is that actually called the that release of Captain Invincible? Is that actually like the Awesome Edition?
No. They just
does that
made a really great. Severin put out a really great release for it. Sorry.
I mean, it could have been. Army of Darkness has a Screwhead edition.
Yeah.
Does that make the shelf cap? Your
what shelf?
I thought you had a shelf of like your favorite movies or something.
No, I'm wanting to build like a. God, I'm fading here. I gotta get more coffee apparently. I'm wanting to build a shelf for the best movies we've reviewed on request, where like they're good enough I want to buy them. But yeah, like a Hall of Fame for request.
Nice.
I've talked about doing that for a year. I still haven't, gotten off my ass and done it, but I want to. So yeah. Anyway, is everybody ready for the funds?
Does anybody feel like a fried egg?
Anybody else feel like a fried egg? Okay. Everybody, please wait for the yawn. Okay. Everybody, please press play right now.
Clark.
Somebody give us that over the wheel spin. Maybe we'll get Clark again. We got to do it twice already. It's great. I was really
Meanwhile,
trepidatious
during
about the wheel when I
construction-
first put that together. I'm glad I did that. I'm sorry, what, John?
I said, meanwhile, on the set of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie.
Oh, that's great. That's exactly what this looks like. Or the set of Ninja Turtles 2 Secret of the Ooze, because I could also see somebody walking up with a giant dandelion right now.
Well, that is the secret of the ooze. Ivan Ooze is in it.
Oh, that's true. That's the secret. So Ivan Ooze brought the mutagen. It's
This
weird
guy
that it's...
is like a character actor, I'm pretty sure.
Yes. I've definitely seen him in other stuff. And he comes back in the show. He's in at least one other episode.
I think doesn't he come back in season 4?
No, I think it's maybe later this season or into 3, and I'm not sure how many episodes he's in. He might be in more than 2.
I'm just gonna keep saying things happen in season 4 because apparently I don't remember.
Yeah, 4 is kind of a departure, like sort of like with Buffy. I mean, it moves away from a lot of the stuff we're doing right now.
Yeah.
But
It's
we still
also
have cave stuff in 4, so you could be right, because we've still got to deal with, you know, the artifacts that we're getting from around the globe, and that's before we have the proper fortress.
Are you ready for Jason Teague?
No, I'm having. I don't want to think about all that stuff, man. When we get into season 4, I'm gonna have I'm gonna hire people to guest in my place, I think, and I'll just show up for like a 1/6 of the episodes, and then I'll have the other people replace me.
That's the season we got to bring DJ on for.
Why?
I don't know.
Just so that I don't have to talk as much.
Yeah, he could do it in your place.
Thanks, DJ. We've already decided that that's what you're doing. So look forward to it, buddy. Oh my God!
It's the most awkward one.
To be fair, I mean, it's not easy to shoot this kind of thing, especially on a TV budget.
No, yeah, that's fair.
They did get real wolves, but some of those close-up shots
It's
probably
going slow. Just get out of the way.
Just move, roll, just roll. We haven't been counting explosions. We could have been.
Yeah.
Also, one thing I do like about this episode is this is the first one that
I love the wolf just staring at the
introduces
explosion.
the idea of magic, or maybe not magic, but like the supernatural abilities that aren't just related to kryptonite.
So I hate that. Here's why it doesn't work: because Kryptonians are involved in the first place, so we don't know. That's the problem with it. You can't, because their mythology is all tied to Krypton. So yes, maybe they have supernatural powers based in just their tribe, and maybe they could already do this before Kryptonians showed up, but we're so ambiguous about the timeline, you don't know the first time Kryptonians showed up, and you never do because they dropped this whole plot thread. So even though we keep the cave, we never get any information about the origins of any of this. So when you get into 3 and you have the ridiculous thing with Jor-El showing up, the cave is already there, and he's just putting the key in the cave wall. It's not like he's building it. It's not like he's doing it in the first place. So that all predates him by like hundreds of years. So it's... And all the other weird supernatural stuff that happens around the caves is also related to Krypton, because later on when we get the like worm thing, I assume that's an alien thing that came from Krypton. This is the only explanation I've got. No, I was always really intrigued by the Indian mythology and, or I should say Native American mythology, and I thought it was a really interesting take if only it went somewhere that it went anywhere, you know? But ultimately it was just kind of there to be kind of mysterious, and then we drop it, you know? It's kind of like a J.J. Abrams mystery box.
Yeah. One of my least favorite episodes of the show, the first time I watched through it, was that Jor-El episode where he's played by Tom Welling, and it's awful. That's one of my least favorite TV tropes, where it's like, look, we're bored, we're making over 20 episodes a year, let's just do an episode where the cast plays different characters in a different time period just to have fun. It happens a lot.
Yeah,
in TV,
and
I remember
it
really
might
not
be
liking that
more
episode.
okay if we weren't told straight up that that was Lana Lang's ancestor, but how weird is it and kind of just off-putting that, because again, the idea is supposed to be, I think, that free will ultimately wins out over destiny and that Lex has a choice, but by the end of the show especially, everything is kind of telling you the opposite. Just Clark was always good, Lex was always bad, the end, you know? To sit through 10 seasons for that, like that's ultimately what it kind of feels like. Hey,
this
real
is
quick,
coming back to me because she now thinks he's like this chosen one.
yes, that he's Naman, and John, I wanted to mention, because you brought up the Power Rangers movie, the other thing that makes this episode feel really, really Power Rangers is they're just driving around on dirt bikes at the beginning. Like, that's such a Power Rangers opening.
We just need free ride.
Yeah, but it's all
not free ride, slow ride.
Slow ride, but there's a lot of episodes of Mighty Morphin that open like that too, where we're just doing something kind of athletic, and then some kind of accident happens, and now we get into the episode, and this is all so crazy contrived that, like, at exactly the same time as Willowbrook is dealing with these issues with the Luthers, Clark just happens to crash into the cave, and not only winds up in the cave, but like accidentally finds a segment of it that they've been looking for forever. Hilarious.
Tom, $5 super chat.
Thanks, man.
I actually like season 4. There's just so much stuff going on for it to be Superman, Lana's dead, Witch, Ancestor, Lana's BF, everyone after Stone, not Superman.
I mean, I really
I mean, those are all
enjoyed
things that happen in that season. Yep.
I don't remember. Oh, Lana dies?
No, Lana's dead. Witch ancestor. Give us some punctuation, though.
Okay.
I mean, I enjoyed Lois's introduction. I enjoyed Lois in season 4. I think she was introduced too early.
Yeah.
In the show, but I always liked this version of that character.
I hope you guys like this set because it's not going away anytime soon.
Yeah, the actor certainly didn't. So I have a replica of the cave wall with the insert in it, and I couldn't find it to show it to you guys. I was gonna bring. I'll try to do it for 3. We'll still be in the caves in 3. It's in my storage room somewhere. I could not find it today.
You have a replica of the whole wall?
No, it's like this cutout that's like it's cut around the octagonal disc, and then it's got all the Kryptonian like etchings in it. It's kind of cool.
So if there's one thing I will give you with the Indian stuff or the Native American stuff in this, I kind of don't like the idea that Krypton is such a force here on Earth. Like, Clark should be the first one, right?
Again, I was open to it. I like the idea that, and we've done this in other versions, and I've really liked it, where Jor-El sends Clark to Earth on purpose, and it's not random. He doesn't just send him out wherever. And so the idea that Kryptonians have been there before is, again, I'm open to it. It was kind of like, so what about that? Like, I don't know why they're there. I don't know.
These are questions to ask Jor-El when you go to heaven.
Precisely.
The best thing to come out of this whole mythology thing they create is just that awesome Lex Luthor speech. I don't remember if it was this episode or later, about how brave it would be for a man with no power to go up against a man with power.
Yeah.
Like, maybe that's the best speech and thing to come out of this whole, to me. I don't remember what episode that's in, but that's a great speech.
No, that's a good call. I mean, to be fair, it watches. I mean, I think this put some people off when it first aired. Like, it watches potentially really hackneyed, and then ultimately it is. But I was intrigued by it. I was like, okay, if you guys stick the landing, this could be really cool. Here is what that looks like. So I've got one of these.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
I'd buy that for $1.
I mean, I paid more than that, but I bought that. I think the first time I went to Metropolis in Illinois. That's the first thing I bought there. Several of my cool Superman collectibles came from there. My green Kryptonite key came, or my Kryptonite key came from there.
No, Cap, you can relax. It is not Clark and Lana in the loft.
Oh man.
Oh.
I was so excited. No, this time I noticed that it wasn't her because she dresses a lot differently, and the angle it was pretty clear.
Clark also thought it was Lana the first time he saw her.
Well, the way that scene was shot, it was just legs coming into frame. I couldn't tell right away.
Episode that appropriates Native American culture and mixes it with Superman's mythology.
Yep.
That is, in fact, a description of this episode.
Oh, thanks for the super chat, Matthew. Yes, that's what happens.
So we've got 2 wheel spins.
Oh, we better do the wheel spins, yeah. Now, with your word choice there, appropriate. I do wonder if people were, at all put off or offended by that choice, like not just for the Superman mythology, but like just with the Native American stuff.
Is this actress played by someone authentically Native American, or
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Think so, but I'm not sure.
I couldn't tell you. Willowbrook clearly is, but
yeah.
But I don't know, man. Okay, let's do a wheel spin.
Catherine Hall says, "I've just got back from going out to dinner. I want to congratulate you on getting past."
Oh, we got background extras again. I'm gonna take that off, I think. We can count stars.
Stars.
Look up a guest star's Wikipedia.
Oh, okay, that works.
I can. What's this girl's name that he's interested in?
Kyla? Oh, now Lana's in the loft. You guys didn't even count that. I love it. You're like, don't get excited. Don't get excited. It's Kyla. It's not Lana in the loft. And then we like that took a turn, man. That was a twist. Suddenly Lana is in the loft with the other girl. Did she have love triangle face? I think there was maybe a little love triangle face.
It was Lana with the telescope in the loft.
Or was there? Oh my God, she beat the crap out of Kyla with a telescope. That's amazing. Or was she kind of like, oh, this is a cute couple and didn't have love triangle face? Somebody tell me in the comments if you think she had love triangle face, because I wasn't looking at the screen enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Dagon Spear did say that she is a Cherokee actress, so that's cool. That's not. You don't always get that in the early 2000s.
Okay, the actress's name is Tamara Feldman.
Yeah, I wonder if she did very much after this, because I know she was pretty green when she got this role.
She was born in Wichita, Kansas.
Oh, crazy. See, that's also very authentic. They went with a Native American actress that's from the same state that the show is being filmed in. Or is pretending like it's being filmed in.
Okay, now I know why she looks familiar. She's in the first Hatchet movie.
Oh. I haven't seen it, but...
Oh, Lionel, you do remember that happened.
The Hatchet movies are wonderful.
Because...
Okay, I haven't seen those.
He's talking about the employee buyout, and which is funny, because not too long ago, he was like... He was kind of acting like it never happened.
Wait, was Lionel playing pool, or was Lex? I looked away from the screen for a second.
I think he actually was blind pool playing, maybe.
Oh, she has a reoccurring role on that Walker reboot that CW is doing.
Oh, crazy! She's back on the CW.
Yeah.
You think more than 500,000 people are watching that show?
Robert, I mean, apparently they gave it a spinoff.
What? They got the Walkerverse now?
Yeah, they gave. I mean, kind of. They gave it it's a spinoff prequel called Walker Independence.
Oh yeah, I've seen ads for that.
It's got your favorite actress, the one that played Oliver's daughter.
Oh no!
Oh,
that's where she went instead of the Arrow spinoff. they were, because she was supposed to get Arrow and the Canaries, Green Arrow and the Canaries.
Now she's Walker's ancestor in the 1800s.
Oh God, she's awful.
Well, and it's weird because she's not that bad in that Shadow Hunter show that they did.
Well, it might have just been the material she was given, but all I'm saying is the experience I had with her was not a pleasant one.
But no, Robert, you absolutely need to watch the Hatchet movies if you like 80s horror. They are amazing.
Oh, yeah, cool. I don't really know much about. Are they like the Wrong Turn movies, or are they something completely different?
No, they're just like a love letter to 80s slashers.
Oh, yeah, that sounds up my alley.
Kane Hodder is the monster.
Ooh, fun. He's great.
And Tony Todd, Robert Englund, Derek Mears, and a few others all have cameos.
That's a couple.
Oh, that's crazy.
Awesome.
That was
that bullet.
That was a neat shot right there.
Was that bullet time a second ago? Are we counting that?
I totally missed what you said. What?
Bullet time.
Bullet time. I don't know if that was. Yeah, I think that was bullet time. I think that does count.
What about Morphin Time?
This whole thing feels like a Power Rangers episode. It really does. And Power Rangers, like a lot of things, to be fair, would do these kinds of silly sort of prophecy things. We need to talk about the prophecy thing, because when I said
you were the chosen one.
Yeah, that's typical and clearly not thought out. And when I was saying that I was open to all of this, I certainly was with the Krypton influence with the Native American culture. Not so much the prophecy. How does that even work? Again, is it somehow Jor-El and Krypton or not Jor-El, I guess, maybe, but like Krypton somehow prophesizing that this is going to happen? That's not a word. Or is there a mix of supernatural and super science forces with Krypton happening, where it's because of the Native American tribe that has people with supernatural abilities that they can see the future, that it doesn't have anything to do with Krypton. But then later on, you've got a Jor-El that feels sort of omnipotent and can do too much.
Catherine Hall says that Michael and Tom released Skinwalker this week, so we're caught up to them now.
Yep. I actually did mention that earlier, because I'm.
Oh, I thought you said it was the last episode.
I've been listening to them. That's the last episode that they just posted that Wednesday, because they post on Wednesdays.
Oh, okay. No, I get, yeah, because you said, I got it mixed up. You said that you listened to the last week's episode, and that was the last one.
Yep. That's why there are a few things I brought up already here that I remember or know now because I listened to that episode, and I will be again flamboyant by the next one.
Yeah, for sure.
See, originally one thought I had when I was thinking about trying to come up with some way to finally finish Smallville was going back to the week-to-week commentaries, but doing them as Talkville did them, and I was like, but if I fall behind again, it's going to be irritating for people if they're trying to keep up with both shows week to week. So I decided doing this instead and getting ahead of them was the way to go, even though I would rather get to hear what they have to say about it before we talk about it. But
yeah.
Well, and if you were doing a weekly or commentary for each episode individually, you'd kind of have to keep it in the pocket, talking about that episode, and that could get boring. Here, with the 24-hour live stream, you don't know what you're going to talk about. We could go in all sorts of different directions.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right.
So the grandpa here was in both X-Files and Friday the 13th, the TV show.
Oh yeah, he is in X-Files.
Yeah, he's a shaman.
I remember that. But not Batman Shaman, which is great.
Ethan is just the worst sheriff.
Oh yeah.
Well, great.
I like that he sucks as much as he does, and then he's ultimately going to go to prison for murder. That's great. He deserves it just for being incompetent, really. I'm glad he's a murderer because he's incompetent. So you need some reason to get out of the show.
I'm glad you did.
I'm glad you did. Does he not feel like, I mean, we keep talking about the horror sensibilities with the show. He feels like a crappy small town horror movie sheriff.
Yeah, I said that.
Robert and I were talking about he looks like the sheriff, the cop in Friday the 13th.
No, and I get that you guys were talking about like resemblance, but I just mean he's characterized like that.
Yeah, for sure.
He's like a dumber Dewey.
Yeah. Lex also just referenced David and Goliath. I just wanted to point that out.
Now, look, you counted on your own time. So
I remember Destiny.
So now we're remember free will. So now they're just coming out and talking about the Destiny thing like right in the open.
Destiny.
Dagonsphere is talking about Phantom Zone time.
Oh. Suggested the future can be viewed through the Phantom Zone because it's a place where there's no time or something.
Behold the viewing globe.
Well, again, they're just coming up with plot devices to make whatever story points happen that they want to.
Does that mean that Jor-El is Zordon?
Because when we actually go to the Phantom Zone, clearly time passes in exactly the same amount of time. At least if memory serves. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen season 6, but that was one of the things I remember not liking about it, is that it seems to just be, you know, normal movement of time, and it's just kind of a boring frozen wasteland.
Since when?
So the Kyla thing is okay. Like I get that why Clark would kind of fall for her, and she is likable enough. I don't think they're, you know, brimming with chemistry or anything, but you can kind of tell this is going to be a one-off where they're not going to be together by the end. And surely, I mean, I was even thinking when this was on, like, okay, well, she's going to die at the end of this episode because she knows the secret, and they won't let Lana know that, so she's going to die. And then, of course, later they've got the Kryptofreak that knows his secret and doesn't die and comes back one more time. And I know people like her. I don't really, but we'll
I
get
like
there.
her in her second appearance.
It's better, certainly, because she's, you know, they actually humanize her a little bit. But what I was going to say, though, what's weird about this is
that... Those are the Jurassic Park flashlights.
They really are. You'd think that Clark would have a little bit of pause dating a woman who thinks he's Jesus.
Would he, though? Because the big thing that's stopping him from being with Lana is his secret. So he finally meets a girl that likes him and knows his secret.
But I just feel like being at the center of somebody's mythology would be really weird and off-putting, at least to me, where I'd, like... It might take me a little bit longer to warm up to her, where it's like, okay, do you actually like me, or do you just like the image you think I am on your cave wall?
I feel like, and obviously there's no way to know because of the way this ends, but if they had kept her around, we would have gotten there eventually. But this is more just like blind attraction.
Yeah, it feels weird that we're doing all this in just one like this feels like this should be a recurring character, you know, because you know we're gonna keep going to the caves.
Yep.
Like that's gonna be a big part of the season.
No, I agree. And they talked about that on Talkville too.
And I think it works because at the end of the day, she is the villain of this episode.
Well,
that's the villain of the
that's
story.
A good point, yeah. and see, now I got like a big question mark with Kryptofreak. Like, I can't put it on there because it's probably not Kryptonite that causes it.
Remember when Lex said he was the villain of the story?
Sometimes I want to count things that we keep doing. Make a separate list for that.
Count every time Robert adds something to the count.
Robert, stop making your own count, man.
Oh, I have a separate calendar that usually goes to. It has been 0 days since Cap has referenced Star Trek. I have to mark that a lot.
Well, you know, he's slowly turning into Mike from Red Letter Media.
Cap, what episode of Star Trek is this one like? With a negative American wolf girl in a cave.
Well, look. Well, look. Before you get to New Trek, there are like 700 episodes of Star Trek. So, like, I can find a thing that's close enough for virtually anything. I'm a little rusty. I honestly haven't been watching Trek very much lately, but, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is just like Chakotay and his spirit animals. But, like, he's not actually, like, transforming, because he's also Native American. He's not actually transforming into animals, but, like, he goes on the spirit walks. But it's not really the same thing. I don't know. Nothing's immediately coming to mind. If I specifically have to go to transforming into a wolf, I don't think I have that.
The last review for Picard caught me off guard.
I haven't looked at it yet, so don't tell me anything.
Oh no, for sure. This is also where I question, like, how in control is she as the wolf?
Yeah.
Yeah, you mean, like, does she have her human faculties? She's got to have some of it, because, and I like this a lot, the first tell that it's not a normal wolf is the wolf is sitting in front of an explosion and just watching it like a person.
Yeah.
Oh, where's my phone? It's doing an alarm.
Because it's also just like, she attacks Martha, and that's a very human thing to do because she's misguided.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it's not... I mean, okay, I was going to say it's not just blind attraction because he's throwing around the Destiny thing, but maybe he's using that as an excuse. But also, this is a guy that is, I've always thought, like, too concerned about trying to figure out what the universe wants for him versus what he wants for himself.
No, I'd agree with that. Oh, but that's because the universe keeps throwing him mixed signals.
Hi, AMC. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, AMC?
Hey, AMC.
Some days it's like, yeah, you're doing the right thing, and the other days it's like, no, screw you.
By recent, do you mean like in the last couple of days? Because, you know, you're offending me all the time, Dad, because, you know, you fired all my employees and you're just generally evil. And he's going to start really having a lot of issues with Lionel over the caves, because they're both going to fight over that this whole season. I'm going to get that cane. I'm going to start walking around with that. And the people are going to be like, do you have a limp? And I'm going to be like, no. This cane's just cool.
No, what you would say is you broke your last one. So.
So yeah, this is some of my favorite stuff this season. This is just constant chess match.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad he didn't die at the start. Like, if Lionel was in, like, every episode of Season 1, like, if he was a regular from the beginning, I might be on your side more. about Lex letting him die at the end of season 1, but like he's not in season 1 that much. Like,
yeah,
all the
I'm
good
just
final
saying
stuff
it
comes
would have
after.
been right for his character arc. I just stand by that. When you look at the rest of where Lex goes through the series, like when he finally does go evil, they don't know what they're doing. It's just a light switch thing, and like I'm with you. There's too much good Lex and Lionel stuff after that for me to be like, you know, I'm not glad they didn't do that. I'm just saying like. I think it was the right move, even if you had to sacrifice stuff I like.
Okay, so she did just confirm that it was Kryptonite.
Well, how does that make sense? Yeah, I forgot about that. But if it was...
It doesn't, because wouldn't... Kryptonite shouldn't exist until Krypton blows up.
You know what? I think the idea is that the Kryptonians bring some of it with them.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is how is there any kind of kryptonite before Krypton blows up?
Yeah, like the whole point is Krypton explodes in like the radiation or...
Hey, look, we have 2 meteor showers between 1989 and like 2004. You don't know that there haven't been several of them before that. It's not like Krypton blew up a second time. Where did all that come from the second time?
I don't even understand how that second meteor shower
I don't understand
works.
it.
Like... Kitsune Rokaku says Lex would have won if he and Lionel had just played charades.
Exactly.
Dagon Spear, we understand that. Because this kryptonite is their rocks radiated by the yellow sun. But, like, if I got in a spaceship and flew to another planet, I wouldn't be bringing pieces of Earth with me. Why would I do
it's
that?
It's the equivalent of the Kryptons getting out of their ship and going, I've got a jar of dirt.
Yeah, exactly. Why would you bring that with you?
I mean, some people
They're
like
very
their rock
economic,
collection.
those Kryptonians.
Yeah, so you might have one, but why would you have many?
It's the rock collection.
Oh my God, John, it's pounding at the door!
I need Austin to take this scene and edit that clip of audio in.
Yeah. Rukaku, the reason there's so much Kryptonian debris, says wouldn't it scatter throughout the universe, is because they need a plot device to give a bunch of people superpowers. I mean, think about this. I also always thought this was funny. Like, the meteors in the ship fly toward Earth at the exact same speed.
Yep.
That is some fast-moving meteor rock. Oh my God. This is kind of visceral, actually. I just like that guy hit in the face.
It is hilarious that the wolf looks all happy when Clark is there. Like, hey.
Yeah, because the wolf is his girlfriend. Spoiler alert, wolf's the girlfriend. Oh, hey, are you counting wolves jumping through windows?
He's jumping through off rooftops.
I was gonna say that. No.
Also, I kind of cry foul a little bit on this being the way she dies.
I forgot this is how she dies. I thought she got shot.
Because how many times... Oh my God, it's Animorphs. It's like the exact same effect. It looks just like Animorphs. How many... Hey, are you counting... Robert, are you counting girls that were wolves and turned back into girls and then die? Are you counting that?
If she was in a pool, then yes.
Oh, okay. What the hell was I talking about? I don't even remember. Oh, how many? I don't know that it happens a lot, but you would not question somebody in this show jumping through a window and coming out completely unscathed.
Right. Yeah.
But
no, that's weird.
We need a way for her to die, so now we're going to be intensely realistic about it.
I mean, that's essentially she died from like a needle.
She died from a broken heart.
Yeah, so Naked Spirit and Tom are saying the same thing. Hold on. Tom put in a $5 super chat, and they're talking about how Naked Spirit said it's 7. He says it's 8, but there's a Kryptonians with a K, Tom. That a Kryptonian scientist was sent to Earth to experiment with the Kryptonite and has a bracelet and all of that. Yeah. Now that you're saying that, it's all coming back to me. But
that's also season 7.
What would their explanation have been now? Like, what were they thinking? Like so retroactively thinking? They came up with something. That's cool. But I don't know. For 4 years, you'd be asking yourself why you bring rocks with you. All I'm saying is there's a whole lot of these things that don't seem to add up, and that the people making the show are just not thinking real clearly about. And
there's just too many questions.
There's too many questions. And it's complicated when you have a show that basically can't be too serialized. And it is the X-Files problem. I mean, in a lot of weird ways, this is like the spiritual successor to X-Files, and they both have like the mythology episodes and the one and done kind of freak of the week episodes. And if only they didn't have to, if only they'd stuck to basically episodic and not let the characters change very much, we wouldn't have continuity problems. But then the show wouldn't be as interesting and nobody would watch it. So I will spin the wheel on the next episode.
So should we just count every time they say Destiny?
I'm not keeping up with that.
Destiny. Lex is wearing weird glasses again.
Yeah, he's got to stop doing that. Those are weird. See, I really like the way Lex positions this whole thing. Some pretty good politics here. Tom, another $5 super chats. We've got 2 wheel spins next time. Well, the Voyager space probe has dirt and whale songs on it, so I don't know. Makes a bit of sense. Sure, dirt. It's different than like whole rocks, I guess. I don't know. But also keep in mind, like, yeah, you can come up with an explanation. Keep in mind, in like virtually every other version of Superman, there's a very small amount of kryptonite that even exists on the planet.
Yeah, it's like a rare resource.
I'm not saying it's wrong because they didn't do that. I'm saying that seems more realistic, right? Like, Matthew-based Lex should stop driving. Or he should at least learn how to drive. Oh, man. See, it's the on-the-nose, two-headed...
It's Godzilla.
Godzilla doesn't have 2 heads.
Yeah. It's the new prototype they were trying at the time.
What Godzilla have you been watching?
Cap, why aren't you applauding?
What? Oh my god, I'm so excited.
What?
I've got to get this counted already. It's a big deal.
Holy green screen, Batman.
Yeah, that didn't look great.
What are you talking about? It's beautiful.
With every loft scene, you just progressively turn into Citizen Kane or Charles Foster Kane.
I just turned into the film Citizen Kane.
Then a cockatoo shows up, and I don't know what was going on there.
I wonder if the next episode is going to be the Whitney episode.
It is, sort of.
Well, kinda.
Only sort of, though.
Well, at least it's only sort of.
From a certain point of view.
You'll never get another actual Whitney episode.
From my point of view, it's not a Whitney episode.
Well, it just objectively isn't. I don't know what you want from me.
We do see him in one scene.
That's true.
In one scene.
That's true. But that's like a cameo, not from the actor, because the actor's in more of the episode. You know? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do sign flips for this episode. I'm interested to see what John does, because John doesn't like the cave stuff. I think he's going to go red. Let's see what he does.
I'm going to give it a light green. Very light green.
Yeah, I like this episode fine.
Likewise.
I obviously have had huge reservations and big issues with where some of the stuff goes, but...
Yeah, it's like a prologue to a bunch of crap that I hate, but like, it's a good prologue.
But then the problem is it also leads to some of the stuff I really like in the show, so I don't know, it's complicated.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like that we did the prophecy thing, but then when we get into season 3, I think it's 3, and you've got Lex and Lionel fighting over the artifact with the whole Sagith thing, like, that stuff's cool, so I don't know.
Yeah, the problem with the prophecy thing with Superman is just we know too much of the information with Krypton exploding and how Jor-El and saves him. Like, there's just... It raises all these questions of, like, okay, like this weird when it starts at such a sci-fi place,
yeah,
and then have this supernatural layer to it of, like, what?
Yeah, you can't trust it immediately, and then you find out you shouldn't have.
Like, is Krypton prophesized to explode? Did they talk about that?
No.
In the
well, I don't think
Feels
so.
like you would.
No, or at least not in the early, because you got to remember in these storylines, Krypton's not even a factor yet. And
well,
then
it will be in a few episodes, but
and they don't get into like the truth behind the destruction of that until later, and it's just Zod destroyed the planet.
Yeah. But again, that's when we get, real retconning, and clearly you've got different showrunners that have a different vision for Krypton, which is a much more traditional one.
Is that a retcon though? Because they established that in season 5.
Oh, I thought you meant stuff they were talking about in 8 and 9, because I don't remember.
No, because
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. With the... Look, I haven't seen that stuff in a while. Okay, we'll get there.
And then season 9 is like, it's supposed to be fun because it's the Zod before he becomes Zod.
Yeah. But Jor-El seems like a completely reinvented character.
Of course.
Well, Jor-El's played by like 3 different actors in this show.
Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and take another break. And then what we'll do is we'll come back and we'll do one more episode, and then we'll have to stop the stream and start a new one, just so everybody knows what we're doing. So we'll be back in about 4 to 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
We'll be right back.
Okay, we're going to do one more episode before we stop the stream and start the second one, because you can only run a stream for 12 hours on YouTube before you can't save it, and I don't want to run too far up against that. So hopefully we'll be really close to the actual halfway point. Thanks everybody that's been with us for any amount of time, and especially folks that have stayed a long time overnight. AMC came in just a little while ago. Dagan Spear's been with us all the way through, or off and on all the way through. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, this is as close to halfway through the season as we can get with an uneven episode count.
Yes, good call. Yeah, are we tracking okay for time, you think?
Yeah, I mean, we're on episode 11, and it's only holy crap, 8:30.
Could be worse.
I think Dagan Spear has a good shot at being an honorary Kryptofreak.
That's kind of where I'm at right now.
I'd third that.
Okay, well, we can go ahead and call it now. Might as well. I'm probably not going to give it to somebody that's just popping in the last hour, so we might as well do that. Hello matters to you. That's not a name I recognize.
AMC, we need you to use your TK art powers. I don't know for what. But...
What kind of powers are we gonna give to Dagan Spear here?
His encyclopedic knowledge of Smallville. He's like the Encyclopedia Britannica kid.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a Return to Captain Invincible reference that a lot of you guys won't know, but we're gonna give him the amazing computer brain.
Oh yeah, that works. Let us know, Dagan.
Let us know what?
If he's cool with it, or
if he's okay with having an amazing computer brain. Look, we're the Jarrells here, okay? We're God of our own universe. That's what we've given him. He's got the amazing computer brain.
I mean, you called me a mathematician, which is horribly inaccurate.
That's true. That's true. But we willed it into existence. So now you can pretend like you're good at math. You're welcome.
You're like the ship that can make Martha pregnant. You can just give that.
I'm like the ship. I always fly away. Get to timestamp 0 for. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we lost Robert from you. Just like.
No, I was looking at comments.
The episode is Visage.
Visage.
This one's fun and ridiculous, and we have the craziest ending for one of the craziest endings for a Kryptofreak.
This one I really distinctly remember watching your original Counting Kryptofreaks episode on. I feel like this is one of the early episodes of those I watched on your channel.
Oh wow, crazy!
When you,
Every time people bring that up, I'm like, yeah, there's a part of me that wishes I'd been able to finish that show.
It's your white whale, I've always said.
Now we're doing whatever this is. I got a couple of those at this point, but at least we're getting through it in some capacity. And I don't know, these days I just really enjoy the streaming thing, and it's been a lot of fun hanging out with you guys.
Yeah.
So many things come up that wouldn't otherwise.
I have a cough drop, by the way. I hope it's not horribly distracting.
Oh yeah, no.
How dare you?
I haven't noticed it at all. But I kind of wish you just left it there so that we could just kind of sit in bewilderment, wondering why we needed to have that knowledge. Like, just so you know, I'm sucking on a lozenge.
Exactly.
It's important information. Okay, are you guys ready?
I am ready.
All right,
sure.
Here we go. John, I feel like your beard has grown since we started. It's just longer than I realized it was. I looked up and I was like, have we been here so long John's beard is growing?
I mean, as fast as my hair grows, probably.
God, that shouldn't be possible. All right, here we go.
Like the Santa.
Why isn't it possible?
That's impossible. Everybody, please press play right now.
We need the official Geek Evolution commentary on American Psycho.
Okay, so,
Yes.
sorry,
That's
just real
good...
quick. I noticed that on the marquee for the talent, it said Smallville's best cappuccino. Isn't it Smallville's only cappuccino?
No, because they got that other place, the Java whatever.
No, they ran it out of business. The Beanery.
They haven't established that yet.
Yes, they have.
Have they?
No, they ran it out of business, yeah.
Oh.
Right? I thought that happened already. Maybe it hasn't happened yet. Okay, but at some point it will. And that will, and it will be their only cappuccino. I'm sure Dagenspier will tell me.
I'm not going to include this on pool and shower scenes.
Yeah, but it's kind of in there. It's like that.
I mean, it's getting there for gratuitous points.
But until then, you'll have to just keep making him feel bad about it.
I thought he said Orange Catholic first. I was so confused.
What is an Orange Catholic?
I don't know.
Oh, I have to fix the episode title. Thanks, Discussing Topics. Every time I say his name, I'm trying really hard not to say Disgusting Topics.
Would an Orange Catholic just be like Garfield in a nun uniform?
Clearly, yes. Okay, Visage. So I always remember. Sorry, what?
I was just saying hello. Discussing Topics was here for a while. I don't know if he dipped out or if he just wasn't commenting for a while, but he was here for quite a while earlier.
Yeah, we appreciate you discussing topics. We appreciate you disgusting topics.
I always remember the necklace.
I always remember the. Oh, you know what that is? That's Clark on Green Cape. I always remember the beginning of this episode differently. I always think that the cold open is just Whitney at war, but yeah, this first, and then that happens.
I remember that too.
Yeah, we're about to get it. We're gonna flash to it here, but I always think it just opens with this.
It probably should have. Right?
It should have,
that
but instead
really
we gotta have wet T-shirts.
Or you know what? Is the credits gonna come after this part?
Yes.
Because that's what I remember.
That's what happens. Yeah, you have all the exploding. It's like, and then somebody save. Too late.
We know who is singing the song. It was Whitney the whole
Whitney,
time.
And he's dead. Confound it! The boyfriend is dead.
Oh no, they're fighting in California or Canada.
Well, we know it's Canada. You think they flew away from Vancouver to shoot this scene out in the jungle? You like how
I love that this doesn't even look like the jungle. It just looks like a backyard.
You like how ambiguous they are about who they're even fighting, like what this war is. It's like oh really? We're at war? Okay.
Which is weird because it's the early 2000s. You don't need to be ambiguous.
Yeah. Well, again, they're straddling the fence on just how stylized or timeless. No, I don't want to say timeless, but I like stylized the universe is. I can't say timeless because there are pop culture references and stuff. Yeah, it's too late. We can't save him. He just blew up. Everybody remember that he just blew up, by the way.
Yeah. It's kind of weird that they showed that.
What's really weird is you can sometimes get away with stuff like that when there's commercial breaks because people have, like, really short memories. I know the first time I watched this, I probably thought, oh, that's weird. I thought we just saw him blow up. I guess he didn't. Like, the way it's supposed to play, I think, is he was at war, there were explosions, we thought he was dead. I guess the episode was just teasing us, and he's fine. Because it's funny, it's almost like you trust it to do what it's pretending like it's doing because of the reasons that you sometimes can't trust the show. We're like, well, it's just teasing you with stuff it's not actually going to do. The show does that, so I guess he's fine. But I also think there's a little bit of, well, there's a commercial break.
Before in TV where it looks like somebody died, but they didn't really.
Yeah.
Yes, TH1. There were wet T-shirts earlier.
Oh, here we go again with the spinning camera. Actually, it's not even committing to the spinning camera. You noticing that? We're like, there was a turn. You could tell. They did a turn. They cut in the middle of the turn. And now we're doing it. There we go.
Were we counting these?
No, but a part of me wants to.
You are more than welcome to.
You can do it on your 75 count stream. But you know what I think happened here, Robert? I have a theory. You want to hear my theory? My theory is this used to be a oneer.
And then it just got chopped down?
Yeah. It either got chopped down or it didn't work out the way they wanted the camera moves to. So, they ran out of time and they said, just screw it, we'll cut somewhere.
And that's a game theory.
Right? Exactly.
This is really weird for the people who don't know these two. Like, why did this man walk in here?
Are you going to count book dropping in slow motion? Are you going to count close-up on ex-boyfriends' faces? Are you going to count wind in hallways? I could keep going, but I'm not going to. So
Stop
this
spinning.
Yeah, and then check it out. You have all these kids who it's almost like they were paid to pay attention to that, like they'd care that much.
Why did they part like the Red Sea if they're not going to care 5 minutes later? Like, oh, anyway.
And they just move on. Not one of them walks up and goes, "Oh, Whitney, it's nice to see you again." He needs time with his girlfriend that broke up with him via video letter. Yay, Whitney's back. This is probably his best performance in this show, though.
Yeah.
Because, like, he is not held back. And, like, it's weird, right? Because it's sort of like everybody else gets to play the person that, I'm not myself, the playing out a character thing. And he gets to do it while playing a different character. Like an actual different character. And he's really good.
This sets a weird formula for CW moving forward. I talked about this before. This started the trend of you have the male love interest for your lead female character in season 1. They die or leave at the end of season 1 and then come back as a guest star, maybe as a villain at some point. We do it with Tommy and Arrow. We do it with Eddie and Flash. Like, this becomes the formula.
Yeah.
Do with that what you will.
Yeah. No, you're right. Well, and
the formula,
and the obvious, and obviously the ultimate version of that is Kavanaugh in Flash, where he comes back 150 different times as different characters from different universes.
Well, I was talking about Eddie, who played Iris's boyfriend in season 1.
Yeah, Eddie would be a closer comparison. Kavanaugh is never a love interest.
Oh, well, you're talking about just love interest, yeah. That's a good call.
Until Flash season 8, then Kavanaugh is a brief evil love interest for Iris. That did happen.
Well, of course it did. They didn't have anything else to do. They ran out of ideas by that point. They ran out of ideas after season 1, but yeah.
It's an evil alternate future where Kavanaugh, Reverse Flash, is married to Iris, which is an homage to the comics, but still, we do get there.
Senior Sticks, I can't tell you how many hours we have left, because that all depends on, how much time we wasted between episodes, but I can tell you how many episodes are left. We're on 11, and there are 23 episodes this season. So 12. Yeah, he's super convincing. Like, all of this is awkward, and he seems off, and he's got weird memory problems because he doesn't actually have memories because he's not himself.
And I like that it works because she's just desperate for it to be him.
Can we call Lana partially responsible for Whitney's death? Did he lose his drive and will to live after being broken up?
Well, you know, it's like The Rock always said, it's about drive, it's about power.
Well, see, we don't know for sure. I mean, I don't know if anybody cares about this part, but like, since you brought it up, I guess, Robert, she's gonna have this whole kind of guilt arc, or motif, because by the end she's gonna have this whole speech about how she doesn't know if he actually saw it or not. I think, if memory serves, like maybe he saw it, maybe he didn't. And she's going to have to live with that. And she can live with that. That's
maybe the truth
that's for my DS9 fans in the audience. She can live with that.
Maybe people deserve to have their faith rewarded.
Maybe. Yeah, not really, though. First of all, I like her. This is bordering on overacting here.
No, it's those anger issues, remember?
Oh, that's true. She should pull out a 9-iron on him.
She drop kicks people.
Oh, she drop kicks orderlies. That's right. I forgot about that.
I want to see her drop kick Rosenbaum.
Me too. Why does Chloe have the, like, Catwoman belt from the animated series?
That is a great question.
She is cat, hear her meow.
Yeah, Chloe's outfits this season have been a lot more like, would this be allowed at school? This feels like a bit much.
It's the weekend. She came home and dressed. Actually, the real question is, why does she have it? Sorry, we're just shallowly commenting on what we're seeing on screen right now. But why does she have a bracelet made of mahjong tiles? Did you see that? Look at it again when they come back to it. Come on, come back to it. Can I put that on the wheel every time we see mahjong? Look, it's mahjong tiles. Literally, it's what it is. There was a 9-on-1. Thanks. Did you have to spell that out? I think everybody knows what you're talking about.
If there's one thing Chloe is good for, it's spelling out the obvious.
She's the Deanna Troi of this show. Oh, I'll stop.
Ding.
Ding. We're counting me doing Star Trek references. But yeah, I think the tells... I do wish this didn't open with the explosion thing. Like we've talked about before, they're so bad at giving you, too much information and making it less compelling, which is weird. It seems kind of counterintuitive, right? When you're plotting so much for plot twists, but then the plot twist is, you kind of see it coming. But here again, I didn't call it the first time I saw it initially, but I did end up calling that it was Tina before we get to her, and I was shocked in the moment when this aired that I was right about it. I felt really proud of myself. I was like, oh yeah, I called that.
I mean, props to them for making this a sequel episode. I mean, this could have been just a Whitney clone or some other shenanigans. Like, no, it rewards you for seeing that episode in season 1 with this shapeshifter character.
That's a good point. Wouldn't it be crazy if somebody felt the need to clone Whitney for some reason? And this is another big tell, and one of the things that made me feel kind of dumb for not getting it earlier than I did is that, well, okay, she's got super strength. Like, we had that. Yeah, I did that weird thing you asked me to do. Yeah, how we had this whole love triangle, and then you asked me to take care of your girlfriend that you didn't want me to date. It's kind of a weird thing, but, I did that, I guess. You don't really have to ask me to, though, because I only saved her, 13 times last season. So, I was already doing that. What she really needs is a group of bodyguards. She needs all the bodyguards.
Just a padded cell.
Oh my god, why did Lana get committed? Because she's crazy? No, because everyone's out to kill her, and this is the safest possible place. He's lying. Everyone is acting out of character because we have a shapeshifter pretending to be someone else.
This is where it gets annoying because we just did this 2 episodes ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
He told me to stay out of your life, Clark.
I can get that she's being manipulated, but at the same time, she has never seen Clark once be jealous or throw a fit.
Yeah, and he was jealous of Whitney and stuff, but he never did anything about it.
That is not a guy that goes around throwing bathroom stalls.
No. Well, maybe he would do something nuts like that when he was on Red Kryptonite.
Yeah, maybe.
But again, that was it was a relative isolated incident because there hasn't been anything like that since then. And we're going in circles, but he could have tried to explain that.
I do kind of hate that they give, basically resolve it right here. It's, that's definitely not Whitney.
Yeah.
I mean...
But to be fair, they're gonna give it to us a scene after this. We'll see the straight-up shape-shifting happen real quick here.
Oh, no.
But... Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a couple from here, but he's gonna... Oh, you know what would be really funny? If he/she right here has said, hey, Lana, can I have your necklace again?
Cap, you know what I should have said in that last scene?
What?
They don't call him Batman for nothing.
It was so violent, but it's really consistent because she got that crazy last time. Remember when she knocked her mom down the stairs? Now she's now somebody else's mom.
Can we also talk about how boneheaded this plan is?
Go ahead.
Okay, so she assumes the form of someone who's missing. That Lana hasn't seen in, a year? And just naturally assumes that everything is going to be the same. She's also extreme. How did she know that Whitney was missing?
We had that at the end of last episode. That was the cliffhanger.
No, Tina.
Tina. Oh.
What if Whitney had already
She
come
went on
home?
the news and talked about it for some reason? I don't know.
Lex playing pool. That's her second scene this season.
That's not Lex playing pool. That's Clark.
Lex is also playing pool. Did you know that pool can be a 2-player game?
Whoa.
Oh man, that's some that was kind of a Red Kryptonite Clark sort of response. Do you see that? It's like if somebody was investigating me, I'd be kind of ticked off too. I can't decide if Lex's shirt is red.
That's red.
Is it red?
Clark, that's not how pool works.
Such a light red. How do you know? You didn't even know you can play it 2-player.
Yeah, but I know that you can't just roll the ball in the hole.
I guess there's supposed to be a sort of like slight, I don't know, off-center character parallel here with like I don't know, like they're both dealing with their girlfriends or would-be girlfriends, like seemingly acting out of character. And then it will turn out that Lex is totally right about Helen. So I don't know, I kind of forgot that was here this early. I may be wrong about this. It's just been a long time, but the way I remember this now is, they play this like a red herring where Lex is concerned that she's not what she seems and is after his money or whatever, that he can't trust her, and then she proves that he's wrong about that, but then ultimately it will turn out that it was that way all the time. But I felt like it was a retcon where. Or like retroactively they changed it, where in the first place he was wrong about her, and then they went, oh no, it'll be more dramatic if it turns out he was right the whole time. But I don't know if I'm right about that. Hey, here comes a throw. Here comes a throw.
I'll allow it.
That's also an instant giveaway. That's not.
Yeah, why would you do that? But this is kind of weird. Why would Clark think right now to use his X-ray vision on her? It's just because he did that last time. Like he should do that to other Kryptofreaks and it not pan out. We never see him do that except for when it's her.
To be fair, there hasn't been many people who have the ability to push him over.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, okay, that's fair. Yeah, I guess it's nice that in the moment he considers maybe it's her. Yeah, he does get it before he knows it for sure.
That's a reference.
What was that?
She just said Mighty Morphin Power Girl.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant the kind of reference I had to count. Hey, Robert, are you counting Power Rangers references?
No, but that is all weird.
God bless it. And you know what's funny? It becomes really popular after Lex trains. I just remember this after Lex trains Lana in martial arts, for people to call her Power Ranger Lana.
No, I don't remember that.
Because she fights like a Power Ranger.
Also, I wonder, was Chloe referencing Power Girl just a cute thing because fans were already fan casting Allison Mack as Power Girl, or is that just a coincidence?
No,
that was
I'm
going to
call that 100% coincidence.
Because I mean, she did voice Power Girl.
That was not but who
movies,
cares? That was not a Power Girl reference. That was a Power Rangers reference. They probably
That
don't know
was-
who Power Girl is at this point.
John, weigh in on that. She said Power Girl. Is this a DC reference or just a Power Rangers reference?
I think it's just a Power Ranger reference.
Okay.
Because if it was supposed to be a Power Girl reference, they wouldn't have convoluted it with Mighty Morphin in front of it.
Sure.
You are stretching, my friend.
Well, I thought that's what John was referring to, because I was like, oh, she said Power Girl.
No, I just thought it was funny because we were also making Power Ranger references a couple episodes ago.
Yeah, right.
And she's also wearing pink. Can we just throw that out there? See, here she goes. Bam. See? She's Power Ranger. Oh.
Oh, that's a throw.
I mean, Christy Clark would make a good Power Ranger.
She would. And
She would've 20 years ago.
and Sam Jones would make a good Power Ranger.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the only kid in this that was an actual teenager.
That's a concussion.
We're not counting those. Who you calling a crypto freak? I am. By the way, I'm not counting the crypto freaks that we've had already, because we've already counted them as being crypto freaks.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not counting like instances of them. In the old show I used to count returning Kryptofreaks, but there's not a ton of them, and I'm not sure there's really a point to do it this time. And you're not from Kansas. That kid is not my son. Some kind of monster. Where are you from? Oh, Vancouver.
That's why we need Austin here to identify Canadian accents.
And tell us exactly what region they're from, because I can identify them. Anything that doesn't sound like where I'm from, probably Canadian.
Yeah, so
especially when it's like
part of Canada.
Canadian day players. Is this the first time we've actually seen his mom, or does she show up in a season 1 episode?
I don't think she ever shows up. All the parent stuff with him is off screen.
So we had a funeral for his dad, and we didn't even see his mom at the funeral. Okay.
At least I don't remember seeing his mom there.
I want to play it for you right now. I saved a copy. And it's me saying, I got this from Back to the Future 3. I don't love you anymore, and I don't want to see you anymore. Dagon Spear, probably talking about Clark. He gets it maybe a little too quick, doesn't he, Cap? It's almost out of character how smart he is to do that. Yeah, and it shouldn't be. That's the thing, is like I want to like that. But then he's not quick enough on the uptake in other episodes. This show really is just Power Rangers, isn't it?
Is that just hitting you?
Oh, is that right, Dagon Spear? He says Kristen and Allison were both still teens when they started the show, at least. I mean, I guess I was just thinking like the male actors, but yeah, I just wasn't even thinking about that.
They were the youngest, but I think they were like about 18 when it started. But yeah, I mean, Michael Rosenbaum's talked about like the girls being like the younger ones and him being like so much older than them.
Well, it's just about what's visually appealing on your CW TV show. You know?
Mm-hmm. Or as it was known back then, the WB.
Yep.
That's true. That's true. Everybody plays Tina as well as Tina. They really do. This is probably the most consistent other characters are at nailing someone else's performance. It's my favorite thing about this episode. Is like look at the expression on Snyder's face.
Mm-hmm.
He's great.
To be fair to the scene earlier, I do think it is just Throw makes him look in to see what he can find out. That's how he finds out it's Tina, because he's completely off guard here.
That was a throw down a staircase.
I remember this scene, her wearing that big coat.
Yay, she made the obvious assumption. Not enough people do that. She thinks the meteor shower is why he has power. Wouldn't everybody think that? And there are other people that do too. But too often people, like, get to, oh, he must be an alien. Why? Everybody in town has superpowers.
Yeah, how many Kryptofreaks is Lex aware of by this point? Like, at least a few.
Well, Invisible Boy at the very least. And Handshake Men.
Well, and girl he married, was he clear on what
was he clear on that? He must have been.
I'm not sure.
No, I think there's some exposition at the end where he kind of got it. Yeah. Oh, he's on green kryptonite. I don't know why I'm not counting that. I haven't rang the bell in a while. I gotta be like a YouTube channel. Ring the bell.
The bell cannot be unrung.
It wasn't even a bell. She's Batman. She's got to go to work. So yeah, this is what I'm kind of fuzzy on. Is she? I can't remember. Is she lying about all of this,
I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember.
Or is she like going against Lionel now, but then later it changes? You see what I'm thinking? I think the writers changed their minds on this.
Mm.
It showed me that I was right in the first place when I said I don't date you. I don't know why I did that. Oh, yeah, we're going to have a walk away angry. We are, wait, here again. The turn and the leaving. Enjoy your cappuccino. It's the best in town.
Supposedly.
Supposedly. It might be the only one in town.
What if it's like an awful cappuccino, but it's the only one in town? Therefore it's
yeah.
the best in town.
Yeah, like, it could be oatmeal. It was be the best in town. It's the only one in town. What was I counting? Oh, walking away angry. That's it. Sorry, what?
Did we already count Clark on Kryptonite?
I did.
We count that
John, what do you think of the strobe effect?
I think it looks okay.
But what do you think of the idea that that tiny necklace can make all that light in this room?
I think that's ridiculous, especially with how close it is to his neck. Because, like, that necklace clearly doesn't fit him.
Okay, so now we start to get
into Ex Machina.
Now we start to get into some Looney land in my mind. So I've mentioned this before, but we'll bring it up again in case you haven't heard me say it because it's relevant. Question for Jarrell when we get to heaven: how if because right now we don't know why the ship has done this, but later on we'll find out that the ship was not saving Clark; it was saving itself because it too is susceptible to kryptonite. Now, forget for a minute why. Because I don't understand that, but like, does the sun give the ship powers? I don't understand. But
it gives it the power of flight.
If the ship, it's a spaceship, didn't it have that? It needs the yellow sun to fly. What about when it was going through space? Anyway, so the ship is surrounded by kryptonite in the pilot, but it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't it neutralize all the kryptonite? like the show, once you have that, the show is built on this insane faulty premise, which is if the ship lands on Earth, because if there's any around it at all, it's like Clark. It's like, it's weakened by it. So shouldn't it have neutralized all of the kryptonite, and then you'd have no kryptonite, and then you'd have no show, at least the episodic stuff with the Kryptofreaks? Am I missing something here? The kryptonite should have either destroyed the ship before it even got there, and then you'd have no Kal-El, he'd be dead. Or the ship should have neutralized all the kryptonite. What am I missing here?
Why did she shift from Clark to Chloe?
Does it not affect the ship until it gets past the atmosphere? Why? Clark still has powers in space. No one is saying anything. I'm right about this.
If she thinks that Lana wants Clark, why did she change to Chloe and then start getting weird?
The reason is to tease the teen audience that this show is aimed at. That's the reason.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. I was still stuck on the ship thing. What was your beef?
So it says that she changes to Clark and then goes off because she thinks that's what Chloe wants, or Lana wants. But then she changes to Chloe just so we can have that really awkward exchange.
Where she hits on her.
And now she's Clark again.
And discussing topics is asking if that counted as a gratuitous scene. Yes, but I'm only counting shower and pool scenes. Although Lana, I think, just took a shower, so it's debatable. It's in the conversation.
Okay, but by counting, the mathematician means he's pointing at it. Dagon Spear, Cap, the ship isn't around usable kryptonite in the pilot on Earth. Why does it matter that it's on Earth? That's the part I'm not getting. The kryptonite in space in 89 is glowing like it would be if it was affecting Clark, and the ship is fine. You know why? Because they don't know that they're going to have this ridiculous plot point later.
Well, and when Jor-El built the ship, he wouldn't know that pieces of Krypton would become toxic to Kal-El, right? Like that.
He
that
might if he's been to Earth before. Question mark. And they brought kryptonite and they experimented. But you see what I'm saying? It all falls apart at some point.
Convenient unconsciousness.
Oh, thank you. I keep forgetting about that. Is that the first we've had this whole season?
No.
Oh, we've had several.
Well, have we? Because I haven't been counting them.
John's been saying that. John's been on point.
Has he?
Unconscious.
Yeah. Well, how many should I add, John?
At least 4.
Give me a number. No one cares. Okay, we're at 16. It's definitive. We're gonna have a bad guy death here in a second. I'll go ahead and count that. Just wait till you see how this happens.
There was also just a throw a second ago. I'm
always impressed when they have like the same actor fighting himself.
Yeah, looks good. And yeah, AMC, I liked the Kids WB shows too.
Me too.
Those were great. That's probably where I saw marketing for Smallville, because I was really young, but I remember when this was coming out.
So this is so insane. The "Why Won't You Just Die" scream, like Welling is just really going for it, and then he gets impaled on a pike.
Oh, that morph.
And then we got an anamorph morph. Senior Sticks, the character arc of Clark's ship is fantastic.
I legit don't remember what happened to that ship.
Who's your favorite character? The ship!
Once the real fortress is built, I don't remember if we ever see that ship again. We probably do. I don't remember it.
I don't remember seeing it again after like season 3.
Well,
did it blow up?
Did they destroy it? Did they destroy it at the end of season 3?
Oh, that's right. No,
they destroyed it at the end of this season.
Yeah, because that's what causes Martha to lose the baby.
To lose the baby, yeah.
Yeah.
See, the ship gets her pregnant, and then the ship kills the baby. Yeah.
Yeah. Why does the
Robert?
Ship
have you ever seen Smallville?
That's great. Why does the ship getting destroyed undo the part in her body that was fixed?
It
doesn't. No. That's not what happens. This part of it's whatever. So there's a shockwave, and the Kents are driving back just as the shockwave happens, and she gets in an accident and goes to the hospital, and she's okay, but she loses the baby.
That's right. That is what happens.
It's a classic miscarriage of justice.
For justice.
That's gonna be one of your quotes.
Yeah, I'm proud of that. Can you count every time I say classic miscarriage of justice? Dagon Spear, I'm just saying from what we see in the pilot, there's not green K near the ship even as it's crashing. Not all the meteors seem to become green K. I don't agree with that. The meteors in space are glowing, and why would they not be irradiated in space but only on Earth? I don't understand that. And the ship is surrounded. The first shot of the show is here's the ship. Here comes all the meteors behind it. It's surrounded. They're all around it. I don't understand. I don't get it.
Tom left us $5 super chat.
Oh, thanks,
Theory
man.
is the ship heals things, not just humans, and it's acting as an antivirus to heal the kryptonite because it recognizes kryptonite with a C as corrupted. I don't know what kryptonite with a C is, but it does sound corrupted. Maybe the C stands for corrupted.
Yeah, I mean...
or C is for cookie, one of the two.
I think it can do whatever the writers decided it can do, really. But... Again, I just don't get why it doesn't neutralize it in space. Like, if there's any hard, evidence that it's not irradiated until it becomes a meteorite, okay, but I don't understand that. What is it about hitting the atmosphere? And again, the ship seems to have a lot of the same properties for some reason that Kryptonians themselves do. So if you have powers in space, like the closer you get to the sun, in most Superman things, your powers are like energized or supercharged. So like, I don't know why Kryptonite would be any different. I'm just saying. Dagon Spear, the meteors are near it, but Clark has to put the green key in it directly to cause damage. I don't think you're right about that, because we have the reveal later that the ship, when it neutralized the necklace, was not saving Clark, it was saving itself. So why would it do that if it didn't have to worry about it until it touched it? Like, you may be right, but I don't think we have enough evidence to be sure about that. So, John, this is the scene that makes her, like, constantly coming down on him for keeping secrets from her not work after this. This is the scene. Because she gets to the end of this, and I get that she's in, like, a real, heightened state here, but it reads like it's a big kind of character turn, where everyone leaves, you're still here, and she says, "I don't care that you have secrets, Clark." Oh, Dagon Spear, I'm gonna question the science. I'm gonna question it.
Yeah, AMC, the first episode of Smallville I ever actually watched was Heat early, and
wow,
my
you
dad
kept
thought I was
going.
way too young.
Sorry, what?
Well, no, as a kid I thought it was awesome, but my dad thought I was too young for it. I wasn't allowed to watch it, and then I didn't catch up on Smallville until 10 years later. Or 9...
I agree that this feels like it should be a character shift.
Yeah, and here's the thing: you can say, well, again, she's in this real heightened state. She kind of mellows out after that, but it's the last scene of the episode. It plays like it really matters, and I like it. It's a good scene. I want it to matter,
Well, that's the most important part. You like it.
Well, but you see what I'm saying? Because it made me invested. It made me feel something. It made me think there's a turn happening here.
I'm gonna give it a green. I'm feeling this episode.
Oh, this episode's great. This episode's hilarious.
Green.
This is not my favorite episode of the season by any stretch, but it made me maybe the one I was most looking forward to watching with you guys, because it's insane, and I had so much fun doing that. We can just quit now, man. That's the most fun I'm gonna have all day.
Okay.
It's all downhill from here.
Take a nap, go to bed. Hey, would you guys please remind me to do a couple of wheel spins on the next show? We just got another super chat from Tom. Again, $5. Thanks, man. I love this song. Yeah, me too. Mad World is one of the great covers of all time. Also, red kryptonite is caused by remains of the Nicodemus flower, Tom, and rush slugs that come from the same region on Krypton. Is it? They mentioned there's a red vein that I think was just there naturally. Is it supposed to be because of that?
They just said they found a red vein.
Dagon Spear says the real issue is that it doesn't make sense that the ship would be hurt by green kryptonite at all. Well, yeah, I was kind of just putting that aside, making that a gimme, but it's goofy. Okay, guys, nobody run off unless you need to go to bed. We're gonna stop the stream and start a second one so that we can still save the show. Somebody save the stream.
Don't cross the streams.
And we're gonna come back. We're going to go to break. We'll come back in a few minutes. I was gonna say maybe we should go ahead and just straight up break for breakfast, but I don't know if mine's gonna be ready early enough. We might want to try to do that. You guys want to do that? Just break for breakfast?
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking. Yeah, let's plan for that. And would you guys just have your phones close in case I've got to message you back real quick? But I think that should be all right.
Yeah, sure.
Got it.
Okay, thanks, gents. We'll see you in just a little while. Let's say 15 minutes.
Okay.
If possible. If you got to cook and stuff, it takes a little longer. That's fine. Just let me know. I'll see you guys in a bit.